Man, I could just sit here and listen to this music all day. They got the GOAT, Paul Romero, back to make more music. God damn. Good evening, everybody. Welcome in. How we doing, everybody? If you don't know, this is Heroes of Might and Magic. This is a turn-based strategy game older than I am. Okay? And I'm old. I'm the old uncle here on the website. Welcome. I may be a fun uncle, but I'm also old. So this game, like, I think Heroes 1 is from like what, 1990 maybe? Hold on. Let me can't be that early, is it? It's probably a little later than that. Let me see here. Here's Might and Magic series. When was the first one? 95. Okay. Shit. So I am older than this franchise. God damn it. Okay. Now I'm even older. Apparently. Okay, well, whatever. I thought this was way older than that, but whatever. Here's Might and Magic is from 1995. Okay? My first time playing Heroes, I might have been 9, 10. But I started with 4. I think. I was 9, 10. Hold on. When did 4 come out? Yeah. So I was 9 or 10 years old when I played 4 the first time. And I just loved the concept of building a town. The town produces creatures. You put the creatures in your hero's party and you fight things. And that was kind of the extent of like how I played it. I didn't really ever finish a map, beat a campaign. I just booted up the game, picked the town I wanted to play, and just built an army. And then eventually just abandoned the game, you know, and started a new one every time. I think the first time I actually finished a game of Heroes was in Heroes 3, maybe like 2 years ago. Before that, I only ever like started them and enjoyed the journey of building my town, fully upgrading it, building my army, and then kind of just not finishing the maps. I don't know why. That's just the way I've played this forever. But I've loved every second of it. So yeah, my journey began with Heroes 4, which for the Heroes fanbase, it might be blasphemous, but I have a bit of a weak spot for 4 because it's the first one I played. But then I played Heroes 2 and 3 a few years later, and I still play Heroes 2 and 3 to this day. So, so there's that. And those two games are some of my favorite video games of all time. You didn't miss anything. No, I am a bit behind schedule, so you're all good. Good evening. Welcome in. So I went 4, 2, and 3, and then I've basically been playing 2 and 3 since, you know? I went back and played the first one. It's a bit stale compared to 2, because 2 is basically the first game, but, like, done. So, I never played much of 1, but I have played it. I then played 5 when that came out, and really like 5, actually. I think 5 is really good. I don't love the art style of it, but I really like the different cities you can play with, you know? I like the different heroes. There's a lot of good stuff in 5 that I really enjoy. Then came 6. Now, my computer couldn't even play 6. And I had a decent computer. 6 was a resource hog when that came out. It still kind of is. But there's not, and there aren't many redeeming qualities about that game in general. 6 is probably the one that might be considered the worst. I think 7 is worse, but 6 is not great. But the one redeeming quality of 6, I think, is the Sanctuary faction, which is like a, I guess like Japanese mythology water creature based type of thing, and I really like Sanctuary from 6. I think it might be one of my favorite one of my favorite factions of all time. So, you know, it wouldn't make sense to have them pop up in this because this is in the past. Like, we're before Heroes 1 right now in the timeline. And 4, 5, 6, 7, like, they're all in a different world. This one kind of went kablooey at the end of 3. So, yeah. It wouldn't make sense for the faction exclusive to 6 on the new world to be in this game that is in the past on the old world. But I would almost be willing to beg the devs to be like, forget lore, give me Sanctuary, you know? They're that good. They're so cool. I would love to have them back. But then 7 came out, and the most redeeming quality of that game, let me see if I can find a picture of this. Heroes 7, dwarf units. They have this one creature for Fortress, which is the dwarf faction, that is called a Kobold Scout. And it might be my favorite Heroes creature ever. This little guy is stuck in what might be the worst Heroes game. Free my boy! Free him! Let him ride in a better game. He deserves the world. He's so cool. He deserves everything we can give him. Rescue him. Remember that he once lived. Man, my little guy. I hope we free him one day. Put him in a better game. So yeah, that's kind of my entire journey with Heroes. 4, 2, 3, 1, 5, 6, 7, and then now this, the unofficial 8. Olden era. And I played the demo about 11 hours, I think. Really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed it. For just clarity, I guess, on your part, which towns I've mained in every Heroes game before this. Well, I didn't play much of 1. I did play Mountain, which is like the Warlock town that became Dungeon and Necropolis when they split. In the second one, I play Warlock, which is Dungeon, which has, you know, in 2, I think Warlock has Griffins before they were given to the humans. Then we have Minotaurs, we have dragons, you know, all that stuff. In Heroes 3, I play Dungeon, Minotaur, Medusa, Troglodytes, Black Dragon, you know, all that type of stuff. In 4, played Asylum. Again, it's kind of just Dungeon, so I've been fairly consistent with just maining Dungeon at that point. In 5... Did I play Dungeon in 5? I think I did. Did I? Hold on. Let me look at Heroes 5 Dungeon. What was the Dungeon lineup in 5? Did I play them? Oh yeah, that's when they started introducing elves. I don't like dark elves for Dungeon. It's just not fun. Did I still play Dungeon? I think I did. Yeah, I think I did play Dungeon in 5, but I just was not feeling like half of the creatures. And then in 6 is when I stopped playing Dungeon, because Dungeon was not in the base game, it was in the DLC. But in 6, I actually mained Sanctuary, the Japanese-inspired water town. And then 7 came out, and I was back to Dungeon, but I was also like playing a bit of Stronghold. Stronghold has kind of been like the secondary for me the whole way through. Stronghold is orcs and stuff like that. Orcs and Cyclops and like wolf riders and big birds, stuff like that. So yeah, 7 I main dungeon and then a bit of Stronghold. And in 3, by the way, I mained dungeon thoroughly, but I also love Fortress in 3, which is a swamp town that has like gnolls and lizards and wyverns and stuff. Love them. And in this, we have 6 towns. And in the demo, I've only played dungeon. But we'll see. We'll see. We'll see which we end up playing. Let's see what you wrote here, Dax. Let me see here. Your first Heroes was the first one. Okay. When the second one came out because he wanted to buy it and we played a lot together. Then I bought the third one, missed out on 4. For 5, I got the complete edition. Damn. Damn. I mean, 5 is probably the last good one. It's a pretty decent place to dip, you know? 6 down to start is good. I agree, yeah. The interesting thing is that 2 of them are basically completely new. So, for me, the classic lineup of towns is the lineup we have in 3. Minus Conflux. I don't really care about Conflux, the elemental town. So, like, the classic list of towns for me is Castle, which is humans. Dungeon, which is like the Medusas, the Minotaurs, the red and black dragons, you know, those guys. Rampart, I would argue, is a staple, which is like dwarves, elves, green dragons, unicorns, basically forest spirit type things, you know, the creatures of the forest. Stronghold, orcs, goblins, wolf riders, cyclops. Necropolis, the undead skeletons, Dracula, bone dragons, all that stuff. Tower, which is like mages living in the mountains with gargoyles and stone golems and stuff like that doing their bidding. I don't know if I would include Inferno as a classic town for me. I don't know. Maybe. I've never loved Inferno. It's basically just, you know, devils. Like the Lords of Hell, basically. It's kind of just all red demons. And I love Fortress in 3, which is the lizards and gnolls and wyverns and all this stuff from the swamp, but I don't think of them as a classic Heroes town either, to be perfectly honest. And I don't think Conflux is classic. So the base roster there for me is those 6. But the funny thing is that Stronghold, which is orcs and all that stuff, and the Tower, which is the mages and the gargoyles and stuff, are not in this game. Instead, we're getting Hive, which is kind of like Inferno with all the devils, but it's kind of like if the devils with their fire theme got mixed with the Zerg from StarCraft and like throw them together. So it's like fire bugs, which is interesting. I'm curious how that's gonna play into the story and maybe one day turn into Inferno in the storyline. I'm not sure. And then the other new one is Schism, which is a Cthulhu Frost Elf town, which could be really interesting. So, yeah, I'm curious about that one for sure. So if we go in here, yeah, here we go with the towns we have. Temple used to be called Castle in my day. This is the human town. We can see all 7 creatures there. They have redone the angels quite a bit, the last unit there. Since starting the announcements for the game, I think they've been remade twice. First time they had like a almost like a beam gun to shoot stuff at range. I think they're melee now, so they're a little different. Necropolis has been like the most consistent town since this franchise began. Although at first it was called Mountain, which, you know, turned more into dungeon, like Warlock and then dungeon. But the other half of Mountain was turned into Necromancer and Necropolis. So like Necropolis and dungeon are like I would say, and Temple, the humans are like the 3 most consistent towns in the game. The humans, the undead, and then the fantasy creatures. They're like, I understand why they are the 3 base teams of the board game for Heroes 3, because they are the most consistent throughout the entire franchise, in my opinion. They're really just, a new Heroes game? We'll be there! It's like, okay, good. Conflux really feels like an afterthought when you play it together. Yeah, I agree. I never liked Conflux, really. This thing? Let me see. Oh, it's not even here. The board game I bought, you know, the giant box I bought for the Heroes board game, has 3 factions in it. So, that expansion box finally gave us Stronghold, the Orcs, as playable in the board game. It also gave us Conflux, but funnily enough, it also gave us Cove, which is exclusive to is it Horn of the Abyss, which is the fan expansion, like that's free on GOG. And that was kind of cool. I gotta say that the mod scene for Heroes 3 has gotten so big that an official, like, endorsed Heroes of Might and Magic thing included a faction that is only in the fan mod. I think that's sick. I think that's genuinely so cool. It's like they make tiny models and stuff for anything, like everything in those. So everything has a miniature. Every single creature. For every faction. So it's really cool to see like the actual amount of support for it. It's really cool. Oh, you've been playing Horn of the Abyss? Hell yeah. Cove is really fun, yeah. I see they still have the Griffins. Hope they can retaliate all the time. I think they do. I don't remember if I tried Temple in the demo. I don't think I did. I don't really remember fighting many Griffins. So I don't know if I can answer that for you. We can just hop into a game and see what it says. Necropolis is great when you want a huge army of skeletons. Yup. The coolest looking hero for Necropolis as well is the guy that focuses on skeletons. So I'm like, that's a win-win. Coolest hero design, most skeletons, perfect. They have a decent amount of heroes for every faction. And some really good designs too. And I think it's this guy that is like based on a character from one of the dev team's previous games. And has the same name with just a few letters rearranged, if I remember correctly. Which is kind of nice. It's a nice nod for them, you know? It's kind of cool. What else? Oh yeah, Grove is also kind of new. Grove was called Sylvan until a few months ago. So, in previous Heroes games, Rampart, which was the elves and stuff in 3, kind of turned into Sylvan over time. Like, after a while, they went for, like, I think they were called Life in 4, and then there were like Sylvan after that. And they kind of lost elves a little bit. Well, maybe not elves necessarily, but they lost kind of most of the iconic fantasy creatures from 3 and became something really different, and have become just more and more different as time has gone on. And now when they made this, they were like, you know what? We've even moved so far past what Sylvan is. We're just gonna call this Grove. It's gonna be completely new. So they have like, I don't know what the first unit is. It's like a green elf of some sort. Then we have a little chunky forest butterfly creature thing. Then we have a giant rock man with like flower petals coming out around his head. Now we have a 4th unit that I've never seen before. I think that's new. The mushroom druid, which is nice. We have Kirin, which is dope. And then we have the Phoenix, which they've gotten from Conflux from 3. Well, it's not like Conflux invented Phoenixes, but you know what I mean. Like, these guys kind of lean more into Conflux than they lean into Ramparts, from my understanding. Because apparently they have at least one creature of each element now. That they got the 4th tier unit there, the water thing. So yeah, like fire, water, earth, and thunder, I guess, for Kirin. It's kind of interesting. So this is the one I know the least about, but I'm curious to get to know more, you know? Hive the bugs with fire. Bent on conquering Jotam. Beelzebub's Order of the Fly. Oh. Okay. Makes me think of the Beelzebub design in Persona. Reading that. And then we have Schism, which is the Cthulhu Frost Elf gang. That I also kind of know nothing about. Never played them in the demo. I'm also just not that interested in the theme, I guess. So I don't know. I am open to learn more, though. Who know? You never know which is going to be your favorite in one of these games. It's just, I've been so biased towards Dungeon in almost all of these games. And in this game, what is the first unit? Troglodyte, my boy from 3. I'm so glad he's back. I've missed him. We have some form of Dark Elves for tier 2 and 3, which, again, my least favorite aspect of Dungeon in recent games. I'll live. But then tier 4 is my favorite, the Minotaur. And then we have a Medusa and a Hydra and a Dragon. Are they the only ones with a dragon? Oh my god, they are. There will be no green dragon, gold dragons, bone dragon, specter dragon, or ghost dragon, whatever it's called. I will reign supreme with my dragon. Hell yeah. Troglodytes better still be blind? Yeah, they are. They absolutely are. So, do we start? Let's start with a little tutorial, shall we? You know? Let's start a little tutorial to get familiarized with the game. Why not? There's been some wild changes in the lineup for Dungeon between 2 and 3, for example. Like 2 had Centaurs, 3rd had Centaurs to the 4th. Yeah, they gave away the Centaurs to Ramparts. And we gave a gay to the humans. No, we gave away the Griffin to the humans. So we lost 2 great units for Warlock when we turned into Dungeon. Haven't tried the latest updates of Horn of the Abyss, so the only towns of Hoda I've tried is Cove and Factory. Same. I haven't tried Bulwark, I think they're called. Because Bulwark is also kind of the Frost Elves thing, I think. Oh yeah, I haven't tried Bulwark yet. Yeah. Hive is Infernal Insect. Indeed they are, yeah. It's basically Inferno mixed with Zerg from StarCraft. Fun of home is to try everything and see what you like the best. Exactly. Let's start gently indeed. Yes, indeed. Let's do that. Welcome to the tutorial! Heroes of Might and Magic Golden Era is a tactical turn-based game where you explore maps, recruit and level up heroes, develop cities, and battle your foes. Throughout the game, you will encounter various mechanics. These will be introduced and explained step by step in this tutorial. Your journey begins with the Gameplay Basics mission, where you will learn the core elements of the game. Once completed, you'll unlock a series of short challenges designed to deepen your understanding of the game's systems. To begin the tutorial, use the menu on the right side of the screen. I remember the tutorial being slightly difficult to navigate in the demo, so hopefully they've changed this a little bit. Also, can we... can I hide this side menu? No. Can we take a minute to look at this map, by the way? It seems to be somewhat distinct locations for each faction. Like, over... I don't know exactly what's over here. Maybe dungeon. But this is clearly Grove, right? Even have their own Stonehenge in here. We have humans around here. That's dungeon, apparently. That's their city right there. I recognize that town anywhere. So I'm not sure what this is. Then we have the ice up in the north, which is for Schism. We have the Hive base right here. You even see the building. Necropolis down here. So who the shit is this? Who am I missing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's all of them. So there are some unexplored parts of the map then. Or like unoccupied parts of the map. Or more factions. Possibly more factions. Which faction do I want the most? Stronghold. Give me orcs. We need them. This menu looks sick. Or like this image, rather. The concept art. Welcome to the tutorial. Here you will learn the basics of the game. To begin, close this dialogue by left-clicking the mouse button on the window. When you enter the game, you will find yourself on the global map. The game world where various objects, locations, and enemy forces are scattered. By default, most of the map is covered by the Fog of War, a visual effect that obscures the landscapes and hides objects. To lift the fog, you must move your heroes, revealing new areas and interacting with special objects that uncover more of the world. This is so dumb. This is so forced. I don't know why I'm doing this. To move a hero, double-click on the map using your left mouse button. The first click will mark your path. The second will confirm it to send your selected hero on a march. Movement consumes heroes' movement points. Movement consumes heroes' movement points. Depending on what it is pointing at, the mouse cursor will change to indicate available actions or warn you if movement is impossible. Why did I decide to do this? I can't even do a British accent. What am I doing? What's up, Max Robo? How you doing, man? That's been a while. Welcome to the stream. During the game, you will encounter large territories that cannot fit entirely on the screen. At any time, you can move the camera to see part of the map you need. To do this, use any of the following. Hold the right mouse button and drag the cursor. Use W, A, S, and D keys. Click on the minimap. Move your mouse cursor to one of the edges of the screen to start panning the map. You can only plot a route. Routes? You can only plot a route through areas that are not hidden by Fog of War. Obstacles and enemy squads block movement and prevent route planning. Depending on the movement target, the route will be highlighted in different colors. Green, a regular route the hero can fully travel this turn. Gray, the hero doesn't have enough movement points to reach this part of the path in this turn. Red, movements will end in a battle with an enemy squad or garrison. I'm gonna drop this as soon as it stops for the first time here. Now that you've learned the basics of movement, make your way to the marked checkpoint. You can always view your active tasks in the upper left corner of the screen. Okay. So, we're playing John Johnson. This is the name of the guy. Also, this UI is new. It did not look like this in the demo. The thing on the right side is new. Also, there's this neat thing you can do with the map, right? They have done some very interesting stuff with readability, as they call it. There are different color profiles that will change the way the world looks. So I can make it more saturated. You see how like strong the colors are of the trees. We can make it like muted. Now it's very dark. So there's some interesting stuff you can do there. Move that back and forth. You can change outlines for objects. I've turned off depth of field because I don't like that. You can turn off the fog, you know, on the outside here. I guess that's what that means at least. Hold on, let me... Distance fog, except... No. Okay, I don't know what that means then. Let's turn that back on because it started on. So here's the nice thing. Like, the fog of war, which is this on the outside here of the unexplored map. The black space. There is a very neat thing about this that you can change. You can change this into either clouds, which is a little bright for my taste. I prefer the void, which is a hell of a sentence. Or you could do manuscript, which is what they started off showing off for the game when it came out. Look how this edge disappears when I explore more of the map. Look at how this edge disappears. It burns away. It's one of my favorite animations in recent times. It's so clean. Your hero can no longer move. All movement points have been used up. Click the large hourglass button at the bottom right of the screen to start a new day. Your hero will fully restore his movement points and continue moving. Or I click E. Great, your hero's movement points have been fully restored. Keep moving to the marked square. You prefer the void? Does it call to you? Sometimes, yeah. If I get to pick... if I play a character that uses the void as a power, I usually don't. I find it boring as a power set, but I like it for my eyes in this game. But it doesn't burn away like the manuscript does, because that is so clean. Well done on completing the first task. Now proceed to the next checkpoint along the road. It will help your hero move faster. So yeah, when you're on the road, you move faster, you don't spend as many points, which is nice. You've discovered an interactable object, the Redwood Observatory. A special structure that removes the fog of war in a large radius around it. Throughout the game, you will encounter many interactive objects. To learn what each one does, simply hover your cursor over them. Interact with the Redwood Observatory to continue the tutorial. To do this, double-click it with the left mouse button. Okay. I'm going to do this with manuscript available because I want to see it burn away. Oh, no movement. Okay. New day. Okay. Here we go. Let's see this shit burn. You have uncovered a large area on the map, revealing new objects. The passage ahead is guarded by an enemy, and piles of gold lie scattered nearby. Before attacking the enemy and moving on, collect all the gold around you. As you do so, the current amount of each resource will be displayed on the resource panel on the top of the screen. Which resource did we lose? Sulfur, right? Instead, we got alchemical dust, which we're gonna be seeing a lot of in this game. It's gold up there, too. See that highlight around them? The little shimmer. I like that. Very nice. When you hear that sound, that's me clicking E to move, like get new moves. So I'm passing a day. That's what's happening. Keep going and plot a route to the squad blocking your path. Your hero will start a battle as soon as he steps onto the square adjacent to the squad. Alchemical dust makes more sense. Yeah. There is still mercury, yeah. We have gold, wood, ore, gems, crystals, mercury, and alchemical dust instead of sulfur. Alchemical dust is kind of used for your, like, specific upgrades, if I remember correctly, and, like, hero things. It's been a while since I played the demo, so we'll, you know, figure all this out together. Yeah, look at this. My old boys. As a dungeon player, it warms my heart seeing the troglodytes back. Look at my boy. Also, this inspect window, I didn't know you could do that. That's actually cool as hell. I didn't know you could just inspect and see all the units. That's sick. Also, this is one of the upgrades. What they've taken from Heroes 5 is the ability to pick one of 2 upgrades for your units. So it's not always like Swordsman becomes a Templar Knight. It's like you can become a Templar Knight or another thing, which is nice. And that gives you different abilities and type of things. So this guy, for example, he's an upgraded troglodyte. The regular ones is just green, called troglodyte, but this is an infernal troglodyte. There's also a green one called Noxious Troglodyte, I think. Like I said, it's been a while. He's a magic creature. He does melee attacks. He has a toxic spear, which leave a dot, basically, on enemies, or a debuff. They take increased damage until the end of next turn. And then they have a long-range skill, where they deal, well, half damage, but they can attack at range, which is nice. So it's basically a trade-off for that turn. And then the other troglodyte upgrade is like, this is a bad example because I don't remember what the other one does that is different. Their stats look different, like up here and stuff. So we'll see. We'll figure it out eventually. They'll show us all this. Here we go. Did they? Hold on. Did they make the grid larger? It looks more zoomed out than the demo. Hold. Do I have screenshots from the demo? Steam screenshots. Also the music? It's so cool finally hearing the Paul Romero stuff. Because yeah, they brought back the guy that made the music to Heroes 3 to do the music for this game. Which is really cool. To me, at least. Let me see here. Do I have a screenshot of just a battlefield? I have screenshots of, like, fighting a town, but that doesn't really help me with the grid size. Here we go. Does that look... This looks larger, right? Like, it looks like we have more hexes now. It looks more zoomed out. Maybe it's easier if I get past this window blocking everything, so let's do that. Battles in Heroes of Might and Magic take place on a separate battlefields, divided into hexes, hexagonal spaces. Creatures move across the hexes and engage in combat with enemies. Battles proceed in rounds. Once all stacks, both yours and the enemies, have taken their turn, the next round begins. The sequence of turns is determined... What is that? Is that a neutral unit? Like a... Oh yeah, there's like a Quetzalcoatl thing in the game, so that's probably what that is. The sequence of turns is determined by initiative. The higher a creature's initiative value, the earlier their stacks will act in each round. You can always check their turn order by looking at the initiative bar at the top of the screen. Before battle begins, the tactical phase is activated, where you place your creatures, during which you can adjust the placement of your troops, to To do this, drag any friendly stack within the highlighted area. If you drag a stack onto a hex occupied by another, they will swap places. Okay. So, in this one, if I'm gonna see the, if I'm gonna read the length of the battlefield, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 hexes wide. So the new one is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 hexes wide. I like that. This leaves more room for strategy, so that's really good. I really like that. Let's put these guys, yeah, like this, probably. Like that, probably, yeah. Okay. Then, we could either forfeit, run away, or fight. I say we fight. Enemy movement and attack. The goal of the battle is to defeat every unit in the enemy army. To achieve this, your creatures must attack the enemy troops. Shit! Pacifist run ruined! Impossible now. The game features creatures with 3 types of attacks. Melee attack. For the sword, the creature deals damage only when it's close to the target, i.e. on an adjacent hex. Long reach attack. The creature can attack a target 1 hex directly behind adjacent hexes. So this, like, I don't know, throwing knife or whatever. I'm forgetting the name for it right now, but whatever. Indicates that he will move to that square right there, leaving 1 open, which means that this guy doesn't counterattack, which is important. So that's long reach, and then we have ranged attacks. The creature can attack from any distance unless there is an enemy adjacent to it. However, the damage decreases as the target moves further away. If a stack can't attack at the moment, it can move closer to the enemy. The maximum movement distance depends on creature's speed. A creature making a melee or long reach attack can both approach and attack in the same turn. Move the mouse around the target hex to select which hex your creature will attack from. Ranged attacks do not include an approach phase. So ranged creatures must choose between moving or attacking, because otherwise it would be broken. Important! Any action, an attack, an ability, or a move ends the creature's turn, unless otherwise stated. When your creatures attack an enemy in melee combat, they may receive a counterattack in response. The number of counterattacks is limited. Usually creatures can counterattack only once per round. I'm guessing that's what that means. The red glow means there's a counterattack. In certain situations, if you don't want a stack to attack or move, you can use additional tactical options. Wait. The stack delays its action until the end of the current round, allowing others to act first. This option can only be used once per round per stack. Skip turn. Oh, wait, it's the other one. That's wait. And that's skip turn. The stack... No, that is wait, and that is skip turn. The stack forfeits its action for the round and won't be able to act until the next one. Manage your troops wisely, plan their positioning on the battlefield, and choose the optimal moment to strike to minimize losses from enemy counterattacks. That is skip turn, yeah, and the hourglass is wait. That makes sense. Okay. So, if you've never played Heroes before, my guy will always be up here. I can use the spell book if he has any spells, which he doesn't now because we're in the tutorial. But he can basically act whenever he wants during the, during this, is it turn or round? Like, in between here. After the 1, but before the 2 at the top of the screen, he can act once. And then when we pass the 2 into the second round, he can do something again. So, there's also down behind my camera, there's 3 things you can pick. You can do autoplay remaining battle. and the computer takes over for you. You can switch to auto battle for like a few steps. Let the computer take over like for a little while. And battle log to see like what's happened, you know. So Jaina, last time I played Might and Magic was 4. Hell yeah. I still have the CD and instruction manual somewhere. Yes. Oh man. I haven't played 4 in, I don't know, a decade and a half. It's been so long. It was my first Heroes game. So even though people like to poo-poo on it, I will love it for as long as I'm able. So let's move our guys a little bit. Simple, just moving forward. Here they come. And I counterattack. Yeah, so you can see the glow over my health bar there. It's very faint. It means that the glow means that we will counterattack if we're close when they attack. But now mine will disappear when I hit it. Yep, there it is. It's gone. And because he was long range when he attacked the first time, I didn't counter. So. And now we get to pick where we punch from. Let's do that. Super dead. Super dead. Reasons I don't take any fanbase too seriously. 4 has been my one and only Heroes game, so I'm here to see if this lives up to my memory. Dude, 4 is good. Like I know people like to throw shit at it, but like I legitimately think it's a good game. I think it's very different from 2 and 3, but I think it's a good game. I really like it, but it's different. But you know, that doesn't have to mean it's bad. It's okay for one game in the franchise to be different. I mean, the last 2 were bad, so you know, I don't know why we still poo-poo on 4. Let it have its day in the sun, damn it. Congratulations on winning your first battle. This time you faced a weak enemy, but on your journey you'll encounter much stronger foes. Yep. To defeat them, you'll need a larger army. Nearby you can see the Swordsman Garrison. Special buildings where you can hire reinforcements. Use the gold you've collected to recruit new troops and clear the path ahead. Here we go, everybody. Something was different? How dare? I know. It's crazy. How dare they? Continue forward. Your strengthened army can now take on tougher enemies. Yeah. I really like the look of the swordsman. Like, for a tier 1 unit... Oh my god, what's all this? Move, join, split in half, split 1 unit. Oh, they know. Oh, they know what they're doing. Oh my god, okay. Yeah, I really, really like the design of the swordsman. For a tier 1 unit, it's really clean. Just a guy in armor, but it's a cool guy in armor, you know? Next day. Split? No, can't do that because the inventory or the... Okay, that doesn't make sense to me. Wait, I can upgrade it? Oh, here you go. Here we can look at the upgrades. We have Guard Captain and we have Sun's Aegis. Aegis, Aegis. Dialects. Who cares? It's one of those. So both have living, fully sentient inhabitant of Jadam. I think Jadam is how you pronounce it. Melee attacks for both, it's the same. But then you see the bottom 2 are different. And some of the stats are different. This one is more health. This one, it's got less attack, but more defense. Same damage, no morale, no luck. This one is less initiative, but more speed. So, you know, there's a little difference there in the stats. But if we look at the Guard Captain, Double strike. Strikes twice when performing attacks. And he's the more offensive-leaning one. So I like that. That is a nice thing to put on the offensive version of the tier 1 units. That's nice. Ranged defense takes minus 30 ranged damage. Cool. What about the tank then? Aegis, 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 whatever. This creature and adjacent friendly creatures take minus 30% range damage. So that's a better version of this. Because he's leaning tank. And then Anointed for defense. Whenever this creature gains a positive effect, its defense is increased by 2 until the end of the battle. Interesting. So you can make him even tankier. But that's cool. Like, that's player choice right there. We like that. We like player choice. That's fun. Okay, so can I... Why can I not split this? He protect, but he also attack. Yes. Yes, indeed. So, for the... Why can I not split this? I can split to 1, but I can't split regularly. That's weird. If you're wondering why I have a bunch of extra for just 1 down here, you kind of want to do that early in the game, at least in the old ones, where you just have 1 big stack, and then surrounding them, you have a bunch of 1 stacks so that they eat the hits, and your big guy swings or shoots is the optimal one. You know, if you have a long range guy, you can have a bunch of 1s stand in front of him, so that that's what the enemy focuses on, and your big guy can do swings from the back. So let's try that. It's bait for the enemy AI, exactly. That's bait. Probably not necessary in the tutorial, but you know, it's fun. Now, I don't want to block his way forward. And since it's a tutorial, I probably would lose less knights if I just straight up put them in 3 stacks, you know? But this is more interesting. Single stack down. Oh, they go for the big guy, but he'll counterattack and destroy you, dude. Yep. Smart AI. Really now? They spitting, indeed, yeah. They're spitting big time. There it is. Lost 1 guy there and then 6 on the main stack. But they lost what? 12, 24, 35? I think we made it out of there in better condition than they did. Maybe small stacks no longer a viable strat. Maybe not. We'll see. I'm gonna keep trying it. We'll see how it plays out. So, new stuff for your heroes. You can now spec into a bunch of stuff. There are subclasses and stuff in this, which is interesting. If you select certain upgrades, they will basically get a new class. So let's see here. By exploring the world and defeating opponents, your hero earns experience points. Once enough experience is gained, the hero levels up. With each new level, the hero receives random improvements to their attributes and selects from one of 3 skills. Passive abilities that enhance their overall performance. Choose your skills wisely to strengthen your hero. Heroes with well thought out skill combinations will play a major role in your success. Each hero has 4 attributes: attack, attack, protect, spell, and brain. So yeah, attack, defense, spell power, and knowledge. Attack and defense are added to the corresponding stats of creatures in combat, increasing the damage they deal or reducing the damage they take. That's what your might heroes do. As for your magic heroes, spell power boosts the effectiveness of spells. Higher values mean increased spell damage and longer durations for positive or negative spells. And knowledge increases the hero's maximum mana, allowing for more spellcasting during combat. That's your magic heroes. Each hero also affects 2 combat stats, morale and luck. Luck and morale. Why are they in that order? These are applied to all creatures in the hero's army. Morale affects creature behavior. High morale can give a stack an extra turn, while low morale can cause it to skip its turn. Importance. The greater number of factions present in your army, the lower its overall morale. So if you have like a dungeon unit, a temple unit, an Acropolis unit, the morale will be lower. Because they are very just not accepting of other cultures, apparently. Each additional faction reduces morale by -1. Luck influences the chance of landing a lucky, enhanced, or unlucky weakened strike. The attributes gained at each level depend on the hero's class. Might heroes are more likely to gain attack and defense. Magic heroes are more likely to gain spell power and knowledge. Similarly, the probability of acquiring specific skills varies. Might heroes tend to learn army-focused skills. Magic heroes are more likely to be offered spell-enhancing skills. This is wisdom, I think. Each skill has 3 tiers: basic, advanced, and expert. As the hero levels up, the skills can be advanced as follows. Upon reaching the advanced tier, you choose one of the 3 sub-skills. Now we're into advanced territory real quick here, okay. Upon reaching the advanced tier, you choose one of the 3 sub-skills. What are sub-skills? Hold on. Huh? Upon reaching the expert tier, you choose one of the 3 final sub-skills. Each upgrade improves the core effect of the skill and allows you to tailor your hero to your preferred playstyle. Sub-skills. I think sub-skills are like... Oh yeah, it's like an extra passive on the passive. Yeah. So you do wisdom, advanced wisdom, and expert wisdom, right? But when you get to advanced wisdom, you can get a second passive on top of it. Same when you get to experts. That's what that is. You get like 3 choices, I think, to pick between. They should probably add what, you know, what sub-skills are before just randomly mentioning it. Oh yeah, choose one of... Yeah. On advanced tier, choose one of 3 sub-skills, the first 3. And then on expert tier, choose one of 3 final sub-skills. There you go. Each upgrade improves the core effect of the skill and allows you to... upgrade improves the core effect of the skill and allows you to tailor your hero to your preferred playstyle. That should probably be at the top. In addition, your hero can attain an elite class. This is what I was talking about before. To do so, you'll need to acquire a specific combination of maximum level skills. It's a challenging path, but the reward is worth it. The hero will become significantly stronger or gain powerful new abilities. To find out which skills are required to unlock an elite class, hover your mouse over the class icon in the hero's profile. Also pay attention to the hints shown when leveling up. If a selected skill brings you closer to an elite class, a small icon of the corresponding class will appear next to it. Like this. Such as. Hero classes and skill. Oh, this is the... Yeah. At any point during the game, you can view detailed information about your heroes. To do this, double-click a hero's portrait in the bottom of the screen. Oh, we have one of the... Yeah, we can see the advanced and then the expert changes right here. So, my guy right here is a knight, which is a might hero. So he's focused on dealing damage. And if we look at what he can turn into, we can see Might Hero, upon leveling up most of the time, gains attack and defense bonuses, along with skills that strengthen this hero's creatures. Knows Heroic Strike, which is the hero riding into combat and swiping at the enemy, which is used to attack the enemies in battle. The skill's damage scales with the hero's level. Yes, indeed. And at the bottom there, we can see 2 bars for the different classes and what that does. So we have Swashbuckler, where you need to pick 5 specific skills to learn through level up. And that will give Heroic Strike deals plus 60 basic damage. Or we go Paragon down at the bottom. If we even do an elite class, we don't have to. Paragon, friendly creatures always deal maximum and take minimum damage. That's kind of sick. Honestly, I kind of like that quite a bit. But yeah, none of these have the symbol, which means that they don't give us any of the advanced classes. However, to get an advanced class, you only need 5 skills, right? And we only have we have room for 8 total. I thought we had room for 6 total. Okay, yeah, I thought we had room for 6 total. Okay, so we have room for 8, so it's all good. But if we only had room for 6, but we need 5 to specialize, I would go for advanced scouting because, you know, I already have basic. So I'm not going to occupy a new skill slot and increase my chances of getting the advanced or the elite class skills later on. Would be my play there. But yeah, Paragon sounds really good. Let me see where you're riding here. Choose wisely, cannot be changed later. Yep. Classic morale mechanic here, very much Heroes 3. Yes, indeed. It's also in the board game, which is where I learned more about it because, you know, I've played all these games like an ungodly amount of hours, but I never like dove deep into how systems worked, you know? So the board game has taught me a lot about how this franchise plays, which is really fun to like learn it backwards a little bit. More customization of the skills. Very interesting, yeah. Necromancer probably has sub-skill to increase the number of recruited units, or probably one to increase the quality of units recruited after battle. I don't remember what... I remember looking at it, but I don't remember what it has. But we'll look at all this. We'll look at... like, after the tutorial, we can set up a custom game with, like, all 6 towns, and we can look at what we're curious about. So, we can figure it out. All good. Like Paragon? Yeah. Yeah, plus, yeah, let's look at scouting, what it does. So, like, basic scouting has, like, extra sight radius on the map, which is pretty neat. Then you can spec into sight radius increased by an additional 1. This bonus is doubled if the hero knows luck. Okay. And then, plus 10 movement points when the hero starts the day in an area they control. This bonus is doubled if the hero knows wisdom. So you can basically turn him into Hermes. He can fly all over the map. Ooh, terrain penalties are reduced by 50%. So this terrain penalties are when you like explore off a road, because that will consume more movement points. And then for experts, removes the fog of war within 150% times the hero's sight radius squares of the hero each morning. So huge opening every morning. Shows the exact armor composition of any enemy within sight radius of the hero. Enemies can't see detailed information about your army. When they try, they see random numbers of random creatures of your faction. Damn. There is synergies, yeah. There's a lot of neat customization in this. I'm gonna go for the sight radius. Oh yeah, that gives us advanced, that we can pick one. I'm gonna pick... 10 plus movement points when the hero starts today in an area you control. This bonus is doubled if the hero knows wisdom. I'm gonna take that. Yeah. Ooh, a town. Dum Spiro. Or Dum Spyro if you hate dragons, I guess. That's the Heroes 3 sound! What? Was that a new week? Yes, it was. We just passed into a new week. That's awesome! Yo, that was so good. What? Bear in mind, Paul Romero hadn't done any music for the demo as far as I'm aware. Maybe he did. I don't remember that sound being there. That was awesome. Well done. You've completed the first part of the tutorial. Know the basics of the game. In the next tutorial mission, you'll learn more advanced features and detailed strategies. Wow! Awesome! Don't slander Spyro. He's not dumb. He's just a little guy. I agree. I'm just saying if another person dislikes Spyro. I love the little dude. Congratulations. You have successfully completed your first tutorial mission and learned the basics of the game. A more challenging mission is now available, offering a deeper introduction to the mechanics of heroes and might and magic. Let's go! Dun 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 dun! Welcome to the second tutorial mission. Your goal is to reach the city at the opposite end of the map and capture it. That is the Necropolis town. The city is guarded by an AI player, so prepare your hero and army for the upcoming battle. Start by capturing the nearby mines. They will provide you with the resources and become the basis of your economy. Hell yeah. Also, if you mouse over resources at the top, you can see how much you get. Like how much income you have every day. Which is nice. Good feature. Oh. As you explore the world, you will come across a wide variety of map objects, buildings, and items your hero can interact with. Hovering over any map object will display a description, helping you decide whether it is currently useful to visit. Just like with standard movements, you can set a route to a map object. Once confirmed, the hero will automatically move to it and interact upon arrival. Each object has specific interaction squares, usually located just below it. When selecting a destination, your hero's path will be planned accordingly. Let's look at the town. Cities are the cornerstone. This is the human theme, by the way. Temple theme. Cities are the cornerstone of your progress in the game. Each one is unique and offers vital functions that can empower your units. Building! Construct a new building to expand your city's capabilities. Buildings unlock features such as army recruitment, unit upgrades, trading, and more. Construction requires resources and at times specific prerequisites buildings. By default, one building can be built in each city per day. So that's like for the people that are new. What you do basically in 1 day's rotation is you move your hero around the map, collect things, fight, what have you, and then you do something in your town, usually building one building, and then see if you need to produce new units. And then when the next week rolls around, because you can build one building a day, but when the next week rolls around, your supply of units will be refilled, and you can buy more units. They're probably going to tell you all this, but yeah. Buildings unlock features such as by default buildings can be built in each city per day. Recruiting creatures. One of a city's core functions is the recruitment of troops. Building creature dwellings allows you to recruit units. Their available numbers replenish at the start of each week. I don't know why I'm explaining it. It's of course going to explain it. Units from previous weeks will accumulate if not recruited, so you're not losing out by not recruiting. Upgrading creatures. Upgraded dwellings allow you to enhance your units. Keep in mind, only creatures whose improved dwellings are present in that city can be upgraded there. So if you travel to a different one, and you don't have the building but you want to upgrade them, tough tatas. Hiring heroes. Once a tavern is built, you can recruit additional heroes. While not essential, having multiple heroes gives you greater flexibility and control over the map. Yeah, because you can go multiple directions at once. While not essential, I would heavily argue with that. but it's also one of the reasons why I will probably play one hero mode in this. So they've basically made a mode where you only have your one hero and that's it. And I kind of like that. Because that's kind of the way I played this as a kid. And yeah, learning the multiple hero strategies at an older age, I'm like, man, I was dumb. But also, I kind of like just having one dude that I have to care about, you know? Trading resources and artifacts. Construct a marketplace. Again, the thing on the right first. To exchange resources and artifacts. Helping you manage your economy more efficiently. The more marketplaces you own, the better rates you'll get. Unique faction abilities. Every faction offers distinct advantages. Cities tied to a specific faction provide access to exclusive features that can dramatically shift the game in your favor. Additionally, cities generate gold daily and accumulate law points, which is new for this game. It's really fun. Which are used to activate your faction's special bonuses. Each city can hold up to 2 heroes at a time. One in the guest position down here. This hero is visible in the city and on the global map. That's what happens when you walk into a town. You occupy that lower row. And one in the garrison, which is the one up top. This hero is stationed in the city and disappears from the global map while there. You can freely move... Freely? What? You can move heroes. You can freely move heroes and creature stacks between the guest position and garrison during your turn. However, keep the following in mind. Every hero must have at least one creature stack. This is where it differentiates between Heroes 4 the most. Because in Heroes 4, you could walk around with just your units on the map. You didn't need a hero to walk around. But I think that is only in Heroes 4 as well. Which made refilling your hero with more units very easy. They could just walk over to him. Apart from neutral squads, creature stacks cannot exist on the map without a hero. You cannot transfer creatures from the garrison to the guest position unless there is a hero present there. Once transferred by a hero, creature stacks can remain in the garrison without a hero. Yeah. So I can leave a guy in here to protect. But in order for him to leave, he needs to leave with a hero. And yeah, they've changed the UI a little bit. This is what the human town looks like. And the theme is playing in the background. The quest window is kind of... Oh, you can hide the quest log. Okay. Oh. Oh, hold. Neutral squads. Sure, we can read this. On the global map, you will encounter neutral squads. Hostile creatures that guard valuable items. Important objects or passageways to new territories. Neutral squads can feature one or more creatures at the same time. The creature model on the map represents the strongest stack in its army. That is a halfling. Dope. The strongest stack in its army. However, hover your cursor over it to see the creature types and suspected amount of guards you will face. Also, pay attention to the estimated difficulty of the battle. This indicator shows how challenging the encounter is likely to be for your selected hero. Both neutral armies... I like this dragon here on the side, that's neat. Both neutral armies and your hero's armies can include a wide variety of creatures. Each creature has its own stats, passive traits, and active abilities. You cannot normally view detailed information about enemy hero creatures until you're in battle with them. However, you can always check the stats and abilities of creatures in your own army. Simply double-click the portrait of the desired unit in the bottom part of your screen. Creature stats. There's a lot. Thankfully, it's stuff I already know, but, you know, for a new player, it's quite a bit. For everything you click, something new pops up. A lot of people are going to skip through that. Each creature in the game is a unique entity with its own stats as well as active and passive abilities. Units of the same creature can be combined in a stack, which is the number you see under their health bar. That is the number of creatures in that stack. The more units in a stack, the more damage is dealt, or the more damage it deals. When taking damage, units in the stack can die, which reduces the number of the stack. In the creature information window, you can view the following stats: HP, amount of health of one unit in the stack, attack and defense, used in determining the damage dealt by and to the creature. If your creature's attack is higher than the target's defense, the damage increases. If lower, the damage decreases. Damage, the base damage range of a single unit in a stack. So that's range, okay. Morale and luck, used in determining the probability of an additional turn or increased damage during an attack. Speed, determines the creature's maximum range of movement in battle. And initiative, determines the order of the creature's turn in battle. This looks nice. Creatures can also have active and passive abilities. Special skills that have significant can have significant impact on the outcome of battle. Okay. So yeah, this is all I wanted to do. I just wanted to inspect my guy. Yeah, I don't know why they named this guy John Johnson, but it is kind of funny. You can view all detailed information about your hero in the corresponding interface. The amount of tutorials at this point is starting to get a little funny. Each hero has 4 attributes: attack, defense, spell power, knowledge, and 2 combat stats, morale, and luck. Yeah, we know that. As your hero levels up, they can learn up to 8 skills, including any skills the hero starts with. Each skill has 3 possible tiers of basic, advanced, and expert. Can be enhanced with 2 different sub-skills selected upon reaching advanced and expert. Yeah, you should have showed me this before the level up picking a skill thing. Should have done this first. Some skills can enhance others, and certain skill combinations can unlock an elite hero class, greatly increasing their power and granting access to unique bonuses. Gear on the hero. Heroes can equip various artifacts that provide various benefits. Each artifact occupies a specific equipment slot, can only be placed in that slot. Each hero can equip the following: 1 main hand weapon and 1 offhand weapon, 1 head, armor, belt, boot, back artifacts, 2 rings, 4 items, 1 holy relic, a special artifact that enhances the hero's skills. So this is what your inventory looks like. And then you can view your stuff up here. His basic, I guess. All who fall in battle do so in the sun's name. Whenever a friendly creature dies or kills an enemy, the hero's attack, defense, spell power, knowledge increases by 1 for 2 rounds. This effect is stackable. Interesting. Swordsman growth in your city is increased by 1, so this is his passive. Under his command, swordsmen gain 1 speed, 1 initiative, and 20% HP. Their attack and defense increase by 1 for every 3 hero levels. And the enemy swordsmen lose an equal amount of attack and defense. The hero I picked when I played Dungeon had this for Minotaurs. So he increased growth of Minotaurs in my cities and stuff. So that was kind of, you know, a little bit broken, maybe, possibly. Yeah, let's look at all the creatures. This is what we have for Temple. Falconer is a 2nd tier unit. Yeah. Basically, yeah. They all have a falcon. Living, ranged attack, view from the heavens. Increase the hero's sight radius by 1 while this creature is in the army. Deals plus 20% range damage, does not end the turn. Oh, for Minotaurs? Yeah. And then when we upgrade him to the first guy, he gets this. Strike twice when performing range attacks. Okay. And the other upgrade does what instead? Range attacks deal full range damage at any range. So, usually in combat when you're using a range character, you get the broken... I know you know this, Dax, but for new players, when you attack a range, you get this kind of broken arrow symbol when you're too far away that deals less damage. So this guy getting range attacks deal full range damage at any range is kind of huge. But then again, shooting twice, you know. This guy has more attack, though. The damage is the same between them, so... I don't know. This guy has higher initiative, so he acts earlier. Oh, wait. Yeah, this guy has something else, too. He has Sharpshooter with full range damage, and then Piercing Shot, so this is a skill. Deals 50% basic attack damage. The target takes 20% damage until the end of the round. Okay, so they kind of like break the unit for a turn, so they take more damage from every source for the rest of the round. That's nice. For Griffins, they do counterattack twice. That was what you were asking before, I think. So that's that answers that question. They can fly. Yeah. Ooh. Nice. Light Weaver, I think this is a healer of some sort, or a buff character. Increase targets friendly creatures attack and defense by 5, speed and initiative by 1. So she's a buff queen. Sun Herald, that looks nice. Cavalry. Ignores enemy defense. Increase friendly creatures morale, okay. Moving before an attack increases damage by 5% per hex moved. So this guy traveling the field to attack does way more damage. Interesting. Ooh. The Tourney Knight. Nice. Inquisitor. Mother Superior. Excommunicator. Okay. Cool. What about the angels? Oh, they're ranged, right. So they throw spears now? Is that what they ended up landing on? So you have regular angels. Archangels. Nice. And Apotheosis. Nice. I'm not going to read all the skills. We can do that later when we look at all the themes. Okay, let's combine them a little bit. And then we buy... So this is my main building. This gives me more gold. I need to... What do you mean confirm? What do I click? Is this different? Oh, you have to pick one of the upgrades. I'm dumb. Produces 500 more gold daily. Produces 500 more law points daily. Produces 5 more astrology points daily. What's astrology points? I don't know. Give me more gold. And then the building upgrades in the background. Nice. Economy plays a central role in Heroes of Might and Magic. Throughout the game, you'll encounter many sources of income, but cities are among the most important. Certain buildings within a city generates resources automatically. The primary resource produced daily is gold, used for construction, recruitment, and other essential actions. Constructing specific buildings will increase daily gold income and may also unlock the ability to harvest additional resource types. City also generates law points, a special resource required to activate your faction's unique bonuses. Astrology points, which I don't remember, a special resource that increases the level of the magic observatory and allows you to unlock and upgrade more powerful global map spells. Right. To boost your daily gold, law, and astrology points production, upgrade your city's central structure. Example of the Solar Temple. Note, cities aren't the only source of these resources. You can acquire them through other means as you explore the world. So yeah, now I got a checkpoint on my town here on the side, which means we've built everything for this turn. There's nothing more to buy. And we can go pick up some gold. Gold, wood, ore, which is purple for some reason. Crystals, gems, and mercury and alchemical dust are the main resources in the game. They are essential for nearly all gameplay activities. Constructing buildings, hiring troops and heroes, studying and upgrading spells, and more. Your objective is to gather a variety of resources and use them strategically to strengthen your position over time. Resources can be obtained in several ways, found directly on the global map, acquired by capturing mines, collected by visiting objects across the map. Can we get this? Easy battle? Hell yeah. Once per week gives the first visitor a small amount of random resources. Yeah! Got wood? Someone can appear from this portal, but you cannot enter it. That's horrifying to have next to your base. Let's fight. Okay, see I have the broken arrow icon there for the range. So I'm not dealing full range damage. Let's punch him in the back. Bonk. Let's do it again. Dummy. Now we are out of movement for the day, so I click E, or I could press down here, but I'm going to click E. Move to the next day. Managing multiple heroes. In Heroes of Might and Magic, you can use multiple heroes to explore the map efficiently and quickly. Each hero has their own level and set of skills, and they can each play various roles, from a simple scout and resource collector to a great commander who can conquer your enemies. My ability to read is failing me. Heroes can be hired in any city where a tavern is built. Hiring heroes requires a one-time payment of gold. You can control only a limited number of heroes at a time. Capturing new cities increases the limit. However, if you lose control of cities, the maximum number of heroes decreases, and you may lose the ability to recruit new ones. Your currently recruited heroes are displayed on the right side of the screen. Okay. Oh. They gave me a new hero from the other side of the portal. Okay. Interesting. That's also a Heroes 3 sound. What the shit? Huh? Huh? See the griffins in play. I love the look of this guy. The guard captain. Oh, he's the double strike guy? Hell yeah. I love the look of this. He really pops on the battlefield with the blue. It's really nice. Can I? Oh yeah, I can. Look at that guy. Look how blue he is. 1 to 2, 1 to 3, 1 to 3. I'm gonna land there, I think. As to not open myself up to this guy at the bottom. Ow! And then we counterattack and destroy this man. Yo. Uh-oh. Oh. Creature abilities. Many creatures have abilities, special active skills that can deal damage, strengthen friendly creatures, weaken enemy creatures, and more. Unless stated otherwise, using an ability will end the creature's turn. To use abilities, units need focus, which accumulates during the battle. When a stack attacks or takes damage from an enemy, it generates 1 focus point for its army. After accumulating 6 focus points, you get a focus charge, which can be spent to activate abilities. Different abilities require different amounts of focus charges to activate. The required amount is shown on the ability icon. After using the ability, it enters a cooldown and becomes unavailable for several rounds. The cooldown duration is equal to the ability's activation cost. Many creatures have powerful abilities that can significantly alter the course of battle. Use focus wisely. Your hero can also use active abilities, which also requires focus charges. These abilities follow the same rules as creature abilities. After use, they enter a cooldown. This is not spells, by the way. This is something different, I think. You can use your hero's active abilities at any point during your creature's turn. Using a hero's ability does not end the creature's turn. All heroes start out with a simple ability that deals damage to enemy targets. Other abilities are unlocked as you progress by learning special skills. Use the focus charges your army accumulates wisely. Do not forget to activate your creatures and heroes' abilities at the right moment to maximize their effectiveness in battle. So we got all that on a creature that doesn't have a skill. How dare you? How dare you? There we go. Victory. Now we can get some wood mills and stuff. I should probably get this first. Owned objectives. Some interactive objects on the map have an owner, the player who last interacted with them. The objects are marked with a flag next to their model on the map. The color of the flag indicates which player currently controls the objective. Ownable objects include cities as well as other key structures, such as mines. These generate resources for your treasury on a daily basis. While flagged, mines are a cornerstone of your economy. Creature dwellings. This is out in the overworld, by the way. Creature dwellings, these allow you to hire reinforcements. Like in cities, the number of available units is limited, with a new batch showing up at the start of each week. While flagged, these dwellings passively increase the weekly growth of corresponding creatures in all your cities. Nice. Controlled by red. Hell yeah. Got wood. Now we got ore as well. And ore storage? Sure. Once per week gives ore to the first hero that visits. We have a building we can make. Mews? There's mewing in this game. Removes the fog of war within 20 squares of the city. I will never let the ring within 100 leagues of your city. There we go with a tavern. Old Lord Mandel. Hero strike. So he's a physical attacker guy. She produces 500 gold per day, plus another 100 for every 3 hero levels. Welcome, Clarissa. And this is the poster child for Temple. Friendly creatures have +1 morale. They also have a higher chance of triggering the positive effects of morale. 2% chance per morale point for every 4 levels. This bonus increases by 1%. Okay. She comes with 1 knight for some reason. Don't know why that is. That's weird. Easy battle. So let's do an auto battle, shall we? I'm just gonna click down here in the bottom left. I'm gonna click autoplay remaining battle. Are you sure you want to automatically play and finish the rest of the battle? Yes. There we go. So you can auto battles, and there's also a setting to enable that before even entering battle. So that's nice. While exploring the world, heroes can find any and equip artifacts. Powerful items that enhance their abilities or weaken opponents. A hero can equip, blah, 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 blah. We read all this. Ooh, look at that. Artifacts come in 4 rarities. Common, rare, epic, and legendary. Easy enough. The higher the rarity, the more powerful the effect. Many artifacts are part of sets. Equipping multiple items from the same set provides additional bonuses. Artifacts from sets can be improved. This requires alchemical dust, and the upgrade is performed directly in the hero's inventory. If I remember correctly, you can also salvage equipment to gain alchemical dust. We do that. Oh. Okay. It doesn't let me click this. Both tier 1 and tier 2 units of temple have an upgrade that add 2 attacks per round instead of 1. Yup. Do the other tier of units for a temple have the option to have 2 attacks too? I think it might be just the starter guys. But this guy counterattacks twice, so that kind of follows that theme. What the shit? Can counterattack unlimited times per round? What? It's disgusting. Counterattacks each time an adjacent enemy attacks a friendly creature. It does not attack twice otherwise. It's only the counterattacks. Range and the spell. Nah, she's just a support type thing. This guy mainly ignores enemy defense, gets a bonus for moving to attack. Like winding up for the big hits. Inquisitor ignores enemy's attack when struck. Immune to all magic damage. What the shit? Hits the target and all adjacent enemies. AoE Queen. Okay. The angel, I don't think attacks twice either. Oh. Ranged attacks deal full range damage at any range is a thing for the Archangel. That's horrifying. So the Archangel is basically going to be the Titan of this game then. The Tower has in 3. That's awful. Receives no penalty in melee range, dealing full damage because it's a ranged character. Okay. It's nice. He looks like a Diablo character. By the way, we did the Diablo streams, like the last 2 days, and the new Diablo expansion has probably my favorite Diablo story in 20 years. The new expansion story was really good. I'm shocked. And a little appalled. I don't know. I'm slightly appalled by the fact that they just throw out a good story like that. How dare they? You know, speaking of cool archangels and stuff. Okay. Crystals in my kingdom? Wow. The hero can learn tier 5 daylight spells. I mean, high tier of spells is probably good. Here we go. That's the basis for one of her advanced classes. She has Grand Inquisitor. Enemy hero can use each spell only once per battle. You can screw over other magic users. That's awesome. All the hero spells always cost 0 mana. What? That's also wild. Both of those are really good on paper. I don't know if they're good in practice, but goddamn. If one of the angel upgrades was biblically accurate, that would have been horrifying and something they would have put in dungeon in that case, I think. Here you can learn tier 5 arcane spells. What is that then? The chalice thing? So that's Grand Inquisitor. Sure. Yeah, let's do that. Clarissa, you're gross. There we go. Alchemical dust. This is new. Alchemical dust is a special resource required to improve various elements of the game. It is used to enhance artifacts, upgrade spells, and construct upgraded creature dwellings in cities. There's only like 2 creatures for each town that requires this in the demo. I don't know about this version of the game. Unlike other resources, there are no mines that produce alchemical dust. You can obtain it the following ways: discovering it on the global map or visiting certain objects, synthesizing it in the alchemical lab using crystals, gems, and mercury. I don't remember that being a thing. Might be new, maybe I just didn't know about it. Or destroying artifacts to extract a small amount of dust. That is what I tried to do, but it doesn't let me click the demolish button right here. Sure. I love the burn effect of the map. It's so clean. It's so clean. My guys can still move. Why is there Dragon Utopia up here? Yeah, so it gives a very large amount of gold and valuable artifacts after defeating its guards. Yeah, so Dragon Utopias are like the end game buildings that you fight in the PvE sense of the game, because they are occupied by a lot of dragons. That's just the Heroes 3 sounds. Hell yeah. Sign me the shit up. Let me do a skip combat. An artifact. Fish to the face. This is a weapon. Part of a set. The Pauper's Glory. Okay. It goes wobble wobble in combat. Of course it does. With 2 set items, +1 to attack, defense, spell power, knowledge, morale, and luck. With 4 set items, the same. With 6 items, the same. So, if you get the full set, you get +3 to all stats. Honestly, not awful. Biography? Why are you John Johnson? John was just a soldier until the Ravenshore campaign, where he carried his fallen commander to safety and led a retreat. Proving himself in battle, he rose through the ranks as a general who fought alongside his men. The loyalty of his army never wavered, even against the dragon. When they slew the beast together, John was the last to believe it. He still sees himself as just a soldier, but hero or not, his greatest deeds may yet lie ahead. John Johnson. It's the same sounds, picking up a chest, leveling up. What? I don't remember that being the case in the demo. I love this. Yeah. Do the same with the movement stuff we picked up last map. That's so close to the Claire Obscure theme. What the shit? Okay. What do? Grand Inquisitor Ascendant. Okay. So the elite classes are Temple's magic users have the Grand Inquisitor and Ascendant, while the Temple Might users have the other 2. Okay. So there's only 4 elite classes per town. I think I held my hands up like this so you didn't see my pinky. Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, I like Grand Inquisitor better than Ascendant. So I'm just gonna go for Advanced Daylight Magic. The cooldowns for all the Hero's Daylight spells are reduced by 1 round. It generates 1 focus at the start of every battle. -1 levels to all enemy Daylight spells. Reduce cooldowns, why not? That could be fun. Want to build anything? It's a new week! Marketplace. Upgrade my town again. We can do that. There's more gold. Oh yeah, there was something I wanted to check out when I backed out of the town the first time. It was this. Map setting. Toggle grid. You can see a grid for the map. Like just on the UI. That's great. You can just have that so you can see every square on the map. You can toggle danger zones. So you see the aggro range of units. You could toggle area borders. And then this would be part of the passive that says when you get a bonus if you start the day in an area you control. Because inside this line is the area that I control, you know, because I have a town here. So the stuff in here is the stuff I control. Follow opponents on the global map. This is a classic thing for the franchise where when you see an enemy hero come into your visible part of the map, your camera will follow their movements during their turn. So that's just a basic thing that's all like been in the franchise for half an eternity. Restores 20% of heroes' maximum movement points, grants 20% until the end of the week. Nice. Just go around collecting her with Leah the Untethered. She is really untethered from my town, just running further and further away. Is there a keybind to autoplay combat? Also, you can change animation speeds. So you can change how fast they move on the map and how fast they move in combat. To your preferred speed. Congratulations, you've completed the first intermediate task and captured all nearby mines. Now build up the city, strengthen your army, and play at your own pace. When you're ready, move along the road to the main goal. So my quest now is defeat the enemy, complete the intermediary task, and I've done that. So we are on the road again. Love the grid? Yeah, the grid is a great addition. The amount of times I will be using it, probably not high, but I do love that it's there. That's so close to Clair Obscure. What? Why? Oh my god, I fly now. They fly now. Bank. More gold daily. Allows the selected hero to spend a day learning. They'll be unavailable until the next day and receive a permanent increase to an attribute of their choice. Interesting. Removes the fog of war within 20 squares around the city. Provides wall during sieges. That's pretty good. Now, the AI is not going to be aggressive, so probably don't need that. Mage's Guild is very key to a lot of things in these games. Nice thing about building in this, you see the lines in between buildings here, so you see what they require in order to be built. And the Griffin Rookery is required for a lot of different buildings here, so let's build that. It is construct. Oh, okay. Magic Observatory and Faction Laws. We will be looking at these soon. Not right now, but soon. And then, my good man, that's too fast. +4 to tier 1 creature growth in all your cities. Fun! Friendly creatures take -20% damage instead of 15. All the fallen battle do so in the hero's name. Whenever a friendly creature dies or kills an enemy, the hero's attack, defense, spell power, no, increase by 1 for 3 rounds. This effect is stackable. Yeah. So, advanced defense. Friendly creatures take less damage from range and long reach attacks. Friendly creatures generate 1 focus point when they take damage. This bonus is doubled if the hero knows recruitment. Oh. Synergy! Friendly creatures gain +2 defense for each point of luck. Focus, why not? Has everyone visited the stone? You haven't! My lady! Visit the stone! Expert daylight magic? Yes. Logistics? Yo. Logistics is always peak. You always want logistics. And that is too high move. Like, that's too fast. Interacting with a friendly hero. In addition to moving around the map and visiting interactive objects, you can have your heroes approach one another. When this happens, the exchange interface will open, allowing you to transfer artifacts and troops between heroes. Distribute your forces wisely. Split your army between heroes to defend different locations, or unite all your troops under one hero for decisive victories. Strategic interaction between your heroes is an essential skill that can help you overcome even the most formidable challenges. Yes, so I'm gonna do a 1 split there, put them over there, do that, and then put that over there. She can have her 1 dude, that's fine. Wait. How did I trade with Clarissa? She's over here. Did that bug out? What the shit just happened? I think it bugged. What the shit just happened? Okay. Sure. I don't know what that was. So yeah, she can go back over here. Now, did he actually get her units, or did they just disappear into nothingness? Because that was wild. I mean, there's a dwelling up there we kind of want. Go. That's also a Heroes 3 sound. What? I love this. Why are they... I guess they would be allowed to use the sounds, but it feels so weird that they are. Heroes 3, my beloved. Go into combat. Auto-resolve. Yes, please. We didn't lose a single guy. Get him out of here. It can be Luffy. Interesting. Send her in there to garrison her units. And then we build. I guess a garrison too. Why not? When conditions are met, your creatures can be upgraded into more powerful ones. Each faction unit has 2 distinct upgrade paths, offering flexibility in how you build your army. Upgraded creatures come with improved stats and new abilities. Each upgrade path supports a unique role or playstyle, allowing you to tailor your forces to suit your strategy. Creatures upgrades are performed in cities. There are two ways you can do this. Use the upgrade creature button. Double click on a specific stack icon to open its details window and press the upgrade button there. You can only upgrade creatures in a city that has the corresponding upgraded dwelling already built. Beyond the standard upgrade system, there may be alternative upgrade methods, such as special objects on the global map that offer unique transformation options. Now, We could go for the offensive guard captain that does 2 attacks. Or we could go for the defensive Sun's Aegis, which is more defensive. I'm going to go for the guard captain. However, that would be for her one guy, and I don't think that's worth it at this point. So I'm just going to leave that alone. And then she can keep collecting stuff. Yeah. Some crossbowmen. Bowman. During your adventures, you will expand your territory, capturing new lands and cities. The passage to the neighboring area is guarded. Yeah, this is basically a border. Win the battle to clear the way. After that, capture the city located in the new area. So we get a second base. We go over there and defeat the Necropolis town. Okay. Last coin. She has 2 pieces of the set. She gets +1 to all stats. Damn. She's a monster. Difficult? Well. Then we'll probably go back here and clear out the... I was about to say the past. That's not what that is. We lost 1 crossbow boy. Permanently increases each visiting hero's defense by 1. We can't move anymore, so... Next day. Resolve combat for me, please. Mountain Monastery. Permanently increases... what? Each visiting hero's attack, defense, spell power, and knowledge by 2 for 5,000 gold. Yes. Give me that ish. Is there a keybind? I forgot. I wanted to check this. Is there a keybind for auto-resolving combats? Shift Q. Okay. Shift quick. Friendly creatures always deal maximum and take minimum damage. I want that. Expert scouting. Removes the fog of war within 15 squares of the hero each morning. Shows the exact armor composition within 30 squares of the hero. Enemies can't see detailed information about your army when they try to see random numbers. That's really funny for playing against friends and stuff. I completely messed them over. Yay! I love that they have a bunch of cages for the birds. And that's such a big part of the crossbowman identity for some reason. I really like that. Oh. Dang 90s nostalgia. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yes. So good. We're just playing the tutorial right now. Glorious. Oh. But they did get the guy who did the music for 3 to come back and do the music for this. And those sounds are back from 3. That's a damn movement penalty right there. Goddamn. A hippodrome. You see the horse run around in there? That's fun. Good shit. So good. Ah, it's just like I remember it, but slightly more modern. So nice. It's so good. Wait, new week? You know what that means? New week, new me. Who's coming to play this week? Guard captains. We'll do the sharpshooter at full range. Hell yeah. Get some griffins, some light weavers. And then we don't have money for the cavalry, but that's fine. Then what we do is this. We'll use her to move over here to give my main guy more units. And what I will do is that I will send the not upgraded units back with her. Take them back to town to upgrade them. But I can also do this. To have like a middleman here. To have her stand on the bridge. That way they can connect halfway. She can move there and then go back and then she can go, you know. Make the trip shorter. But I guess, I mean, she has more movement points this round, but it doesn't really matter. Movement bonus. We don't have these guys for this week. Purchase. Then we go back as far as we can. Then she will pick up the new guys we got there. More knights, more crossbows. And then she will go back to this one. We'll send them over. Save one knight right there. She needs at least one unit. Send them back. Upgrade them when we have money. Which is not now, apparently, but if we get a marketplace. Each faction in Heroes of Might and Magic Olden Era has its own cities, which offer both universal functions and faction-specific features. In all cities, you can, among other things, build a tavern to recruit new heroes, use the marketplace to exchange resources, visit the artifact merchant to purchase equipment for your heroes using resources. In addition to these shared options, each faction has unique buildings that are only available in its cities. For example, the ruler of Temple City, you can construct 2 exclusive structures. The Scouting Skyship, which reveals a wide area of the fog of war around the city, or the Guild of 6 Winds, which allows you to train heroes improving their attributes. Yes, we did look at both of those. Okay. Is there anything else that was like... Why do I have screen tearing? Let me turn on VSync, maybe. I don't see much difference there, but I don't know. It doesn't screen tear now, at least. I don't know. Permanently does this? Sure, why not? Might as well move a little bit. We don't have everything we need for the next round anyway, so, or we won't have the resources for the next round. Why is the Claire Obscure theme stacked in there? That is wild. Add a modded version of this, make it Warhammer? What? For which game? Which one? Sounds dope. Let me see here. So let's get the bank for more gold. We need gold. Sure. Anything else to increase gold income? There it is. Okay. So fortifications. Additional passages appear in the city walls. Traps appear on the battlefield. When this city is attacked, a stack of 1/2 creatures joins the defender's side. Um, sure, let's do traps, whatever. Defensive fortifications are a vital part of the city's infrastructure. They bolster your defenses by adding battlefield elements such as walls, towers, and other structures during sieges. Upgrading the fortifications not only strengthens your city's defensive capabilities, but also increases weekly creature growth. Each time you construct or upgrade fortifications, you'll be prompted to choose one of 3 unique improvements. Your selection determines which additional defenses will appear in battle or what new properties will be granted to existing structures. Each choice has its own advantages to select, so select the one that meets your needs the most. Yeah. Let's do that. And then you can go up there to get the weekly wood income. And our boy there is just not going to do anything. Have you gone to see the giant sword? You haven't. It's not like you need the attack stat, but you know, I'm feeling generous. Okay. Let's see if we can upgrade some units. And I'll go for the sharpshooter. Damn. Good. So, let's give them to our guy. Now this is a lot of units. That's a lot. And what about her? She's already on the move. Okay. Can we build anything? I mean, let's build the treasury. Yeah. More gold is required. More gold is required. And then get Granny Goodness here back on track. And she can move over here. She can do 2, and then we do that and that. And then we take those up to the guy. We can equip them on him. We now have 4 pieces of the set. We're missing a shirt. And a piece of rope. I don't know. I wish they were like glowing to show which ones were equipped. It looks like they glow a bit when you hover over them, but then that disappears. That's interesting. What more do we build? Build higher. Build taller. Build more. Mage guilds are one of the primary sources of spells in Heroes of Might and Magic. Each level of the Each level of the guild you build, the sentence, unlocks additional spells in the Magic Observatory, which visiting heroes may be able to learn. Heroes who begin their day in a city with a mage guild also fully restore their mana, allowing them to cast spells again. To explore spells in more detail and manage your magical capabilities, open the Magic Observatory screen. Well, if that isn't the perfect time to dive into that. Magic is a key element of gameplay, alongside armies. Heroes can use spells both in combat and on the global map. To cast spells, heroes use a special resource, mana. Mana is a limited resource that partially restores each new day. If the hero starts the day in a city that contains a mage guild, their mana is fully restored. Heroes can only use spells that have been added to their spellbook. Spells are divided into 4 schools: Daylight Savings, Daylight Magic, Nightshade Magic, Arcane Magic, and Primal Magic. So Holy, Unholy, Arcane, Primal. Okay. Each school has its own focus. Daylight magic includes many support spells that strengthen your army. Primal magic mainly contains combat spells that deal damage. The main way to acquire spells is by building a mage guild in cities. What the shit is this? I barely remember this system, by the way, from the demo. All spells are ranked by tier from 1st to 5th. By default, all heroes can learn and cast 1st and 2nd tier spells. To access higher tier spells, they must first develop proficiency in their corresponding magic school, which is acquired like all other skills. Some artifacts may allow heroes to ignore this restriction. There are also neutral spells that do not belong to any school. These spells have unique... She doesn't even go here! These spells have unique acquisition conditions. Most often, they are unlocked through skills and sub-skills. To use these neutral spells, a hero must also reach a certain level. The higher the spell's tier, the higher the required hero's level. So we have big spell icon to unlock or upgrade. Okay. So this is level 1, I guess, that I have right now. If it's grayed out, it's level 0, based on the bottom left of the info text. If I remember correctly, there's one on page 4. That is very good. Is it still here, I wonder? No. Did they remove this? Or am I just thinking of the wrong tier? There's one that teleports you back to town. Doesn't seem like I can see it, though. Neutral magic. Creates a portal until the end of the day, allowing any hero to travel through it. Entry is from any free adjacent space, and exit is to any free space within 5 squares. Huh. Dimension door teleports the hero to target location within 8 squares. Grants the hero the ability to fly, moving freely through any obstacles on the global map. Flying above obstacles costs 30% movement points, plus 30%. Town portal, there it is. Level 8 to learn. Teleports the casting hero to a selected city you control, usable 1 time per day. That's the one I was thinking of. That's really good. Immediately restores 40 movement points. Ugh. Is really nice, actually. Let's check out the faction loss. That's also a new system. Each faction in the game is unique. Its cities feature special buildings. It recruits unique units, and its heroes belong to that specific faction. On the global map, each faction is also associated with its own type of terrain, which affects various game mechanics. However, the most unique feature of each faction is its exclusive set of faction laws. I don't know about that. Research options that change different aspects of the game. These laws can strengthen the economy, improve creature stats, modify core gameplay rules. As you play, you earn law points, increasing your faction's level. With each new level, you gain 1 law seal. These seals can be spent immediately or saved to unlock more expensive and powerful laws. To unlock high-level laws, you must first invest some seals into some basic ones. Some laws require multiple seals to unlock or upgrade. Some laws have multiple levels. Each level increases the effect of the law. Law points are generally generated daily by cities and can also be earned by heroes during active play. Defeating neutral armies grant law points equal to 20% of the hero's gained XP, excluding any additional bonuses. Capturing neutral objects on the map also grants law points. So, you have a thing usually up top that gives you some resources. So, provides a one-time allotment of 2,500 gold, 5 wood, and 5 ore when enacted. So, if I spend 1 point on this, I will get those resources immediately. But that is it. It benefits me once, and then never again. Could be really good early game. Your heroes gain 1 sight radius, and you can see up above the symbol that you can upgrade it twice, or upgrade it once. It has 2 levels. So, yeah. Probably gain 2 sight radius. Produces 250 astrology points daily. Let's do that. Swordsman growth in your cities increases by 4. They gain 2 defense. Yeah. And then after improvements, growth increased by 4 like it is now. However, they gain 4 defense instead of the 2 they have now. Crossbowman growth in your cities increased by 4. They gain attack. Friendly creatures deal 25% damage to summoned enemy creatures. Produces 500 gold daily. Produces 1 gem daily. That's kind of, especially for dungeon, producing a resource like that is huge. Heroes gain 1 morale. Griffith production. Lightweaver production. All positive effects on friendly creatures last 1 additional round. Friendly creatures gain 1 initiative. That is disgusting. So, and there's more below. So it's, yeah, it's an interesting system, and they look different for each team. So that is very nice. Yeah, we can buy horse boys now. Nice. I feel like they look different from the demo. End turn. Glorious. We could. It's easier. It's not that simple to mouse over cities or mouse over buildings in the city. Like see the highlight of them. I think that's a little unclear. So it is easier to use the menu on the side here, I think, to find buildings. I'm buying gold. I'm now being banned from every MMO I've ever played because I said that out loud. What? Even though I don't do it in MMOs, they thought I did. And they banned me everywhere. Oh no. I'm not going to buy a new building this round because I need all the gold I can get to recruit all the dudes I can get. How far can she run from here? Wide a ways, apparently. Okay. So I'm going to go up here. Just going to end round to get a new week. I love that sound. Some guard captains, some marksmen, a griffin, a light weaver, and cavalry. And we can also upgrade something. Yay! Not a creature building, apparently. We don't have the required alchemical dusts for some of them. Now a lot of buildings require alchemical dust. Did they change that, or am I just misremembering the amount required to build your town? Produces 1 gem daily, and then I can go into law here and get this to once again produce 1 gem daily, so that I always get 2 for every day. And if I upgrade that again, I will have this sit at 3. Get another +1 for that, which would be nice. So I think we'll run with this group of units. Send them over. And it's nice that you can use WASD to move the camera around. I like that. And then we move all these guys into the main army. This is going to be a disgusting ball of death. He's almost level 5. So, John Johnson. Easy battle, huh? Let's see it. Oh my god. Okay, so I have combat animations slightly fast as well. I feel like we can probably put battle animations down to minimum. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. They don't need to move faster than that. Look at that. Full damage. 87 to 92. Beautiful. Beautiful work by Mr. Crossbow. I love that symbol. As a monk main in Final Fantasy XIV, seeing a burning fist makes me happy. Let's take expert defense. Why not? For the first one, we picked generate focus when friendly creatures take damage. Enemy creatures deal -1 damage. Friendly creatures take -10% magic damage. Bonus is doubled if the hero knows diplomacy. -15 attack to enemy creatures. Sure. It's minus their attack. Why not? Next day. Ah, Griffin Dwelling. Nice. XP, of course. Gives resources after defeating its guardians? Sign me the hell up. Produces 5 alchemical dust daily. Yes, immediately give me that. There are also guards inside some of the objects on the map. Be ready to fight if you want to get to the reward hidden inside. Yes. Easy battle. Get ready for the next battle. In addition to the usual battles on the global map, you may come across special guarded objects. Battle with these guards differ from standard battles due to the unique placement of both your and your enemy's troops. In these encounters, your forces may be surrounded by the enemy, or in some cases, you may have the advantage of surrounding the enemy yourself. Victory in such battles will be rewarded will reward you with a valuable prize that was being guarded by the creature you just defeated. I can swap who is where. So let's do that. Let's do that, actually. Crossbowman on the inside there. Oh, they have a crossbowman over there. Let's get him out of the way. Another crossbowman. The music is so clean. I'm really stumbling over my words today. The music is so good. High morale, another turn for my crossbow man. Don't mind if I didgeridoo. Yeah, sure. Move up there. Why not? Counterattack that man. Or not. How dare! That's super dead. Here we go. Finally, a move for my dude. Doesn't take me to Paragon, though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, I'm gonna do that. Friendly temple creatures deal and take 10% on native terrain. Whenever a friendly stack dies or kills an enemy stack, the hero gains 3 temporary mana. Grants a new ability, it dispels all negative effects from the target. Oh. They're regarding resources! Yay! Wonderful. Love that for me. This is an empty castle, by the way. Mine now. You have successfully captured the city. Complete the exploration of the nearby lands and prepare for a longer trip. Ahead of you is your first serious opponent, the enemy hero, blocking the way to the next goal. Wow. In here, I'm just gonna get more gold. Ta-da! Glorious. Glorious. Ooh, gems. No, actually. I'm gonna do that. Save them for the upgrade in there. Light weavers, yes please. And mines. Basilica. Like already the difference between my start town and my new town, the amount of buildings they put down and change, pretty cool. Can you believe Hero 7 like removed most of the town interface and all that stuff? It's so wild to me. Why would they ever? So dumb. Solar temple, produce more gold. That's all we need, really. Movements. Okay, jam. Good jam. More jam crystal. Mercury, more mercury. Alchemical lab allows gems, crystals, and mercury to be converted into alchemical dust. Sure. Ooh. It's right. It was right there. Sure. Let's get the hippodrome. While exploring the map, you may encounter portals, special objects that instantly transport heroes to another location. Unlike regular movement, where you always see the destination, portals can take you to unexplored and remote regions of the map. Each portal is always connected to another portal. Sometimes, access to a portal is guarded by a neutral squad. Defeat them, and your hero will be able to use the portal. You can return through the same portal without having to fight again. The guards only appear once. I feel like they should have split up a lot of these into different maps instead of just, you know, spamming you with pop-ups of how to play. I feel like that would probably have been more effective. Yeah, let's do the upgrade buildings for these guys. Next day we can do the upgrade building for the crossbowmen. Yeah. Or we can't at all, actually. $15 for that. Okay, sure. I needed 2, but I'll take 15. Oh, yeah. Now I don't. I've already built this turn. God damn it. Ah. New week? Okay. More work. See the scout ship. That's gonna open up a lot of the visibility of the map. Okay, okay. I mean, we almost see the enemy town now. Easy battle. Okay, he doesn't have that many units. That's not too bad. Did we do this? No, we didn't. Boom. Okay, now we have units to buy here as well, so let's do that. Buy. Buy. Then include them in the army. This is so dumb. I have so many units. For a tutorial, this is so unnecessary. So the unlimited attacks is the gold one. Or unlimited counters, rather. Lightweaver, we'll have upgrades for her too. Okay. Spells all negative effects from all friendly units. Or melee damage. Target friendly creature deals maximum damage. Okay, and this dispels effects. Okay, sure. Cavalry, we have ignore enemy defense. Increase speed and initiative of all friendly creatures, or whenever this creature gains positive effect, its attack increases by 2 until the end of the battle. Sure. And Inquisitors. We got a lot of dudes now. To send up north. Swap the entire army between them. That is a sick function. Love that. Interesting. A unique problem has arisen. Yeah. She can go back there, and you can go back over there. Yeah, sure. And turn. And turn, like, who am I, you know? We don't have any wood. Lord Edgar. We don't have a marketplace here. So now we're selling gold for wood. How the turntables. Okay. Let's keep moving. Do 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 do. And we haven't built anything here. Killed the 6 winds. Train a merchant. Train a guy or artifact merchants. Or train a guy. Why not? Let's train the old lady. Select an attribute to improve. I mean, knowledge seems to be her thing, so I guess I'll spell power as well. Okay. Yeah, sure. And my turn. Fuck my shit up, dude. Auto, yes. Good. Rags. Let's see some more of the map. Didn't show that much. My town upgrade did most of the heavy lifting there. And building. Glorious. And the thorn. Oh, she's gone for a week? I thought she was gone for a day to train. Huh. Increase 1 stat? That can't be real. Complete. Okay, leave the guild. Okay. And then we can do it again. Wait, we can do this 3 times for each stat? What? Sure. Wild. Yeah, sure. Now we immediately just go pow. And we win. Ooh, 8th cavalry. Don't mind if I do. Get more mercury. Get more crystal. Radiant Forge. We have angels, people. We have angels. Summon them. Angel. Done. Okay, yeah, I have gem production, so why am I out of gems? Probably spent them all to buy that house, I would guess. Boop. Now I can upgrade my birds. Unavailable? Unfortunate. I do have gems now. We can buy an angel. Wow. We're gonna have angels and we're gonna barge into that base and we're gonna destroy them. Look at those wings. That's not me turning him, by the way. They turn back to the base rotation automatically, apparently. Okay. Cool. Okay, well, I guess we move forward. But then again, yeah, I'm just gonna do that twice, I guess, to get a new week and a month. I almost said month on accident, but turns out it is actually a new month, so, you know. Okay, let's recruit more dudes. Glorious. Glorious. Now we need to do that. She has a stacked spell power stat now. God damn. A demon on the battlefield. A demon indeed. Okay. Swap armies, yeah. Okay, let's get the army, my man. Nice. I really want to upgrade my cavalry before we move out. But considering I don't even have the basic hippodrome for it. I mean, I could just buy wood, I guess. Okay, accept. Now I have the wood. This isn't really how you want to play this in case you're playing against people. But if you're playing against a computer, probably fine. Yeah. 20 wood. Okay. Well, realistically, it's much easier for me to just do this. Turns out it isn't that much easier. So what I need to do is this. I send these two down there to get upgraded. And map speed. Yeah. Send them down there to get upgraded. And then we send them back on the next day. Easy. I should have probably been doing this from the beginning. New day. Got a heck load of gold. There we go. Instead of desperately trying to make that town produce that upgraded unit, I should have just done this from the beginning. Boop. Boop. Easy. Okay. Now we can go into combat with my extremely over-leveled army. We now have angels and everything. I keep getting skills for the class I don't want to build to. Big sad. Whenever a friendly enemy creature kills the target, it fully restores its HP. Grants new ability. It increases attack of a friendly creature by 100% of the hero's attack and spell power, and its defense by 100% of the hero's defense and knowledge until the end of the round. Whenever righteousness is triggered, the hero gains plus 2 to all attributes until the end of the round. Rope belt. So do I have the full set now? Yes, I do. So we now get +3 in all stats because we have the full armor set on the map. Ooh. Fun. That is the or one of the enemy heroes. Tarius is over there. And Onkos is right here. Onkos is the guy I played when I played Necropolis. He's the one that has like summoner abilities on him. So he's really cool. In addition to moving around the map and visiting interactive objects, your hero can encounter enemy heroes. When this happens, a battle will occur. Opposing heroes engage in a special type of battle. Unlike fights against scattered neutral squads, the enemy can use spells, and their army is typically stronger or better organized. At the end of the battle, one hero is killed, and the victorious hero receives experience, as well as all the artifacts that belong to the defeated hero. However, you or your opponent may flee before losing all their units, allowing the hero to be rehired with their level, skills, and artifacts intact to fight another day. Well, screw that, let's destroy him. The enemy has finished placing creatures and is waiting for you. Oh no. The pressure, dude? The angel can't move further than that? Oh, he shoots. Right. Get the archer. Boop. That's a lot of damage. Okay. Go, knight. Go. Inquisitor. Mr. Crossbow. Beautiful units. Love the crossbowman. Oh yeah, the enemy hero up there. That's cool. Oh, she shoots too. Not bad. I'll take it. And since he died in that battle, that means that the hero is now off the board and he can't be rehired. Defeat its guard to transform this houseboat into a city of your starting faction. In front of you is an abandoned outpost, a special object that will become a new city under your control upon capture. Defeat the enemy guarding it to gain control of the outpost. After that, prepare for the final battle. Ahead of you is an enemy hero defending the Necromancer's city. Whoa, what the shit are these guys? I don't think I've seen these before. Hold on. Oh, that's the tier 1 unit for Hive, the new one they made. This is so cool, by the way. Because people, like... I don't want to say complaining, but they kind of were. People were complaining about Hive units looking similar to each other, being a little hard to read on the map. So they straight up redesigned 2 or 3 of the 7 units they had. And this is the start one they have. So, this is their tier 1. It's a parasite taking over a knight. First come, first serve, the type of town with the outpost. Yeah. I remember outposts being really fun in other games. But I don't remember the last one they showed up in. I don't know if they stuck around all the way, but, you know, it's whatever. Hive spawn. Part of a hive mind that serves a powerful lord from beyond. Fallen hive spawn counts towards the power of necromancy reanimation after battle. Long reach. Okay. At the start of battle, for each other unique hive creature in the army, this creature defense is increased by 1. Upon death, this creature generates 2 focus points. The higher the target's tier, the more damage this creature deals to it, plus 3% damage per tier of difference. Fun. I mean, that sounds like a good tier 1 unit. I like that. What about the upgrade? Oh, this is the base guy. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Look at the like really basic swordsman underneath. So it's hive spawn, long reach, and damage against higher tiers. So this is the upgrade, and he has at the start of battle for each other unique hive creature, this creature gets increased defense and gets more focus when it dies. Okay. Nice. I love that it also changes the armor of the knight underneath when it upgrades. That's sick. And throw spear. Good animation. Good animation. I like that. It's like sufficiently disgusting. Also, I'm slouched as hell. I'm now realizing looking at the camera. I'm really slouched in this chair, but I am not going to apologize for that. I am comfortable. Super dead. Oh, the animation repeated when the victory screen popped up? Okay. Captured! It's just straight up a new town. Okay. Thought it was going to be smaller. It's just straight up another town. Give me more gold! We want to check law, maybe? We have 18 points waiting. Okay. Well... Let's do more gems daily and more gold daily. Provides a one-time allotment of 5,000 gold, 10 wood, and 10 ore. I do want that wood and ore right now, so I'm going to take both. Your sources of gold produce 10% more gold, and it will upgrade again to 20, probably. Daylight spells of your heroes gain 1 level. You can construct +1 buildings daily? I can make 2 houses a day? What? That's so good for getting new cities, to getting them to catch up. That's so good. More creature growth, baby. Cavalry growth. Friendly creatures deal 5% intake, -5% melee damage. This is doubled for non-temple friendly creatures. Friendly creatures deal the same with range damage. Okay, I'm gonna build 2 buildings daily, because what? We need to spend 6 more points to earn the next tier. Produce 10% more gold. Take that one. I haven't touched this. The magic stuff. I've always been like a might user for all my stuff. So, yeah. More buildings daily. Yeah. Bless my buck. Let me see here. Where's the image I'm looking for? Where is he? Is it in the tower expansion? Yeah, there he is. So, here is a hero card from the board game. Oh, look at the holes. I didn't realize the image was transparent for the holes. That's sick. So these are my favorite units. So yeah, in the board game, they have made like a card for every single hero they've adapted into the board game. And just to show you, like, when I play Dungeon in Heroes 3, I always pick one of the Minotaur dudes. And lately, when I've played it as an adult, turns out that the good ones are all warlocks. The good ones are all spellcasters, which is kind of usually the deal with every hero in Heroes 3, but still. When I bought the board game, none of the Minotaur dudes were in there. So I was like, well, that kind of sucks. Those are like my guys. Those are the ones I go to. Gunnar, my dude. So good. But then I saw that in the tower expansion, so you get the tower team, there were like, what, 10 extra heroes for other factions? So I was like, yo, sick, I'm gonna buy the tower expansion then for the game. The tower expansion was exclusive to the the backing of having the thing get made. So you can't buy the tower expansion in a store. So I was like, that kind of sucks. What the hell do I do then? But then the second round of backing happened, and they were backing for the Stronghold, Conflux, and Cove expansion. So then I could get Deemer and the tower expansion. Yay! So now I can finally have one of my Minotaur dudes in the board game, which is sick. But yeah, he's a spellcaster, and that feels so weird to me because growing up I never used warlocks. I always used overlords. But apparently they're bad. So you live and learn. You live and learn. Okay. Oh yeah, the city's checkmarked, but I can still build. More gold. No law points actually for this town. Treasury. Gems. Oh, well, crystals and mercury. I see. Just need a buttload of resources for the last one. Also, you don't need to be in the town to look at the Mage Guild or the law stuff. Look at it in the field. Just that I prefer to look at it when I'm focusing on the town. Oh, destroy them. No. Well, okay. It's not really what I wanted, but I'll quick finish the fight. Yes. I remembered the keybind that time. Why do I only get the swashbuckler stuff? I want the Paragon. Paragon! But now I can't even do that, though, because I'm gonna run out of slots to do it. Plus, I'm running out of map to level up, so... yeah, gain 1 morale. Why not? Fully restores mana. Turn. Destroy them. Let's get that XP, dude. Quick finish. 10,000 experience. Now we're getting... now we're getting skills for the Paragon. Why, though? Why did they do this to me? In the tactics phase, creatures can be placed within a 3-line area. Ooh. Provides a chance of neutral squads offering to join the hero's army for gold instead of fighting them. And now I'm going for swashbuckling. I can't go for the other one now. Friendly creatures' chance to take an additional turn increases by 1% for each point of morale. This bonus is doubled if the hero knows battlecraft. Attack, defense, spell power, and sight radius increases by 2 when in an area you do not control. This bonus is doubled if the hero knows daylight magic, which I don't. Enemy morale is reduced by 1 in battle. Just straight up? Yeah, sure. Basic offense, that goes for swashbuckling. Oh, and you need the expert versions of the spells to get the advanced class. Okay. Destroy them. Initiate combat. Quick finish. Y'all. Upgrade creatures. Oh, just straight up change upgrade in the field or just upgrade them? Okay, which one do I want? Generates 2 focus when taking damage. Infuse armor. Celestial flail. Deals magic damage to target and all adjacent creatures, dispelling all positive effects from them. Hits target and all adjacent enemies. So this one just seems better? I don't know. Angels. Okay. So this one is more offensive, or has higher attack at least. This one has more health. More initiative, but less speed, so it moves fewer hexes. But this one can fly across the shit, the damn ground. That shit is what I tried to say. Ranged attack deal full range damage at any rate, which is nice. Whenever a positive effect is applied to a friendly creature, it also applied to this creature. The effect's duration and powers are copied if the effect targets multiple stacks. It is applied to this creature only once. Okay. Applies a copy of all positive effects currently on this creature to a friendly creature. Does not trigger Forging Perfection. Okay. So you buff your team, this guy gets all the buff, and then he buffs someone else with all the buffs. Dispels all positive effects from enemies within a 1 hex radius from chosen hex and applies them to this creature. What? So he steals buffs? That's awesome. This creature and adjacent friendly creatures are immune to all negative effects. Applies a copy of all positive effects currently on this creature to a friendly target. Yeah. Shields this creature with a barrier that blocks the next instance of damage. I kind of like this guy. The Apotheosis. I'm gonna get that. Fun. Weird. Permanently increases within your spell power. Yeah, sure. Knowledge of spell power. Knowledge, I guess. I don't know. I'm not a spellcaster. I'm a knight. Attack. Okay, we're right in front of the last guy here, so let's wrap the tutorial, shall we? Look at this. The City Siege is a special type of battle that is triggered when a hero attempts to capture a city that is defended by at least one creature. This type of battle differs from regular combat. Ooh, listen to the music. There were whispers. Ooh. This type of battle differs from regular combat due to the increased size of the battlefield and the presence of defensive structures on the defender's side, especially if they have developed the city and built defensive walls. As an attacker, your goal is to destroy the defensive walls in order to reach the enemy's creatures. A catapult can be used to destroy the defensive structures. As a defender, your task is to repel the enemy attacks, either by forcing them to flee or defeating them. Any defensive structures that you've built in the city, such as walls, towers, moats, and more, will aid you in your defense by directly altering the battlefield. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13... No, it's still 12. Okay. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, it's still 12. It's the same size as the regular battlefield. What do you mean it's larger? Okay. This guy can fly over walls, so he's important. The Angel can fly big time long game. So I'm gonna have him fly over here. A tawny knight rests for nothing. How do we do the catapults? Oh my god. That was 24 stacks. Okay. Counterattack, please. Yeah. There you go. Catapults on, I don't know, this thing? Bonk. So I've missed, what, 2 shots with my catapults? Hi, morale! And counter to death. Oh, no, it's 1 per round up here. Okay, so I didn't miss the catapults. Good news, everyone. Let's get rid of an archer over there, maybe. This crossbow dude is wild. By the way, I haven't inspected the enemy units, and I feel kind of bad about that. So, an interesting thing about the skeleton archers, they are an upgrade to the skeletons, like the regular tier 1 skeletons. So your skeleton that holds a sword can upgrade into either a skeleton with a sword and shield, or a skeleton with a bow. Which I think is dope. That's a Heroes 5 thing, but it's sick as hell. Okay, we're in, apparently. So he could always get in, so that's not that big of a surprise, but vision is obscured. And they can't get in because he's blocking. Now he's super dead. So can I inspect? I can't inspect them when they're dead. So we could only inspect this poor guy. Can we inspect the hero? No. Man. Dax, since you have played 3, I really want to show you what dungeon rides on, by the way. We're going to check that out as soon as this fight is over. And we go into a custom game with all 6 factions. It's not going to be, like, it's not going to take that long because we're just going to look at them and then I'm probably going to call it for the night. But probably half an hour or something, at least, looking at all of them. There we go. And there you are. Yay! Heroes! Might and magic. Now I think there's a lot more tutorials that get unlocked that I never did in the demo. Congratulations on completing the basic tutorial. You can replay any mission on the map anytime to refresh your knowledge of game mechanics. Oh. Wait. It didn't unlock 30 side quests? Okay, I thought it would. Guess I was wrong. Never mind. Exit the main menu. Bye-bye. Is there an achievement for doing the tutorial? Complete the main tutorial. Yeah, basic education. Boy got knowledge. Nice. Okay. Let's do multiplayer. Hot seat mode. I love that this is here. You can add... Yeah, there is a map editor in the game, so you can make your own maps. And you can just add them in here. I need 6-player. Yeah, it was one of the best thing they added in Heroes 5, in my opinion. I think it was such a good decision. Because it really lets you customize, like, so much of how the faction plays. It's so cool. Single hero classic. Oh, okay. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna favorite those two because they have 6 heroes, or 6 players, I mean. And then we'll go Temple, Necropolis, Dungeon, Grove, Hive, and Schism. Let's do some colors here to get them the colors I would like for them, that I would play for them. Let me see here. I think this is probably the colors I would pick for the following factions. Temple, the humans, I'll use blue. For the undead, I like teal quite a bit. I think it's good. For dungeon, I like orange or purple. It's either or. For Grove, I think green because nature. For Hive, I actually like yellow as an accompaniment to fire units. I like that as an accent color there. And for them, I'd probably pick like the void of that color, like a dark purple. Heroes game without hot seat mode is not a Heroes game. Exactly. I 100% agree. Ister. Heretic Aves. Produce gems daily. Okay. Where are all my dudes? I remember my favorites, but I don't remember what all of them do. There he is. Onkos. Skeleton growth in your cities increases by 2. Under his command, skeletons gain 1 speed, 1 initiative, and 20% HP. Their attack and defense increase by 1 for every 3 hero levels, and enemy skeletons lose an equal amount of attack and defense. And he starts with 3 stacks of skeletons. And he's just so cool. And here we go. You know what? Actually, let me just at least show you all the heroes, right? We have Ister, Leon Sticky Fingers, John Johnson, our dude, Kestrel, Eos the Exalted, Heretic Aves, which is the one I've used, like, when I started games in the demo to, like, build all the towns to max so that I could see all the creatures and all that stuff. But I've never, like, played a game as any other town than Dungeon. But Heretic Aves, I remember, it was the one that I used for that. Then we have Keandra, Lord Edgar, Old Lord Mandel. I really like his portraits. Mary Elias, Pip, of course. You gotta respect and love Pip, of course. Zenith, bless. Leah, the untethered one. Julius, Vesper, Anastasia the Meek, Nadir, and Clarissa. Props to Clarissa, dude. She was really dope in that map we played. She was cool. Yeah, I'll play Heretic Aves. Can I? Okay. Can I not pick random? What? Okay. The hours and hours and hours we spend having to get up, change seats, and leave the main seat to another person with my brother, my cousin, when we played Heroes 2 and 3. Dude, that's my childhood in a nutshell. I had 2 friends that loved to play this. And yeah, we played so goddamn much of this game, like unholy amounts. Also, fun fact, there are a few heroes in this game that have been in older games. One of them is for Grove. 2 of them are for Grove, actually. 2 of them are for Necropolis. See, I have notes. Yeah, 2 for Grove and 2 for Necropolis are old characters. But since this is a prequel, this is before they were in Heroes 2 and 3 and 1. So we'll show them off when we get there. So, for Undead, we have Bulwark. Really like his art style. He reminds me of Maldraxxus a little bit in World of Warcraft. King of Kings, really cool. Onkos is my guy. That's the one I'm going to be using every time I put Necropolis in a game. Always Onkos, my dude. Because he has the skeleton focus. Kelgul, really like the style of that character. Natalida, sure. Artorius Veritas. Strong name, goofy looking dude. Marl. Harius, this is the guy that's inspired by the studio's earlier game. With the main character where you could just throw around the letters and you get that main character's name. He even looks like this. I don't remember the name of the game though. Zam. Mag. Interesting. Wait. The 2 callback heroes are not here. What? Mag, that's interesting. Like the look of that. That's cool. Adon. Ethric is really nice. I like that art. Ethric looks really nice. Let me actually like zoom in a little bit for you guys here, I guess. Let me. Oh, I'm not zooming. Okay, here we go. How do I? I'm just... What the shit is going on? I'm not... There you go. Okay. Mag. And then we have Adon Ethric. Like, look at Ethric. Look at that. That's sick looking. That's so good. Love the art of Ethric. Guildmaster Cluster. Shade Spinner Una. Laura. Lord Rufus. Bonarella. And Melosa the Golden. So there are 2 characters missing here that I have in my notes. And the 2 of them are heroes that have been in... Let me see here. They have been in... Both of them have only been in Heroes 3. It is Thant, a vampire. Thant, a vampire guy. And Galthrim, another undead hero that is only in the expansion Heart of the Abyss. So, yeah. So Thant and Galthrin are not here for some reason. I wonder if the other two are. Or if they specifically are leaving out the callback heroes for some reason. I wonder. Maybe they're only in campaign or something. I don't know. Okay. That's undead. Let's check my boys. Dungeon. This is where the fun begins. Enety, a Medusa. Helaris the Betrayed, a dark elf of some sorts. Stinger. Kieran, Mr. Troglodyte Man, even though he's not a troglodyte. The troglodyte hero does not focus on troglodytes, which is interesting. Ethric Skeletor's uncle, I'm sure, has to be. They even sound the same. Moran, another elf. Here's the guy I play. Devir, son of Devir. So, Minotaur growth in your cities increased by 1. Under his command, Minotaurs gain 1 speed, 1 initiative, and 20% HP. Their attack and defense increases by 1 for every 3 hero levels, and enemy Minotaurs lose an equal amount of attack and defense. That is also so you can balance out, I guess, if you do a mirror match against Dungeon. You can debuff the enemy Minotaurs, bringing them back to 0 buffs. So Devir, son of Devir, is my guy. Whenever I play Dungeon, this is the dude. This is what I go for. And since he is a might hero for Dungeon, he gets basic triumvirate strength. Once per round, the hero can activate one of the 3 stances in battle. Dungeon has stances for their units, which is sick. The active stance grants the hero +2 to the stance's corresponding attribute. And he starts with basic leadership, which hero gains 1 morale. But yeah, Devir, son of Devir. Not Devir Jr., Devir, son of Devir. Creta, Dater, what? Probably not. Creta, daughter of Navarre. Produces gem daily. Rhea, the troglodyte. She has +1 to luck. She doesn't focus on troglodytes for some godforsaken reason. Oh, and probably my favorite design of any hero in Dungeon. Which is interesting that we don't have any lizards when we have a lizard hero. I would love to trade away the elves in exchange for 2 lizard units. That'd be awesome. To basically fuse Dungeon with Fortress, like the Swamp in Heroes 3. Get those lizard archers and stuff into Dungeon. Do that. Please. That'd be sick. We already have a hero that looks like he could work for Fortress, so, you know. Do the merge. Do the fusion dance. But yeah. Probably my favorite looking hero in all of Dungeon. He's also an overlord, apparently, based on the icon right there. We have Kellar, son of Navarre. She's daughter of Navarre, so Creta and Kellar are siblings. Somehow. I mean, somehow. We kind of know why, but, you know. Zakron the Great. Spellcaster, again, troglodyte, doesn't focus on troglodytes. Sister Daira. Motley. I haven't seen Motley before, I don't think. Okay. Onyx Dancer growth. Okay. It's Kratos' brother, yeah! And then we have Ilwari, which is the... Every faction has a, like, poster child that they've used in the artwork since they announced this, and Ilvari was the one for Dungeon. Does that mean they're like the main characters in the campaigns for them? No clue, but, you know, maybe. I'm gonna show the ones for Temple and Necropolis too, before we move on. We have Glaster, who looks more like an undead to me, but I guess it's an elf. Typhona, a Medusa. Which I feel she would trick many a man. She focuses on Hydra growth, which is sick. Like, her focus is the tier 6 unit. You can start with 2 tier 6 units. Why? That's wild. Sunny Rectal? Oh no. I thought that's where the sun don't shine. Receives all daylight spell. 1 to all daylight spells. Okay. And Lodos. He's cool. So yeah, the main hero for dungeon is Ilvari based on the artwork. The main hero for Necropolis is not here. Because it's, what's his name? I always forget. Thant? Yeah, Thant. For Necropolis, the vampire guy from Heroes 3. And for humans, it is... also not anyone there? Okay, hold on. Heroes, Olden era. Announcement. Show me that image. Yeah, Thant for Necropolis. So here, it's the lady we could recruit in the tutorial. There she is. Eos, the Exalted. She's the poster child for Temple. So probably plays a role in the campaign. And I can't believe Thant isn't here. Wonder why. But yeah, let's pick Devere, son of Devere, because he's my guy. Now for Grove. This is going to be interesting because I haven't looked at these. They were not in the demo. So, let's look at them. 8th. Oh, that's just a huge bird guy. Holy. That's like the game from the Game Awards with the giant bird Dynasty Warriors looking thing that I want to play desperately. Dude, he looks awesome. That's dope. Gorel Spearhead. That is a giant deer man? I don't know. I don't know. A giant buck. Okay, cool. Creatures in his army deal increased basic damage. Another 1% for every 2 hero levels. They deal +1 ranged and long reach damage for every 2 hero levels. Okay. Gingertail. Who is she? Fawn growth? So that's what the tier 1 unit's called? It's a fawn. Old Pilgrim. Hell yeah. There she is. Octavia from Heroes 3. In Heroes 3, she is in the Inferno faction. But here she's in Grove, which is the Nature faction. How did that happen? This is like, what, 100 years before Heroes 1, 2, and 3? Or 50 to 100 years before? So what happened to her in order for, first of all, Hive maybe turning into Inferno, and Octavia leaving Grove for Inferno? No idea. Let me see if I have an image of her. Not in the board game folder. Okay. Heroes of Might and Magic Octavia. She's in 4 as well. Right. I forgot about that. She lives through the events of Heroes 3. And she's in 4. Let me see where she is in my Excel sheet here. She should be with Inferno, because that's, I think, where she was introduced. Yeah. So Octavia is Inferno in Heroes 3, which is the Hell town. She then moves to Asylum in Heroes 4, which is basically the dungeon faction. And now she's in Grove in the prequel. So that's interesting. She's traveled 3 different teams, which is interesting. So that's very nice. That's very cool. Let me see here. We have an image of Octavia from Heroes 3 and 4. Here she is in Heroes 3. Let's do that. And here she is in Heroes 4. And yeah, here she is in the new game. It's I love that she's brought back like this. I think it's dope. Since it's a prequel, a lot of characters will be excluded. Our main boy for Necropolis, for example, he's, you know, he's human in the first game, so before becoming the undead warlock that we will see forever. Yeah, he's not born yet in this period, so we're probably not seeing him, even though he's been in every Heroes game as far as I know. So yeah, that's like the main disappointment there, I think. He's not in 5 or 7 apparently. Okay. So he's not in as many as I thought, but he was introduced in the very first Heroes game. I'm talking about Sandro, by the way. Sandro. So he's not in 5, 7, and now 8. Because he's not born yet. But yeah. Octavius here. Sick. I like that they can do stuff like that. It's really fun. Yeah, probably not born for another, like, 60, 70 years. So, unless future him figures out time travel so he can come back and be playable, which is not out of the realm of possibility, because Sandro is one wacky guy. But, yeah. Wonder if I have an image of him, because, I think he's the hero with the most appearances in any Heroes game. He's in the board game for sure. I know that. Now save link, save image. Here we go. I'm talking about this guy, Sandro. And yeah, I mean, he's even in 6. He's one of the DLC characters in that. Plays a part in the story. Looks like this in 6. So yeah, he basically, like, I think he's no, he lives through the explosion at the end of 3, goes to the new world in 4, and doesn't appear in 5, but then in 6 he's like, "Thought you lost me, bitch!" And like comes back to just wreak havoc in his own campaign. Dude is such a troll, and I love him. And even like sell him to me for $2 as a DLC hero. Like, I'm willing to do that, just so you can have him exist outside of the lore. I don't care. Sandro's definitely adopted by Skeletor. That's definitely a family tree starting there. You have Ethric, the uncle, Skeletor, the lad, and then then Sandro is like the manic grandfather, I think. He's been there through everything. He's seen shit. Yeah. Sandro is wild. I hope he comes back. Even as like just a, I don't know, $1 DLC, just so that I can add him to my game. And have an excuse for him to exist even though he's not here in lore, you know? Do that. I don't care. Okay. Rioa? A cat type thing? Okay. Even though the cat creature that he's based on is a neutral unit, which I thought was going to be added to Grove, but apparently it isn't. Interesting. Valior would definitely be an Inferno hero based on that look, if, you know, if they live to see Inferno happen. Alluring Shaw. I feel like they've changed the art on that one. Okay, hold on. Alluring Shaw. Don't I have an image of some of the heroes here? Heroes. Alluring Shaw. No, it looks the same. Yep, okay. It's a plant fairy. Cool. Oh yeah, they're the ones that have Glacia. Hold on. Okay. I do remember Glacia from screenshots they released. of some heroes. Aunt Daliar. Okay, like an old lady. Some creature? I don't know what she is. There she is, the other callback hero, Vitana. Vitana is in Heroes 1. Just like Sandro. But so far, she's the most legacy of legacy characters we have in this. Like, she's been with nature since the dawn of these games. Let me show you Vitana. Vitana. It's not the prettiest image, but here she is in Heroes 1 and 2. And I think those are her only appearances. I don't think she's appeared outside of 1 and 2. Yeah, 1 and 2. In 1, she's in Forest. In 2, she's in Sorceress. And when they moved over to Rampart in 3, she was no longer included. But now she's back in the prequel. So, art style-wise, a marked improvement. She looks great in the new game. She looks horrifying in the old pictures. So I guess you could say you could say she didn't age that gracefully. I'm so tired. I'm falling over every third word, basically. Elder Tsakish. That is a tree man. That's a tree stump face. With like a mustache made out of mushrooms. Hold on, that's sick. Let's get her out of here. She's scaring me. There we go. Let's get Deemer back on. Yeah, Deemer. But no, look at Elder Tsakish. Look at the mushroom mustache. The mustache. Or the mushroom. So cool. Love that design. Oh, he focuses on Herbomancers, which are the mushroom druids. Cool. Herbomancer. Elenial? Okay. Never seen before, but she looks cool. There he is. Oh, she? My bad. Glacia. I love the art style of this creature. Like, it's one of the, like, Falior and Glacia make me really understand that this is basically Conflux and not Rampart that we're dealing with. They are very like distinct elementals, and same with Elder Tsakish. Like, we're dealing with fire, earth, ice, you know. So I really like Glacia. She looks awesome. Is she good? No clue, but I love the art style of her. And then we have Vim. Masterful Cave-In spell. Okay. Halon. Isn't Halon or Halon? Isn't he from another game as well? Or am I just recognizing the portraits? Hold on. Halon. Yes, he is also a legacy character. From Wizard or Tower. Is he in my notes? No, he's not, actually. So Halon is in Heroes 2 for Wizard. He's in Heroes 3 for Tower, and he's in Heroes 7 for Sylvan. Apparently, he went nature in that game, and nature again in this game. Interesting. Halon is this guy. Wait, what? Oh, that's just the wrong image. Okay. So... okay, so this is for 2. This is him in Heroes 2. And this is him in Heroes 3. So we have Wizard, we have Tower. So he's like with the Ice faction of Wizards. And then, where's the Hero 7 arts? Was it 6? 7. I hate when I'm stuck on those numbers. The internet has ruined it. Hero 7, Halon. Do we not have images of this? Did so few people play 7 that there aren't actual images of him from that game? Well, anyway, this is him now. So yeah, another legacy hero from, well, at least 2 and 3 then. So, Halon, yeah, he's not, well, Wizard doesn't exist in 1, so that's probably why. And I'm gonna put him in 8 there and type out Grove. Just to note that down. That's sick. I love that they do this. Like when the lore allows, I'm like, let's add legacy heroes. Hell yeah. Masterful Chain Lightning spell. Well, there you go. He's the lightning element tying in all this. Okay. Echo Lily. She looks cool. Masterful Mirror Copy. Sully. That's cute. Summoned Avatar is immune to magic damage. Okay. And the Minstrel. Nice. Who do we play here? Do we play Octavia just because it's dope? Or do we play, like, 8th because he's awesome looking? His movement takes no terrain penalties. He also has sight radius plus another +1 for every 5 hero levels. Yeah, give me the bird. Okay. I think I want to end on Hive because I haven't seen that either. So I'm going to go Schism next. Nihil. Blackhorn looks dope. It's very cool. Like anything that's a Minotaur in games like this, I'm like, yeah. Oh my lord. Who is she? I think we have, you don't see this. Oh, my bad. Hold on. Here I am. Freaking out. You can't even see it. Sorry. Nihil, however you want to pronounce that. Blackhorn, again, anything that's a Minotaur, dope in my book. On the list for being played, you know, because it's a dope looking Minotaur. But then Matastala showed up and I kind of lost my composure. My goodness. My goodness. Janai. Okay. Maramatha. I don't recognize a few of these from the demo. Like, I don't recognize... I recognize Blackhorn and Ironmaster, but none of the in-between. Maramatha, sick. Ironmaster, love the art style of that one. Really sick. Walka. Terrifying. Changeling Urgo, okay. That's a cool portrait. Half the face is squidded away. Martyr Tho, that's the art style guy for this faction. So when looking at the like announcement art of the game, he's the guy. Martyr Tho. And for Grove, it's Falior. That's the main character there, based on the arts. And then we have Grellick, the Betrayer. Looks horrible to look at. That's an awful face. Poor Grellick. Ice Queen Helgat. Okay. Why do the Cthulhu ice monsters have such attractive women? That's so rude. Okay, so not only have they stolen a Minotaur from my faction, they've also stolen one of our troglodytes. Martyr Thoughts. That'd be funnier. They didn't go there. But yeah, they stole one of our Minotaurs and one of our Troglodytes. Unforgivable. The Eye Collective. Here's your biblically accurate angel, though. He's here. He exists. He's with Cthulhu. It makes sense. Unfortunately. Tolketh. Ulkuth. Oh. Ulkuth. Radavok. That is a really chubby mouse elf squid man, I guess. That's he's a lot of things at once, that guy. Okay. Sister Kyrie, and Divry. The umlaut could probably be a Divry. I'm just gonna pick Madastala the White because I was, you know, completely distracted beyond reason when she appeared, so that must mean she has some type of power. Okay, Hive, the other new faction, Niev. I'm probably gonna move the window down a little bit so that we can see them better. Niev. Maelstrom. Isn't he... I think he's the guy they've been using in art, but the Hive hero doesn't really appear in the announcement art, from what I can tell. So I don't know who their, like, staple face is yet. But I think I've seen Maelstrom in some art, so he might be. I don't know. Nor, that's really funny. So he's one of the tier 1 units, I guess. A bug attached to a person. Zoran, the self-founded, and then adjusting his collar. Nice. I like him already. Curson, the Duke of Rage. They get a Minotaur as well. Why do people steal our Minotaurs? Give them to me. Dungeon. Stop stealing my Minotaurs. Tavi. Okay. Lo. That's awful. Disgusting. Golden Tongue. That's insane looking. Okay. Oh, I see one a few down here that I'm excited about. That's Golden Tongue. Abegor, Duke of Battle. What a goofy character. There it is. Flo. Fle? Fly? Lo and behold. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Like, lo and behold, the disgusting thing that is Lo. The unfortunate thing is that in Diablo, when people are like desperate and praying to stuff, they use the name Lo, like Marius does in the cutscene towards the end of D2. He's like Lo. So I guess the rune is the name of a like deity that they pray to in Diablo. Yeah, Flo, Fly. I don't know what you want to call her, but I love the look. 5% movement speed points for every 8 hero levels. Moves significantly more efficiently on roads. Nice. Zir! They stole another Minotaur! Unforgivable. He is immune to negative effects in battle and on the global map. Nice. Bathim. Ooh. Duke of Jewels. Like the arts. Very cool looking. Lyra. That's just Devora from Mortal Kombat. What? Ew. Right, I remember this guy. Gru. I remember him from the announcement of Hive. He's in the trailer. Little Gru. Look at him. Mila. She looks cool. Oriax. Karizeth. Oh, that is a terrifying void portal. Oh. Low used to call attention or to express wonder or surprise. Well, Marius was surprised in that moment. I guess that could be it, yeah. I was about to say, but it's capitalized, but he's just saying, like, he's not saying a sentence, he's just repeating the word over and over, so I guess it would be capitalized. Maybe that is it then, yeah. But yeah, this is a horrifying worm portal of a character. And Popper. Friendly creatures have 1 speed. Cool. Who do I want as my go-to hero for this? Do I want Maelstrom? Reaver Growth? Maybe. I do like Zir, though. I do like Zir, but I also like Maelstrom. I don't know. Is this going to be the go-to team? I did look at this stuff quickly at the beginning. Like when setting up, I went into the menu and looked at like make sure that all the teams were available. But I never opened Grove or Hive Hero Select because I was scared. Can I see here what I looked at earlier? I did click. Did I pick the same characters? I don't think I did. I picked this guy. I picked the gold lady here. I picked Devere. Skipped that one. Skipped that one. And skipped that one for some reason. Okay. Huh. Well. Well, anyway. Otherwise, Low can stand for liaison officer, but I doubt it was that. Maybe he just experienced PTSD and called out to the person he remembers from his days in the military. You never know. Wasn't there another guy that looked cool? Basically, this line of 3 characters I really like. Movement points, immune to negative effects. Creatures take less damage, or like take less magic damage, or produces 1 crystals per day. Increases amount of crystals found on the map. I mean, that helps everyone, I guess. I like all 3 of these. I'm gonna pick Bathim. I think he's cool. Okay, let's start the game and just look at all the different units. And then we'll probably call it after that. And then we'll resume this another day and do some campaign. The full campaign is not in the early access, by the way. We have access to the first chapter, I think. I don't know how many quests that is. I don't know that they've told us. That is not the background I wanted. I thought I picked Void. Void. There we go. We got the Void, boys. Okay, so we have looked at humans already. We have looked at Temple. So I don't have that much else to say about Temple. We played them in the tutorial. We have like the upgrade with double attack, with the more offensive one, the defensive option right here. Double shots or always full range damage, which is sick. Griffins do double counterattack, or one that does unlimited counterattack. But then the other one does counterattacks each time an adjacent enemy attacks a friendly creature. So he like assists surrounding allies, which is sick. We have a buffer for the team. We have a guy that gets rewarded for running at enemies and attacking. The longer he runs to do damage, the more damage bonus he gets. Then we have the Inquisitor, which does like AoE damage and like really oppresses the enemy units. With some increases this creature's defense. And like a cleanse as well, immune to magic damage. Yeah, really just in the face of the enemy units. Really cool. And then we have the spear tossing angels, javelin angels, who basically when allies get buffs, they get a copy of it. So they stack up on a lot of shit. So if you play humans or if you play temple and you want to buff your angels, go for I guess a priest character instead of a warrior or knight, I guess it's their name. So go for a, I think they're called priest in this, right? We get a tavern, it's banned, right? What, our hero's probably a knight, yeah. I think I might have this in my notes, hold on. Temple, heroes. We have clerics and knights, okay. Wait, no. Yeah, clerics. They were called priests before, but now they're called clerics, I think. Yeah, I think they're clerics now. So, you want to have a cleric, probably. Learn a lot of support and buff spells from your mage tower. And buff your other units so that your angels get buffs. And then one of the angels can spread his stack of buffs to another unit after that, which is sick. What is this? Pixie? Hi. And here's one of the Cthulhu monsters for Schism. What's your background, by the way? Oh, okay, so this just void background means it's a neutral creature. Okay. And up here we have the regular skeleton and the first upgrade skeletons, the skeleton warrior. Oh, he doesn't have a shield. He just has a greatsword. Okay. Okay. But yeah, that is Temple. We've already looked at them, so not much else to say, really. I think they look cool. I'm not usually a castle enjoyer. Haven, if you've played later than 3. Temple, if you're playing now. I'm not usually a temple player, but yeah. This time around, they look kind of cool. This is the other troglodyte upgrade, by the way. The green one. He has toxic blood. We'll talk about him soon. But yeah, that's Temple. Who's next? I didn't make them playable. I made them AI. God damn. Redo. Hot seats. Player. Forgot. Temple. Necropolis. Dungeon, actually. Grove. Hive. Schism. Damn, fail. You don't have to call me out that bad. I'm doing my best. I'm doing what I can with what I have. And what I have is a dumb brain. I can't help that. It's just not clever enough. You know, looking at these colors, I think I'm gonna go red for humans because otherwise there'll be a few too many shades close to blue for my liking. So I'm gonna go red for humans. Let's get my gang again. Onkos. Devir, son of Devir. And then we had... We didn't go Glacia, did we? We went for 8th. Right. And here we ended up picking Bathim, Duke of Jewels, I think, for crystals. Glorious. And of course, Matastala, like there's no one else here. No one else to pick in this town than Matastala. And if you pick anyone besides Matastala, I'm questioning your sanity. So, everyone's a player, everyone has the right color and everything. Let's go. Yeah, though I didn't actually take offense to that, by the way. I'm just messing around. Also, that sucks when you have days where you sleep really bad. So I'm sorry to hear that. That sucks. No other unique units around here. So now we have Necropolis. This guy, can I look at his like character model? No. So now we have another type of horse here. This horse is a little more skeletal. He looks more like a Death Knight from Warcraft 3. The Arthas hero model, kind of. Looks really cool in my opinion. Oh my god, I can zoom out so far. Let's get a little bit closer in here. Maybe a little out. Here we go. So, welcome to Necropolis, the home of the undead. They have a lot of different units. They also are the first town to have their town screen redone. This looked very different the first time they showed this. Let's see if I have an image. I usually save a lot of screenshots and stuff whenever... Oh, they redid Temple as well. Yeah, I'll show that on the way back. Okay. Here is the first design of the temple, or the Necropolis town. And now it looks like this. I think the current one looks way better. Keep in mind, this has all the buildings made. This one doesn't. However, I do think that this one looks way too cartoony, in my opinion. And this looks way better. And also they have the Voldemort face up in the sky for some reason. I don't know why the Death Eater sign is up there, but yeah. I do think the new one is way better than this. I think this is a little too much. So, yeah, I'm happy with what we have. And let's look at the creatures. They have skeletons, where you go either tank, slightly, I guess. They go from 1 defense to 3. Or you go archer for your stack. Which I think is some really nice player option there. I really like that. New one is more atmospheric, way more, yeah. I like it way better. Also notice that there's no skeletal dragon. No bone dragon. Then we have white, which flies, and each attack, it's a melee unit. Each attack converts 20% of the damage dealt into additional HP. They have life leech. This can create temporary units in this creature stack, which is why when I fought whites before, it got a +1 to health, and the health turned green and said 21 instead of 20. The other skeleton has a tombstone on the back? I think so, yeah. Can I inspect one of the boys? I can't turn them on the inspect window for some reason. It looks like he has a tombstone, though. I think that's it. It makes sense for that to be a tombstone. But yeah, though, the white steals health and adds to the stack temporarily. And then the first upgrade forces the target enemy creature to move to a random free hex. So they howl them away. A fear, basically. And then the other one, the Phantasm, attacks... attacks curse the target. Cursed creatures take extra pure damage at the start of their turn. This effect is stackable. So I would definitely pick the Phantasm, based on what I'm reading there. Instead of just scaring them away, this actually feels like it does, you know, a lot of stuff. Also, I don't know about the undead pets as a tier 3, because I feel like he belongs with the Grave Robber. I don't know, I feel like they should be one unit together and have something else for tier 3 or tier 4. That's like my main critique, I think, of Necropolis in this. But yeah, the dog. Melee unit takes minus 30% melee damage. It's good. little tanky. Bargist. Bargist? I don't know how to pronounce it. Pretty cool looking. Reduce target's defense by 1 with each strike and gains an equal amount until the end of battle. This effect cannot be dispelled. So, okay. With each strike, so during multiple turns. This creature adds 25% times amount of units, temporary units to its stack. Ooh. So that's like a temporary damage buff, because higher stack, more damage. Ooh. Armored Hound. Okay, goddamn. That thing is in rough condition. Change it, like, it loses Bone Crusher for the defense thing. It gets Protect the Fallen. Whenever a friendly creature dies, this creature gains +3 defense until the end of battle. So, yeah, you might want to have one of these in your town, I guess. So if your shit is going down, at least this guy keeps getting stronger the more of your defense dies. Lacerated Wounds. Ooh. Attacks wound the target. Wounded creatures take amount damage at the start of their turn. This effect is stackable, so puts a bleed on them, or a poison, I guess. That's cool. Grave Robber. Long reach, so he can attack with 1 space in between, avoiding counterattacks. Dig Up Bones. Yeah, this is his unique mechanic right here. Summons 2 times amount of units, skeletons, on adjacent hex. So if I have 10 of this guy, he summons 20 skeletons on an adjacent hex. They disappear after the battle. It does not end the turn, so you can still move and attack and stuff. Merchant of Death. I really like this design over the base guy. This looks way better. Blighted Corpses. Long reach attack poisons the targets. Poisoned creatures take amount of magic damage at the start of their turn. This effect is stackable. Nice. Dig Up Bones for skeletons. Or Ensnare Memories. Summons 2x amount of units, whites, to an adjacent hex. They disappear after the battle, so you can summon whites as well with this upgrade, as well as skeletons. And for the last guy, whenever a friendly creature dies, generate 1 focus point. Summon 1x amount of units, undead pets, to an adjacent hex. They disappear after the battle, so you can summon the dogs as well. With the Kennel Master, makes sense. And for the last thing, Hail! Marks an enemy, causing them Marks an enemy, causing them always take maximum damage. Causing them to always take maximum damage. Devs, please. Yeah. Kennel Master's kind of cool. I don't know which is better, but probably this guy. Digs up dogs. When people die, we get focus points. Marks an enemy to take, you know, max damage. There's no zombie unit, which is good because it was the worst tier 2 unit in Heroes of Might and Magic 3. I feel like the zombie is the worst unit in every game he's in. So I'm glad he's not here. Screw that guy. He's the worst. Then we move on to my nightmare from the board game, the Lich. Now, the Lich is a ranged creature that shoots a beam from his staff, and he does AoE damage in the board game too, which is awful when facing him. But it's all good because I play Dungeon and Medusa can turn people to stone for a turn, so, you know. That's, yeah, I have that on my side at least. So, undead, as always. Ranged attack, yup. Rewind Death restores 40 plus 10 times the amount of units HP to a friendly creature. This can revive fallen units, usable twice per battle. They're amazing when they're on your side. Yes. But I'd never play Necropolis. I may love Sandro with all of my heart, but I never play Necropolis. They've never been my team. Never. I played them when I started playing Heroes 3 with my friend back in school. But, like, they were his team for sure. Like, I never clicked with them when I tried. He really tried to get me to play them, but I never clicked with them whatsoever. I've been an admirer afar, as far as Necropolis goes. Never been the actual Necropolis player, though. Pestilent Lich, here you go. Area Strike. Screw this man! Boo this man! Deals damage to the target and all hexes around it. I hate this man. Death's Embrace triggers all effects applied on the target, instantly using their full remaining duration. These effects are then removed. Damn. And finally for him, Sanguine Lich. I like this design quite a bit, actually. He doesn't have splash damage though, so I'm never using him if I'm playing Undead. Unlife, Undeath. Each attack restores 20% damage dealt as HP to all friendly units. I might play this man if I play Necropolis. Increase the amount of XP gained by the hero by 10%. This effect does not stack. I do like this character, actually. And rewind death for this guy too, for your teammates. That's awesome. Love that. The Lich is a bitch, but at least he would be a bitch on my team, you know? So there's that. And then the Dread Knight. They have redone the design of the Dread Knight. Let me see if I have the old one. Oh, Dread Knight. I did not like the old Dread Knight, so I'm really happy that they changed him. Dread Knight. Yep, here we go. Look at this goober. Look at that guy. Like, look at that in comparison. Those are the same units, by the way. The Dread Knights, right there. The new one, a market improvement, I would say. The new one looks really goddamn good. The old one, not so much. The redesign is so clean. I don't even know what the hell he's riding in the old one. He's so dumb. The original design is, like, in my opinion, one of the worst ones that were in the game. The new one might be one of my favorites. Quite a glow up, to say the least, yes. The old one is so ugly. It's so unfortunate. But yeah, his stuff. Double Strike. We like that. Reduces all enemies' morale to 1. By 1. Sorry, important distinction. By 1. This effect does not stack. Only the strongest one is active. So I guess his upgrades have a different presence. Or one of them does. Because this one has the same stuff, but looks dope. God damn. Avatar of War? Holy shit. Yeah, same move there. Oh, reduce all enemies' morale by 2. Uh-oh. War Incarnate. For each attack, this creature reduces the target's attack by 1 and gains an equal amount until the end of battle. This effect cannot be dispelled. So this thing just grows stronger and stronger while my units grow weaker and weaker. Another reason to dislike fighting Necropolis. Wonderful. 19 attack. Wonderful. What the shit is this? Hollow Reaper? 25 attack? Undead melee. Reduce enemy morale by 2. Each attack also kills +1 enemy units in addition to regular damage. Works on creatures up to tier 7. Okay, so he gets an extra kill on every swing. Okay. Could be really good, but up to tier 7. Does that include tier 7 or does it stop at 6? It should include tier 7, right? Which means that he could swipe and one-shot a dragon. Hungering Hollow. Whenever a friendly creature dies, this creature gains +3 attack until the end of battle. For every time he attacks, he gains 1 attack. Okay, so this... I would probably go for the Avatar of War. Honestly. But the Dread Knights... really good. Another reason to embrace death and play Necropolis. Never gonna happen. They are probably the furthest down on my... No, Schism is the lowest on my list, but then it's Necropolis right above them. I'm guessing the death stairs for each Hollow Reaper. Each attack also kills +1 enemy units in addition to regular damage. Works on creatures up to tier 7. I don't think it's per stack. That would be insanely broken. Like, if you do per stack, that means this guy could one-shot everything. If you have like 2 weeks of production, this guy can one-shot most things. I don't think they would do that. That's too broken. I think it's just +1 per attack. Not per... Yeah, just one. I think it's just +1 per attack, not +1 per number in the stack. I hope not. That would be insanely broken. Yeah, I don't know. Because if it goes up to tier 7 and includes tier 7, like, you could have one of these guys and he could one-shot every dragon in the entire... Like, every final creature in the entire game week 1, you know? So I don't think they would do that. Well, I guess he would still one-shot every tier 7 week 1 because they would only have one. So he does one-shot them first week, but if they have some time to build up, they can, like, outmaneuver the guy. Melee for the Vampire, which is the tier 7 units. What I would do, probably, is I would put Grave Robber and Undead Pet as one unit on tier 3. And move all of them down 1, I think. And add a Bone Dragon on the end. I think that's what I would do. Or make up something for tier 4, because Lich at tier 4 seems a little broken. Yeah, maybe, yeah, fuse Grave Robber Undead Pet into one tier 3 unit, and then add something different for tier 4 is probably what I would do. But yeah, Vampire can fly, of course, and Vampirism. Each attack restores 40% of damage dealt as HP to this creature. This can revive fallen units, so he can regain stats, which is horrifying. That is a great looking unit right there. Holy shit. Like, I'm usually a silver over gold type person when it comes to armor design and stuff. But gold with red for vampires is perfect. I love when they add gold to vampires. It's so good. Melee attack. Enemies do not counterattack? What? Okay, so the upgrade, they don't counterattack. The sword changes as well. Sick. He still flies. Swift strike. Enemies do not counterattack. Yeah, we saw that up here. And yeah, can revive fallen units by biting, I guess. Because he's a vampire. And finally, Vampire Scholar. That is different. Was that in the demo? I guess so, yeah. It's in my archive. Okay. Now he's a long reach character, so 2 hexes away. Still flies, still bites with vampire stuff. Blood Transfusion. Connects an enemy to target friendly creature. Oh, yeah. This enemy takes magic damage. The friendly creature restores 100% of the damage dealt as HP. This can revive fallen units. Crazy. Crazy. So yeah, that's Necropolis. What a wild lineup. Absolutely bonkers. I kind of like most of them, yeah. I like the skeleton with the 2 upgrades. I like the white, she's pretty cool. I would put the Undead Pet and the Grave Robber into one unit to fight side by side and add a new fourth one. I really like the Lich, even though I hate fighting him. I love the redesigned Dread Knight, and the Vampire is pretty cool. I've never been a huge fan of vampires, but yeah, no, he's good enough, I say. Good enough. Really good. We're not gonna look at all the faction laws and stuff. I feel like that's too inside baseball, probably, but I guess I could mouse over all of them and see if we see something super interesting. Also, we've been hearing the Necropolis theme this whole time. Pretty good. Enemy creatures take plus 50% from damage over time effects. Not bad. Your heroes gain maximum necromantic energy. Friendly creatures from different factions don't decrease each other's morale. That's pretty cool. Death equalizes all. That's a good name for it. Moon's Grace. Yeah, sure. That's just Nightshade spells. Vampirism of friendly creatures increases by 50%. You can leech off of friendly units? What? Your Necropolis units cost less gold. Your Necropolis heroes always battle on their native terrain. Terra Mortis. That's so cool. They carry with them the blight of the ground. That's awesome. Friendly creatures battling on their native terrain gains 1 speed. And you can upgrade that to 2, probably. The chance of morale or luck triggering for enemy creatures decreases by 1% for each point of their morale or luck, respectively. The enemy loses 1 levels on all magic school spells. So you can basically block me from using all my top level spells from just appearing in combat with me. That's insane. Friendly creatures can make +1 counterattacks per round. Enemy non-Necropolis creatures deal -5 and take +5 damage. Your non-Necropolis creatures gain the opposite effect. Not bad, Necropolis. Not bad. Who's next? My people! Okay, Dax, look at this shit. Look what I'm writing. Do you recognize that thing? Does your hero's 3 memory tingle when you see the Gorgon? The bull of of Fortress? He's the mount in dungeon now. Another reason to introduce lizard men into dungeon. Give them all to me. Remove the elves. Give me lizard people. And here's dungeon. Honestly, I think this home screen looks more like the old Necropolis screen, and I think they should probably upgrade this one. It doesn't feel as modern as the Necropolis one, in my opinion. I feel like they should redo this. May sound harsh, but genuinely my opinion on this. Something about it looks a little, I don't know, unpolished, in my opinion. But the song is peak. Okay. Our theme is so good. And as you can see down here, I start with some Minotaur boys. For my Minotaur boy. So, let's look at all this, shall we? Labyrinth. Right, there it is. For Minotaurs. Here are the dungeon creatures, baby! So, yeah, no secret, I would probably swap Infiltrator and Onyx Dancer for 2 different swamp lizards from Fortress from Heroes 3. Give me the archers for the lizards in Heroes 3 and replace the Onyx Dancer. Give me the gnolls, I guess. Give me the gnolls and put him in place of the Infiltrator. We don't need elves. I don't know why we decided to go down the path of elves, but I've never been a fan of it. And never been a fan of it. I thought we'd be safe now that we went back into the past, but no, they're here still. Get rid of the elves. Okay. Let's look at the Troglodyte first. The Troglodyte is one of my favorite units from Heroes 3. It's not a good unit, but I've always had, you know, had love for them. I really like them, the goofy boys. Magic creatures. Jadam's beasts often have fantastical powers, denizens of other planes, even more so. Fallen magic creatures count towards the power of necromancy reanimation after battle. Oh. Melee attack. Fighting style. Here we go. Unique mechanic to dungeon. Fighting styles. So, he can swap fighting styles instead of doing just melee damage, and instead does a long reach attack, which deals minus 50% damage. But it doesn't spend focus charge, which is the thing at the bottom of the screen in combat. First upgrade, we've met in the tutorial, Infernal Troglodytes. He has a toxic spear, as you can see, it's dripping a lot. Attacks leave gaping wounds, causing the target to take plus 25% damage until the end of the next round. So, it doesn't leave a bleed on him, but it leaves him weak to other damage until the next round. Now imagine having multiple stacks of one Troglodyte all over your field to overwhelm the enemy, and then having a stronger unit behind that could deal out a lot of damage, on top of them being targeted by what is essentially a mark. You know, does not affect undead, dragons, embodiments, or constructs, because they don't have meat bodies, I guess. And then we have the Toxic Troglodytes. So what is the difference between these guys? This is the more defensive one, I guess, and this is the offensive one. Okay. But this one counterattacks twice, though, and he's the offensive one? Is he I mean, he's just straight up better, right? He counterattacks twice. He also does the mark thing, and he has the long fight style. So yeah, this is just a more defensive guy, and this guy has like... yeah, it's just better, kind of. This guy's better movement, even though he's defensive. This guy's offensive has worse movements. I don't know how that goes together, but yeah, sure. Then we have the Infiltrator, which is our first elf. Living unit. Fully sentient. Not a magic creature, which is part of my issue with this, because everything here should be a magic creature, in my opinion. Dragon falls under that, in my opinion, but yeah. Fallen living creatures count towards the power of necromancy, so they can be revived as skeletons. Blink teleports directly to Destination Hex, ignoring obstacles and traps. So this thing is our new Harpy. If you remember in... I was about to say Warcraft 2. What? Heroes of Might and Magic 3. Dungeon has a Harpy that flies, lands, attacks, and then flies back. That's what this guy does, except he like does a smoke cloud thing and teleports. Blinks, yeah. Here it is. Fighting style. Okay, yeah. So Blink is just a separate thing. He can teleport. Okay. So that's just another thing. Okay. Weak spot. Lucky strikes deal plus 100% damage, and the maximum possible luck is increased to 5. And then we have his other fighting style besides just hitting people. Hit and run. This creature will return to its original position after attacking, but deals minus 50% damage. Kinda cool. I like the functionality of the unit. I just don't like that it's an elf. I don't want elves in my team. Should be magical things. Like, give me the Harpy instead. Give me the Harpy and the Lizard Archer. for Fortress. Why not? And then he upgrades to Guile Infiltrator. I like the look of this. Weak spot does the... Okay, instead of... No, he has hit and run. Okay, so in addition to all he has, he gets staggering hits. Attacks prevent the target from counterattacking until the end of the round. Interesting. So he still counters, but it's at the end. Meaning someone else can fly in and kill off the units before they counterattack you. Interesting. Hit and run, same thing. Attack and go back. Shadow Strike deals basic attack damage to any enemy, ignoring their defense. So that's an ability. Cost 2 focus. Okay. Not bad. And the other upgrade is Bleak Infiltrator. Same stuff here. Weak spot. Sharper Blade. Each attack increases this creature's luck by 1. Instead of delaying the counterattack. Okay, I feel like that's better. And then you have a different spell here. Cannot be targeted until the end of the round. Interesting. Okay. I like the stackable luck. That's fun. And Lucky Strikes deal increased damage. I feel like this guy's probably really good. Okay. Onyx Dancer. Living. Ranged. She basically throws the blade thing she's holding. Each attack reduces the target's defense by 1 until the end of battle. This effect is stackable. That's really good. Choose 2 targets for this attack, dealing -50 damage to each. Does not spend focus charges. Oh, bouncing glaives. Oh, whoa. So her attack bounces between 2 targets. That's sick. Like, ability-wise, I really like these 2 units. I just don't think they fit with Dungeon. I've held that opinion since they introduced elves into Dungeon. In 5, I just don't love the inclusion of elves. I feel like they... Like, I would love for Dark Elves to be a fully distinct team. I think that'd be dope. I don't know what I would call them. Void? No. Maybe? Maybe Void? I don't know. And have like a whole, like, dope elf team. I think that'd be awesome. I just want weird creatures. I'm a simple man. I see a strange animal. I want it on my team. Okay, so bouncing glaives, right. And then we have Jasper Dancer. I think this is what I used in the demo for the most of it. I don't remember what I picked here or here. But Jasper Dancer looks familiar. 1,000 cuts, still, yeah. Draconic Blade. Melee attacks deal double damage. Enemies do not counterattack. And bouncing glaives, yeah. And this is just an upgrade to the base. With just more initiative and speed. +3 initiative, +1 speed. That's the only difference. Okay. So that's probably why I picked this. This also has really good melee comp. What am I trying to say? Capabilities, that's the word. But yes, then we move over to the main attraction of the team. The Minotaur. Magic creature. Melee. Eager for battle. This creature always has positive morale, and its maximum increases to 5. Chance of morale triggering increases by 5% for each total point. Blood for blood. Whenever this creature takes damage, its morale increases by 1. Fighting style, Grand Slam. Hits the target and all creatures within 2 hexes behind it. So it's a straight line. Dealing -50% damage to each. That's the base unit, by the way. Welcome to the Minotaur Lord. I think this is what I was running when I played the demo. Harry. When attacked, this creature's counterattack strikes first. So if you attack my boy, even before your attack lands, I counter your ass. Eager for battle is the same. Blood for blood is the same. Grand slam is the same. And then unyielding will. Fully ignores attackers' attack values until the end of the round. Not sure how that works. But yeah. And then Minotaur Vanguard, which looks like it's wearing Warcraft armor. Looks like it's wearing armor from, like, orcs in World of Warcraft. Same stuff here. Adrenaline Surge. Whenever this creature's morale triggers, its speed increases by 2 and its attack and defense increases by 8. Lasts until the end of the next round. That's pretty good. And the Grand Slam line attack. I think I went Minotaur Lords as far as I can remember. They're all good. So it doesn't really matter. Then we have the Medusa. Magic creature, ranged attack. Sharpshooter. Ranged attacks deal full range damage at any range because she's the best. Arrow Barrage. Hits the target and all enemies adjacent to it, dealing minus 50% damage. Slither Away moves to another hex within its movement range. Does not end the turn, so she is not movement limited. Yes. So good. So good. Love that. Let me see here. Yeah, she's not movement limited whatsoever, which is so good. And then we have Medusa Sculptor, the first upgrade. Sail Sharpshooter, receives no penalty in melee range, dealing full damage. Arrow Barrage, Slither Away, Petrification. Performs a melee attack and petrifies the target until the end of the round. Petrified targets take double damage from basic attacks and are immune. Take double damage from basic attacks, are immune to magic damage, and skip their turn. Hell yeah. So this is the one I'm running, the Sculptor. For Medusa Queen, you have Sharpshooter Counter Shot, counterattacks and struck with a ranged arrow, ranged attack. Marble Arrows, ranged attacks reduce the target's initiative by 2 until the end of the next round. Arrow Barrage and Slither Away. So I run the Sculptor for this. Hydra. Hydra. Magic creature, melee attack. Enemies do not counterattack. Yeah. Deals damage to the target and 2 adjacent hexes to its sides. Growing Teeth. Whenever this creature takes damage, it gains 1 attack until the end of battle. Oh yeah. And Fighting Style, Whirlwind Strike. Hits all adjacent enemies. He basically flails and hits everyone. Dealing minus 50% damage to each. Does not spend focus charges. I love the Fighting Styles thing because it offers some really interesting play opportunities. Maybe they're not all good moves, but like they can do some really interesting stuff if need be. And then we go from 3 heads to 5, baby. Still the same stuff here. Yeah, Sweeping Strikes, Growing Teeth. What about Poisonous Blood? Whenever this creature takes damage, adjacent enemy creatures deal minus 20% damage until the end of the next round. So hitting this thing gives you minus 2 damage, which is sick. Restores to full HP at the start of its turn. Disgusting. All heads on deck, this creature's counterattacks use its full fighting style effects. Oh. It counters with Whirlwind Strike. Damn. That's cool. And then Infernal Hydra. Same stuff here. Sweeping. Oh, it gains 2 attack until the end of battle. Okay. Weakening Venom. Attacks. Cause the target to deal minus 25% damage till the end of the next round. So this thing gives that debuff when it attacks people and not taking damage. Okay. So that's the more offensive one. This is the more defensive one. Since it's... Oh, hold on. Initiative and speed is really high for this guy. I was about to say, since it doesn't move that far, it's probably better to go defensive, but the aggressive one moves. He moves, baby. He moves. Okay. I think I used Chthonic Hydra in the demo, but I'm not sure. And then finally we have our beloved dragon. Called a cave dragon here for the base one. Instead of a red dragon, it's a dragon. It counts towards necromancy. A powerful ancient creature, often intelligent and imbued with wondrous magic. It's kind of fun that Dungeon is the only faction with a dragon now. I kind of like that. Makes it a little bit unique. Even though I love the green, gold, bone, ghost, whatever it's called, like all the different dragons in 3. I do think it's fun that everyone has a unique looking tier 7 unit. Melee attack, provokes counterattacks, flying, dragon breath, strike, deals damage to the target and any creature on the hex directly behind it, so a line fire. Magic immunity, immune to tier 4 and lower spells. Only big magic for this guy. Fighting style, sulfurous assault. Nice call out to sulfur there, since we don't have it anymore. Performs a cone strike, dealing minus 50% damage to each target. Nice. Inner flame, until the end of the next round, deal magic damage when attacked in melee. Ooh. Magic damage. Okay, does this change the immunity tier when we upgrade him to a black dragon? Yeah, looks like a 5 there, baby. Immune to level 5 spells. So far it's the same. How many tiers do we have? We have 5 tiers. So this guy, yeah, the upgrade is straight up just immune to spells. Good, like the old ones. Perfect. Fires of Dominion. Friendly creatures gain 1 morale and luck. Enemy creatures lose the same. Nice. Cone attack. Inner flame buff. Okay. Dope. Ashen Dragon. Does this look... Yeah, they changed the look of this, I think. The horns look a little different. I think they changed him. Hold on. Or at least slightly altered it. And yeah, the starter guy was called Red Dragon before. No, the Ashen Dragon always had those horns. Huh, interesting. At least from what we've seen. Although it was called Albino Dragon before. Ashen is probably better. Also, the Glaive lady, what's her name? Is redesigned. Let me see here. The dancer character. Look at the dancer right there. Like, look at these. Compare those 2 images of the dancer here. For the Jasper dancer. I would say the new one, market improvements. Much, much better. The UI in general is much better. But yeah, Ashen Dragon. So, same stuff. Means tier 5 spells, yeah. All adjacent enemies always deal minimum damage. Nice. Instead of friendly creatures gain 1 morale and luck. Enemy creatures lose the same. Okay. Sulfurous Assault, same move there. Inner Flame's the same. Dragonflight moves to any hex, dealing 100% basic attack damage to all adjacent creatures, pushing them away if possible. Ooh. Yeah, so this is the more aggressive one. It's more defensive. But he has more movement. Well, he has more initiative. This guy has more speed. Okay, interesting. I wonder which one ends up being the better one, because I want it to be the Black Dragon. It always has been. It can't be the Ashen one. But yeah, that's Dungeon. quickly look at the faction laws, see if we see anything interesting. Also, I'm starting to kind of feel it in my throat a little bit from all the talking. So I've been talking a lot during this stream. And I'm starting to feel it a little bit. Hopefully I can do 3 more factions. It takes like 20 minutes to cover one of these. Friendly creatures take -5 magic damage, okay. Produces gems daily. So they moved to... Yeah, didn't they? I think they did sulfur in 3, and now they're gems. For their main thing. Yeah. Creature growth in your cities. Yeah, so they have a lot of just creature growth for their not legacy, loss. Buildings cost less ore, okay. Heroes gain movement speed. Jadam maps, okay. Where's your water? I don't have any on me. You rarely have water on you, I guess. I have barbecue sauce in my fridge. This thing. The Marshall amplifier was a fridge all along type deal. I'm just gonna... Hold on here. I'm gonna do this and just walk away for a little bit. Hold on. I'm gonna look in there. Do I have any water? I do. Saved. Ugh. So warm in here. Good streamer, get water. Hey, I'm not a professional, okay? I could be eating sand for all you know. I'm just a guy. And as guys do, I guess I eat sand. I don't know. So this is my water. 1.5 liters. Apparently my fridge is so cold, there's ice forming in this. You see that at the top there? Some ice in there? Okay. I hear rocks crumbling in the background. That's scary. Almost 5 hours in. You should stretch the legs and take sippies. You're right. Hold on. Let me... You're right. When you're right, you're right. Okay. Stand up. Ugh. Ugh. Now, I need to probably go get my mat so I can stand on something. I don't want to stand on a wooden floor doing this. I'm good at the friendly bully. Sometimes I need it, I think. I think it's healthy. Also, if if you see me responding to, if anyone watching this sees me responding to comments they don't see, I'm multi-streaming Twitch and YouTube, so that's why. I haven't found a good widget, I guess, or whatever you want to call it, a dock or whatever OBS calls it, to have both chats included in the same, so I can put both sides on the stream. Looking into it, haven't found anything so far. Let me go find a mat though, so that I can stand here. Woo-wee. Oof. Okay. Mat acquired. Stance solid. Throat repaired? Question mark. Okay. Oh, here we go. I like this. Jadam maps. I think is it pronounced Jadam? Like, do we know? Does anyone know how it's pronounced? I say Jadam, but I don't know if it's accurate. You know. Spy network. All external buildings and structures under your control gain a +2 sight radius. That's nice. And that levels up. All enemy creatures lose 1 initiative. Diabolical. Love it. Eliminates all price markups in the marketplace. Hell yes. Your dungeon heroes gain +1 to all attributes, and it upgrades. Your hero's persuasion power and diplomacy increases by 10%. We love everyone here in dungeon, except elves, apparently. So, you know, give us more lizard men to our ranks, please, and thank you. Your spells of your heroes gain +1 levels. Your focus charge limit increases by 1. Yeah, just a bunch of creature growth, really. Just pump out diabolical monsters. So basically what I do is I start with Devere, son of Devere. He has a buff to Minotaurs. Minotaur growth increases. They gain 1 speed, 1 initiative, and 20% HP. Their attacks and defense increase by 1 for every 3 hero levels, so they get a lot when he starts leveling. Enemy Minotaurs lose an equal amount of attack and defense. And when I go in here, I, increase growth of tier 4 units, Minotaurs. So I just get a bunch of Minotaurs, and then I upgrade them here to get elite Minotaurs that deal 1.5 times more damage when using their fighting style, which is the line move. They gain 1 speed and initiative and deal +2 damage, and this upgrades. So, yeah, Minotaurs are disgusting in the best way possible. I love them dearly. They're my guys. And, yeah, they're the real deal. And we ride the Gorgon. Okay, that F12 skipped the turn. Okay. That was weird. Okay, I was planning to take a screenshot. I didn't expect that to send me to the next town. But I guess that's fine. I guess we were done. Can I unbind that? I don't even see F12 on here. What the shit did that do? I didn't even see, like, ending turn or hear the sound or anything. It just sent me. I don't see this keybind anywhere. Why the hell did that happen? Alright, do that. And then we set that one, and then we accept it, and then is it gone? No? For some reason, this just cycles through all the players. Oh, but it doesn't spend a day. Why? That is so interesting. I'm probably taking so many Steam screenshots right now. Yep. Yes, I am. Okay. Well, that is a function. But yeah, we have the goddamn Gorgon bull creature from the swamp town in Heroes 3 Fortress. We ride it. Yeah, that's dungeon. That's dungeon. My boys. So, let's move on to the next one. With music that, once again, we've never heard before because this is a new faction. Is that a little cow with mushrooms on his back? That is adorable. So cute. Also, this song already, great. So this is the theme for the area. Nice. What about the town? Okay. Okay. Pleasant. Very pleasant. So they've changed this place the most from the stuff I've seen, probably. So I'm gonna be learning this with you guys. They were not in the demo. Cool. There's two creatures for this faction that I really, really like. But honestly, there might be four that I really, really like. Let's look at them, shall we? So the fawn, I would probably like more if they weren't completely green. I get why. It just looks a little weird to me. Also, my fan is angled at that's a bad angle. Hold on. Okay. So, my favorite units here are tier 3 and 5. The Vine, Iriad, and the Herbomancer. But honestly, the Chrane and Phoenix actually look kind of peak. The Hoplet, cute as hell. And honestly, I don't hate the Fawn either. The Naiad is not bad. Like, if I think of this faction more as Conflux, like an amalgam of all the 4 elements, instead of Rampart or Sylvan, then I probably would like this more. I feel like that's probably the way to go to fully appreciate this more. Think of it as a continuation of the concept of Conflux. I think that's the way to go about it. But yeah, let's look into it. Fawn, living, ranged attack, yeah. Parry, when attacked, this creature's counterattack comes first. Cool, like that. That's a neat upgrade. I like that. Sharpshooter, deal full range damage at any range, like it. And parry, counterattacks first. Okay, cool. I like the Fawn Archer. Ooh. The Fawn Warriors. They're kind of like the skeletons. They can pick between range and melee. Parry, counterattacks first. And Nature's Fury, positive effect. Deals plus 2 damage and increase speed by 2 until the end of the round. Okay. Okay. Sure. I think I prefer the Fawn Archer. If the Fawn Archer looked like the Fawn Warrior, I'd be so happy. That'd be the perfect world there. Okay. Hoplets. This thing is adorable. Magic creature, yeah. Melee, flying, right? Leeching Hop. Takes 5 mana from enemy hero. The mana is transferred to this creature's hero if present. Okay, fun. You mana steal, you little thing? Crazy. Ooh. Whoa. Suddenly burning eyes and little mushroom buddies? Okay. Melee attack. Enemies do not counterattack. Okay. Morning Dew. Generates 1 focus charge once per battle. Does not spend focus charges. Nice. Just straight up helping the team there. Dusk Hoplet. These are all very cute. Same ones up here. Magic Core. Upon death, this creature increases the hero's spell power by 1 until the end of the battle. Oh. Okay. So, get a bunch of 1 stacks of these spread out in the team and have a spellcaster hero, I guess. Leeches mana. Give to my hero. Bloom, increase the hero's spell power by 3 until the end of a round. Okay, so this thing just buffs the hero. That's interesting. Huh. Okay, Vine Iriad. This is probably my favorite looking creature in this entire team. It's so weird, but I really like it. Embodiment. Okay, a spirit, soul, or other intangible power that has coalesced into material form. Fallen embodiments do not count towards the power of necromancy. Makes it even better. Melee attack, area strike. Deals damage to the target and all hexes around it. Additional targets take minus 50% damage. Cool. Embodiment of Earth. This creature leaves no body upon death. Immune to Cave-In and Stone Fangs spells. Okay. I don't know what those do, but sure. Should we look them up, maybe? Cave-In and Stone Fang. Can we search? No. Cave-In, Stone Fang. Cave-In, Stone Fang. Stone Fangs deals magic damage up to 3 different targets enemies. Okay, so it's immune to this. Okay. Because it's made of stones? Like, nah, dude, I don't care. And Cave-In, there it is. Deals hero spell power magic damage to target enemy. All adjacent empty hexes are filled with rock obstacles. An obstacle is destroyed upon taking 1 hit from attacks. Okay, so he's just like, I am the earth, don't mess with me, earth type of guy. Okay, that's fun. Awaken Earth 1. This creature gains 2 speed and initiative, 10 HP, and unlimited counterattacks. Once per battle, lasts until the end of battle. Okay, so that's a spell. Interesting. Ooh, I really like the color scheme here. The horns adds a lot to this. I really like this one. Living cover. Adjacent friendly creatures always take minimal damage. Nice. Stoneheart. Leave a stone obstacle after death. It is destroyed after taking damage 2 times. Okay. Awaken Earth 2. 2 speed, initiative, and HP. Isn't that the same? And unlimited counterattacks. Yeah, once per battle, less until the end of battle. Allows the use of other abilities. Ah, okay. Once, that's the one thing that's different. Okay. This creature's attack turns into additional defense until the end of the round. Okay. Unrelenting Stone. Yeah, I'll say. What's the last one look like? Oh. I prefer this, I think, looks-wise, but what does it do? Same stuff here. Crystal Thorns. Whenever an enemy attacks this creature in melee, 1 unit from the attacking stack died. Oh. Works on creatures up to tier 5. Okay, not crazy, but a little fun. Awaken Earth 2. Earth Shatter. All enemies within 2 hex radius can target only this creature. He has a taunt until the end of the round. This does not end the turn. It can only be used after Awaken. Okay. Can only be used after Awaken. Really? So he has to spend 5 points to do this? Okay. Seems like quite a bit, but yeah, sure. I think I prefer the fungal dude, honestly. But yeah, what do I know? This thing, Naiad, completely new. We don't know her. She looks like a ranged character. Okay, interesting. They have at least 2 range. Okay. Blink can teleport. Okay. Ignoring obstacles and traps. Okay. Just like the rogue guy in dungeon. Embodiment of Water. This creature leaves no body upon death. Immune to Ice Bolt and Circle of Winter. Immune to Ice Bolt and Circle of Winter. See, we have immunity for Kieran's as well. Here's Ice Bolt. Deals magic damage to target enemy creature and reduces their initiative by 2. Okay, so that's, yeah, it's just an Ice Bolt, literally. And Fireball to Phoenixes, yeah. And the lightning thing to, where is it? Lightning Bolt to Kieran's. So we have all the different elements there for the creatures. That's cool. And Iriads are the big guys. Circle of Winter deals magic damage to all creatures adjacent to target hex. All affected stacks are pushed away from the center if possible. Yep. So, just immune to ice moves, basically. Ice attacks. Awaken. So they all have Awaken moves, I'm now realizing, but or some of them do. Tier 3 and up, apparently. Just did a search for the multi-chat thing. I'll write that one down, look into it. I'm not gonna do anything with it now, though, but I will write that down for sure. So, yep. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, and their Awakened skill is Water 1. This creature gains 2 speed and initiative, 15 HP, the ability to perform ranged attacks, even their ability to perform ranged attacks, even there is an adjacent enemy. Devs, this is like the 4th spelling mistake I've found. What are you doing? It's almost like English is their second language or something. It is, by the way. That's why I don't blame them for missing stuff like that. Easily happens. Yeah, it is gonna, like, yeah, the multi-chat thing is definitely gonna be helpful if I can get that running, because, yeah, like, people have their preference for platforms, and recently the, like, YouTube side kind of just got way bigger than the Twitch side, but then there are people now that are, like, showing up on the Twitch side, and they prefer to be on Twitch, but they want to see what's being talked about, so they jump onto the YouTube side just to see the chat, but they don't want to be on the YouTube side. So it's like getting the multi-chat working is probably the priority thing for what I should be doing right now. But I've just kind of hit a brick wall on it, so that's why. But tonight, it doesn't really matter which platform you're on, because it's very quiet and calm on both fronts. So, but it makes sense. I never expected people to be like, yo, here's a Might and Magic, you know? Because, I don't know. I feel like most of us that's played this died out. We're too old. I'm old foggy. Foggy. I'm old fogey. Which is what I'm currently used to. YouTube is videos, not live streams. I understand. Yeah, absolutely. I know a lot of people that share your opinion on that. I did too until very recently, because, I don't know, because people started watching on the YouTube side, but I still think that YouTube's live player is a bit wonky. So, yeah. I don't know. I like the rewind feature on YouTube. I really like that. But I feel like for streaming, I just think as a platform, I think Twitch just kind of works better. I don't know. I don't know. Yes. Okay, so they can range attack even when there are adjacent enemies. Okay. Nice. Upgrades. Ooh. Vernal Naiad. Vernal Naiad. What do you do? Your embodiment. Do not count towards power of necromancy. I really like Grove because they deny necromancy quite a bit. That's fun. What about you? Oh. What about you? Oh. So far, we have 2 creatures that deny necromancy, and I'm all for that. Allows use of other abilities is the only change on this one. And the other ability is Rivulet, Retreat. Blinks to any free hex within a 4 hex range. Does not end the turn, can only be used after Awaken. Okay, so you buff and then you like escape, basically. Okay, so like Slither for Medusa. Okay. What about your other upgrade? Okay, that kind of goes back to a more basic look. Okay, I kind of like that. Kind of like that. Bottom end, ranged, blink. It's cool that they have the teleport, though. I like that. Icy Veins. Attacks prevent the target from restoring HP by any means until the end of the round. And then we have Awaken Water again, and then we have Whirlpool. So instead of blinking to any free hex to get away, confuses the target enemy. While confused, their speed and initiative are reduced by 2. Duration 3 rounds. Oof. Nice. Pretty decent unit they've thrown together there, because that thing did not exist before early access began, as far as I know. Do I have any images of their old units? The images I have are missing a tier 4 unit. Oh no, I do have images of their old tier 4 units. Oh yeah! Oh yeah! It's this thing! The Aqualotl! This is the creature we could have had. It was like a sea otter type thing. Like a magical sea otter. That was now replaced with like a mermaid type thing. I don't know, I kind of miss this little guy. Weird little dude. Like the mermaid is way more distinct. But I mean, they didn't have a sea otter. I don't know, I probably would have preferred the otter, I think. I don't know. I think I might have preferred the otter, to be honest, over the lady. There's so many things to take out of context in what I just said. I prefer the otter over the lady. You're welcome, internet. Glad no one's watching this. Okay. Let's move on, shall we? Next thing is my second favorite unit for this team, just appearance-wise. The Herbomancer. The Mushroom Druid with bird legs, I'm now realizing. Okay, that's horrifying. Living. Long reach, so he stands 2 hexes away. Mushroom Magic. Reduces the mana cost of the hero spells by 1. This does not stack. Only the strongest one is active. Shroom Song. Once per battle, spends all focus charges to restore the hero's mana. 4 for each focus charge spent. Interesting. Again, supporting the main character. So, am I playing a spellcaster? I don't think I am I? Might hero. So I probably should be playing magic heroes when I'm playing this team. From the sounds of things, because they all buff your main dude with mana and shit. So that's good. That's really nice. Swarm of Bees. Bees! Deals damage to target enemy creature. Bees keep attacking it, dealing damage at the beginning of each turn. This effect is stackable. Duration 3 rounds. Damn. Ooh, Sporemancer. Like the colors. Reduces the mana cost of hero spells by 2. Okay. Does not stack. Strongest one is active. Shroom Song. Give mana back. Swarm of Beasts. Protective Roots. Target friendly creature becomes immune to magic damage. Interesting. Murmurmancer. What a name. Living, long reach, mushroom magic. Reduce zero, cost of hero spell by 2. Power of Murmurs. Increases the level of the hero's spells by 1. This effect is not stack. Shroom Song. Restores hero mana 8 for each. 4 for each. Yeah, I thought so. So, restores mana 8 for each focus charge spent. Cool. Echoes of the Murmur Woods. Allows the hero to use the spellbook again this round. Removes any effects that prevent its use. Okay. Cool. I like the Murmurmancer. It's fun. I love the colors of the Sporemancer, though. Very nice. Now for Kieran. The Horse of Legend. A mount I have in Final Fantasy XIV. It's not difficult to acquire. So, it's not a humble brag. Not even close. I don't do difficult content. I don't have anything worth bragging about in 14. I just play that game because I love the story and music and all that shit. But yeah, Embodiment of Air. This creature leaves no body upon death, immune to Lightning Bolt and Chain Lightning. We know what those do. It's lightning spells that do damage. We don't need to look those up. Single target and AoE. I'm starting to think that is what all of these are. Cave-in, single target earth damage, Cave-in, AoE, earth damage, Stone Fangs, single targets. Probably. Maybe not. Maybe it's the opposite. Whatever. One of them is single target, one is AoE. Same here. Ice Bolt, single target, ice damage. Circle of Winter, AoE, ice damage. Lightning Bolt, single target, lightning, or air, I guess. And Chain Lightning, AoE. Lightning Fast. This creature is immune to all effects that restrict movement. Cool. Makes sense with the lore behind the Kieran. Increases this creature's speed and initiative by 2 and HP by 20 and granted Swift Strike. Once per battle. Lasts until the end of the battle. Swift Strike. Is that... Hold on now. Is that where you strike... Okay, enemies do not counterattack. Okay, that's a Swift Strike is. Okay. Nice. And upgrades? Thunder Kieran. Okay. Nice. Thought he'd be yellow, but he's green. Or, like, blue-esque. Okay. Embodiment, so he does not count towards the power of necromancy. None of the elementals do, apparently. Okay. The living do. And the magic creatures do. Melee damage, Embodiment of Air, Lightning Fast. Cloud 9 at the beginning of each round generates 2 focus points. Awaken Air allows use of another ability, so that's the difference. It queues up the next ability, which is Ball Lightning or Thunderstrike. I guess you can pick. Yeah, you can pick. Okay. Blinks to any free hex within its movement range. Deals 100% of a basic attack. As magic damage to all creatures adjacent to the destination hex. Or converts this creature's defense into additional attack until the end of the round. Does not end the turn, can only be used after Awaken. Okay. So turn him into a powerhouse. Hit big, hit hard. Or use a spell. Okay. Thunder Kieran or Mist Kieran. Ooh. Ooh. I kind of like that immediately. Okay. Same stuff. Scintillating, I think, scales. Enemy creatures adjacent to this creature take 30% increased magic damage. This effect does not stack. Then we have Awaken Air into Mist form. This creature ignores obstacles and takes minus 35% damage until the end of the round. Does not end the turn, it can only be used after Awaken. Nice. So... yeah, stats-wise, this thing only has slightly lower max damage. Everything else is just... one less speed. But everything else is just better with a Mist Kieran. Interesting. But now for the one I'm the most excited about, because goddamn the Phoenix is looking good. Like, the old Phoenix they had, let me see if I can pull this up. It just did not look right. This is the Phoenix they had in the game. Like, can you see the improvement there? Holy shit. This new one looks perfect. What were they doing with the old one? Holy goddamn. Yeah, I'm really glad we got that sorted. We got a good bird. Embodiment of fire. Do not count towards the power of necromancy. Dude, imagine playing Necropolis and facing Grove. It's gotta be so disappointing. Flying, melee attack. Sweeping strike deals damage to the target and 2 adjacent hexes to its sides. This thing thinks it's a red dragon. Embodiment of fire. Oh. Did I shout embodiment of fire when I read that? Okay. This creature leaves no body upon death, immune to fireball, firewall, and Armageddon. Armageddon, huh? That's in this? Yep. Magic damage to all creatures on the battlefield. Okay, well, that's a dope skill to be immune to. So, single target fireball, AoE firewall, and map-wide, or battlefield-wide Armageddon. That is wild. Let me guess, do you respawn? Increases this creature's speed and initiative by 2 and HP by 25. Grants maximum damage. Okay. Lasts until the end of battle. I'm curious how that will expand into the upgrades. Oh my god. I fear they cooked on this one. Pun not intended, actually. Like, goddamn. Look at that bird. It's flaming hot. Goddamn. We still have 2 more factions to look at. I don't know that I have it in me, dude. I don't know that I have it in me. Nah, pun intended. Look, I'll take credit for the pun, but I was not doing it on purpose. Flying, melee attack, sweeping strikes. It's like, as you can see, like right here, look how warm it is. Look at the, God, look at the glistening on this poor boy, melting alive in here. What has he done to deserve this? It was like, today it was like 23 degrees Celsius outside. It was so goddamn warm. And, yeah, this room, not adapted to this yet. I need to fix that, by the way. Okay. Immortal, leaves a pile of ash upon death. Spotlights are hot. It is, yeah. It's very hot. And my PC gets really hot as well now, so that's also not great. Because it's not a huge room, and the door is closed, and the window is currently not functioning to open. So, it's basically me stuck in a tiny room with a PC that is cooking me, and a spotlight that is blinding me, and a fan that is blowing around hot air. Reasons I had a VTuber model? Sure, yeah. Reasonable. But I still gotta keep the door closed so it doesn't solve my heating issue. Otherwise, I will disturb so many people. So, I gotta keep the door closed, unfortunately. Immortal, leaves a pile of ash upon death. There it is. At the start of the following round, 1 plus 50% of the original units in the stack. Units are revived from that pile, no more than the original amount. Each stack can only be revived once per battle this way. The pile is destroyed upon taking damage 3 times. Units revived this way are permanent. Ooh, you get to keep them? Very nice. Dude, Grove? Ah, I might be trying these out, dude. I might try Grove. Not bad. I was expecting them to be like one of the least interesting ones in the entire game, because I usually don't go for the nature theme with teams like this. But I really like what I'm seeing. Like, coming into this, I was like, the Iriad looks dope. I love him. He's such a Expedition 33 looking creature. And the Herbomancer, like I always play druids in every Diablo game. World of Warcraft when I started. Eventually I swapped over to Hunter. I was even a survival hunter and like melee play. So yeah. I'm the lowest of the low when it comes to that stuff. But yeah, I've always loved druids, so the Herbomancer spoke to me immediately. Even though he looks a little goofy with the legs, but I'm fine with it. But then Kirin, you know, for Japanese mythology is kind of sick. The Phoenix looks incredible now with the updates. Like, yeah. The Naiad looks cool with, like, this Naiad. The Vernal one looks really nice. The, like, pink details pop really nicely. And this one looks more basic, but also still like, yeah, no, this looks like a fully fleshed out good design. The Hoplet is cute as hell. The Fauna's cool. Like, you get to pick between a range and a melee character. Like, I genuinely like this team. This is good. And I haven't even seen the final Phoenix form yet. But I'm genuinely impressed. Well done, devs. I never thought you'd make me care about the... I was about to say the environment team. That sounds awful. I never thought you could make me care about a team based on the elements. There you go. There you go. Okay. Spells. Speed, initiative, and HP. Grants maximum damage, yeah. And then you can use Heat Wave. Dispels all negative effects from friendly creatures and all positive effects from enemies. Woo. Streamer cancelled. Doesn't care about the environment. Confirmed. Oof. Oof. Well, you know, my vote certainly doesn't reflect that stance. But, yeah. I would argue that the environment is kind of important. We kind of depend on it heavily. So that is unfortunate that my comments have been misconstrued that way. That went from sincere to sounding so fake. But whatever. Next and final creature for Grove. What does it look like? Ooh. Ooh. Oh, I like that. I love that the base form is a classic-looking phoenix with blue crystal detailing on the chest that either goes full flaming chicken wing or whatever the goddamn hell this is. This is a cool-looking boomkin from World of Warcraft. This is what they should look like. That looks great. I love that. That's an extra hot chicken. True, it is blue. I'm just uncertain if it's fire. No, yes, that is true. Blue does burn hotter. This is very true. The name Energy Phoenix is throwing me a bit, though, because that makes me like, is that like an energy burning instead? Or is that just, have they not invented a name for gasoline? it's kind of where I'm at in my thought process of this. Still has Sweeping Strike, Embodiment of Fire. Eternal Flame. At the start of each turn, this creature restores 25% of HP lost since the start of battle. This can revive fallen units. Disgusting. Great. Love it. He does the buff, and then Supernova. Propane Phoenix. Perfect. That's it. Hire them. Deals magic damage to all enemies within 2 hexes of this creature. Okay. Supernova. Overtime effect do not affect phoenixes. Damage to all enemies within 2 hexes of this creature. Set all targets on fire. Burning creatures take magic damage at the start of their turn. This effect is stackable. Duration 2 rounds. So if I can have 2 phoenixes, like put them side by side, build a defensive wall for my team, and I have enough focus points, I can then burn the entire enemy team and start my own KFC. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Overall, just from what I've read here, top tier team, honestly. Like, this is gonna sound so dumb. I'm a dungeon boy through and through. Sounds so stupid. But, like, I'll always first try to main dungeon in any of these games, because I love my troglodytes, my minotaurs, my dumb big dragons, okay? I love them. I will always go for them first. But this team is probably the one I'm the second most interested in the entire game right now. They look really good. Props to the dev team. Goddamn, I never thought I would care about the environment. Just a girl dungeon isn't pretty enough for me. Sad it has the dragon. It is the way of things, yeah. In Heroes 3, everybody had a dragon, basically. But they decided that it should be exclusive to one team. As a dungeon player, I'm cool with it. And as someone who is curious about playing Grove, I am kind of okay that they don't have a dragon either, because the Phoenix looks incredible. So I'm kind of cool with it, actually. It's like, even the base Phoenix might be one of my favorite models in the entire game. So pretty. So cool. It does have very similar abilities to the dragons, so at least play, they will be, you know, fairly similar. That's nice. Generates maximum focus charges at the beginning of each round. Friendly creatures have their maximum possible luck and will always land a lucky strike when attacking. Nice. Also, they ride a giant stag? Deer thing? Okay. What else? Law? What do they get? Anything interesting? They deal increased melee damage for the fawn. They always deal maximum damage. Okay. They gain 5 HP. Okay. Friendly creatures deal more damage with lucky strikes. Okay, so they, what, pull out a cigarette and fight people? That would make me back away, to be fair. I would run very quickly away. Not as gangly as a moose, but that's definitely a moose rack. True. It looked very King of the Forest-esque, so I'm willing to buy that. When battling in the area, you control friendly creatures gain 2 attack and 2 defense. Okay. Your buildings cost less wood. That makes sense that they would want to save the forest. Yep, that's the name of the thing. I was about to say of the spell, but yeah. Save the forest. Cost less wood. Makes sense. Each time you improve a mage guild in your Grove cities, +1 spells is unlocked in the observatory. Enemies can't see detailed information about your armies. When viewed, it shows random numbers of random Grove units. That's always fun. All negative effects on friendly units last 1 fewer rounds. Okay. Creature growth of your external dwellings is increased by 50%. That's cool. All temporary spells, scrolls, artifacts, etc. available to your hero gains 1 levels. The cooldown of all battle spells for your hero are reduced by 1 round. Enemy heroes can't flee or surrender. That's awful. Okay. So if you make a real, like, death ball and go after someone, You can destroy all their heroes. It's been a hot minute. Take another sip. No, you. Urban massive growth in your cities increased by 1. Their abilities cost -1 focus charge. Chrane growth increased by 1. They deal +2 damage. Did dungeon have the second thing after growth increase? Cheers to that. Okay, fine. Hydrate. That is carbonated, so I don't want to drink too much at once. It can hurt. Okay. Friendly creatures now have +1% lucky strike chance for each point of luck. Okay. Your heroic strikes deal +10 basic damage. Your grove heroes gain sight radius and movement points. That's nice. Each round of battle, you generate focus charges. They are very focus charge heavy. But I guess it's because most of their spells require focus charges to cast. Like the unit spells, or the abilities, I guess they're called. To get them to like buff themselves and then use a secondary spell after it to follow up and do the weird stuff. So it makes sense. They would have a lot of focus generation and stuff tied into everything. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. That's a Sylveon on that image, by the way. Is that am I seeing that correctly? But yeah, focus tying into all this stuff makes a lot of sense. Also, I'm like 43 minutes into talking about one faction, and I have 2 left. God, it's 4:25 a.m. What am I doing? Their maximum damage increased by 10. Your Fawns, Hoplets, and Urbomancers gain 2 speed and initiative. The abilities of your Vine, Iriads, Naiads, Kirins, and Phoenixes cost 1 less focus charge. There it is. Oh, Sanctuary. Cool. Probably have a bunch of them, most don't know where they came from. Fair. But hey, throw a Pokemon emote at me, I'm going to call it out. That's my shit. Or at least it used to be until fairly recently when Digimon took over, but you know, all good. That's Grove. Overall, great. Love it. Really good. Next up is horrifying. It's either Firebugs or Ice Cthulhu. Who's next? Firebugs. Okay. At least the hero unit looks cool. But why does he wield a 4-pronged fire scepter? That's disgusting. Welcome to hell! Elmo meme. Ooh. Man, that sounded really cool. So they redid at least 2 units for this faction since announcing it. The first one and the 4th one, I think. I think that's it. So previously, they looked really difficult to distinguish between each other. This is the old lineup. So you see the Gnat has been replaced for the tier 1 units. The new tier 1 unit, the Parasite, I think looks insanely cool. Someone on the design team liked StarCraft? Yes. Yes, indeed. So, the old designs, like, if this was the lineup, the feedback from the community with this faction was basically, they are really difficult to tell apart. And I kind of agree. Oh, Jesus. Yank the goddamn cable. Ow. Yeah, they are all really difficult to tell apart, in my opinion. I completely agree with that feedback. And the devs kind of took it to heart and replaced tier 1 and tier 4. And yeah, I think they made the right choice, because the ones we got, I think, are far more interesting. So tier 1, the parasite, is the creature is actually the thing on the guy's back. I mean, yeah, the creature is actually this thing, not the guy. It's riding a guy. So yeah. The cool thing is that the guy also changes gear when you upgrade them, which is fun. But yeah, yeah, nope, I'm out. This is essentially the opposite of Grove, so makes sense that you'd be out. I don't blame you for that. It is kind of disgusting. Love how much player feedback really influenced development of the game. Yeah, they have been so receptive to just listening to people's feedback. I'm just very impressed with this team. And keep in mind, what we have now, this is early access. So anything in here might still change. Like, none of this is set in stone. We might, I don't know, we might lose the Reaver for... Sorry about that. We might lose the Reaver if we're unlucky, because he looks cool, but I don't know if he's gonna stay here, you know? He could be disappeared by the devs. We don't know. But yeah, they've been listening to a lot of feedback, and like with UI and all that stuff. The one thing that's not changing is probably the art style, which is a lot of people have complained about. But like, every Heroes game has had a different art style. Let's be real, they all look very different from each other. So I would say the ones that looks similar-ish to each other is like 3, 4, and 6 probably. But all the other ones, like, might include 7, but I don't want to. But like 1 and 2 look similar to each other, but then 5 looks different from everything else, and then this looks different from everything else. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's fine that the game has a different art style. It's not the end of the world. But I would like a game to come out now to have the art style of Heroes 3. I think that'd be dope. Very interesting. Because games don't look like that anymore, and it would be cool to see someone try to replicate that. Haven't helped me any bug that shows itself to me in my house and lets it up in a corner of the ceiling. Yeah, it's probably good for a lot of people that flamethrowers are not easily accessible. I feel like they would get a lot of use if they were readily available. The issue with an insect-based faction is a lot of insects look rather similar. Agreed. Yes, that is absolutely an issue. Which is why I'm glad they changed. So we got Parasite for tier 1 and Scorpion for tier 4. Because they don't look like anything else on here. So now we have the little crawly guy who's now like orange and teal. The flying guy who's yellow. The multi-arm guy is basically a Digimon with the burning hair. We have a worm and a queen. So, like, I feel like they all are very different from each other now. So I'm good with this. I like this. Even though they're, like, very low on my list of factions that I'm interested in, I do like where we landed with all the designs so far. Especially when trying not to scare people who hate spiders and the things with too many legs. True. Yeah. Yeah. You know what we call a centipede in Swedish? A 1,000-footer. Enjoy that. It's inaccurate numbers-wise, but that is what we call them. So, it's disgusting. Yeah, accurate reaction, yeah. Also, it shows that they wanted a return to classic Heroes of Might and Magic, mainly 3, whilst keeping some things that were good from other games, like dual options for improved units of 5. Yes! Exactly. Then we know from the active development of Horn of the Abyss and other mods for Heroes of Might and Magic 3 that it's possible to emulate the style to this day. True, yeah. You do the same in France? Milipates. That's probably horribly inaccurately pronounced. 1,000 legs. Yeah, exactly. We call them 1,000. We call them a 1,000 feet. 1,000 feet. Why is he standing up? Imagine, like, actual 1,000 feet on him. You're like, what is that? Outmanned immediately. Why no fire emotes? I don't know. I don't know. I don't do this professionally. I'm just a guy. I'm just here. You've somehow found my corner of the internet that I'm just, you know, it's my little pocket dimension. I'm just here. Okay? I don't know what's going on here. I'm just here talking about dumb games that I like. It's that simple. I play Final Fantasy, Resident Evil, and Heroes of Might and Magic. That's all I am. And also Diablo and Path of Exile, but like, we don't talk about those. Just happens sometimes. And what is this fire emote you're talking about? What am I missing? Is it like a... what, BTTV? Is that what it's called? Better TTV? I don't know. Takes a long ass time to clean the shoes when you enter a house with 1,000 feet. True. I was looking for a flamethrower remote to burn the bugs. Ah! I thought it meant I had to activate an emote for like better TTV or something. Or Twitch emotes on the channel. So I I guess I know some stuff about how Twitch works. Okay, good. Shall we talk about these guys, by the way? We've been staring at them for 10 minutes, doing nothing. We're getting... like, we're 4:36 a.m. We have 2 factions left to talk about. Will I turn these into videos later? I don't know. I don't know if it's worth turning into videos. Maybe I will. Maybe I will. I don't know. BTTV is definitely a good way to supplement emotes. True, yeah. I've not really looked into that with my own channel, but I've definitely, like, I have it installed because of other channels, you know? I haven't, like, I don't know. I've just streamed stuff I enjoy. I haven't thought much about all the inner workings of how all this functions. I don't know. I just go live and talk about shit I enjoy, and then I'm kind of good for the day. I don't know. A video just going over the basics for each faction might be nice for people looking for info. It's a good idea. It's a good idea. Probably go back, look at what we've been talking about, and kind of do a quicker, more concise summary for a video. That could work. Yeah. Not a bad idea. That's 6 videos right there. It's like the last stuff that I've been posting has done okay, actually. I didn't expect a 1 hour and 43 minutes Path of Exile video to get almost 2,000 views. That's kind of shocking, actually. How the hell did that happen? The one where I talked about the new jobs coming to 14. It's at 3.8 thousand. Okay. I mean, hey. Hour and change, yeah, almost 2. Like 1 hour 43 minutes. People have impressive attention spans. Usually they don't. So let's actually look at the analytics of that. How long do they watch? It has to be just the start with where the cinematic is, right? Let me see here. Oh, I mean, they are, like... That's actually impressive. The percentage of people watching at 23 minutes is the same percentage watching at 40 minutes. That's not normal. In my experience. That's okay. Okay, I can see why that video is doing okay. Okay, great. Okay. Hey, I'll take it. I hope they have fun. Let me see. Yeah. Shrug. I don't know. Okay. It's been another 3 minutes since I brought this up. Let's actually talk about Hive. Okay. Hive. Parasite. What do you do? Hive spawn. You are counting towards Necromancer reanimation. Sucker. Long reach. Okay, that's cool. You don't get counterattacked. Okay. Topple the strong. The higher the target's tier, the more damage this creature deals to it. 3% damage per tier of difference. Yup. And then Warden Parasite does more damage the higher tier the enemy is. At the start of battle, for each other unique Hive creature in the army, this creature's defense increases by 1. Upon death, the creature generates 2 focus points. Okay. So, put a bunch of them in the army. They die, I get focus points. Sure, and what does the other upgrade do? It looks horrifying. Long reach. Vanguard. At the start of battle, for each unique Hive unit, the creature gains attack. When this creature is killed, generate 2 focus points. That's the same, right? No. It gains defense. Okay, this one gains attack. Okay, that's the difference. And then it dies, gives you focus points. And then more damage to higher tiers. Okay, cool. Locusts. I do not wish to have a flaming bug chomping on my head. Good thing is, though, that this person in here doesn't seem to be actively experiencing this. I think they are long gone. So, yeah, I think this guy's just, like, tuned into the nervous system and, like, piloting him like a mech at this point. Kind of like the end of the Lord of the Rings, the Two Towers. When Gimli has his axe in the guy. It's my axe embedded in his nervous system. That type of thing. Melee attacks for the Locust. I like the little color differentiation on this guy. Like teal and orange. It's kind of nice. Orange brown. Kind of clean. Double strike. Okay, attacks twice. Harvests. Jumps onto a... I don't think the human body has a head anymore. I'm trying to remember. When you kill them, they separate. And I don't remember if there was a head underneath or not. There might be, just because of the PG rating. Or the PEGI rating, I guess. Not the PG rating. The PEGI rating. I think there might be a head just for that, maybe, but I'm not entirely sure. But I do know that they separate when they die. So if you want to go back in the VOD, that's almost 6 hours long, and look for when I fought them. Go ahead. I could send a stack of 1 into combat and we could check, but I don't want to. Harvest. Jumps onto a chosen corpse within 3 hexes and devours it. This is lovely stuff. Gaining 2 attack and defense, 1 speed and initiative until the end of battle. Great. What do you turn into? Ooh. Flaming Hot Bug. Overgrown Locust. Melee, double attack. Parry. When attacked, this creature's counterattack strikes first. I like parry so much. Nest Protector. At the start of battle, for each other unique Hive creature in the army, this creature defense increases by 1. Upon death, generates 2 focus points. Is that the same as this? Generates attack. Generates defense. So Nest Protector. That's what this had, right? So this seems to be the unique mechanic for Hive, then. They really want to enforce different Hive units. Would each tier of a unit count as a unique unit? Yes, I think so. I think there are 7 unique units here. I think that's what that means. So they really want to have you not stack the same types of creatures into a team. They really want you to have the full scale of what Hive offers in your team. And that will make the entire team stronger. That's really cool. So this first one had Nest Protector. This one had Vanguard. Is it the same here? Nest Protector, Vanguard. Yep. Okay, so we have the offensive and defensive option for them. Okay, cool. Really like this one. Actually, really fun. The parry and stuff is really cool. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, colors. I like that. Looks really nice. So this is the aggressive one. Melee attack, double strikes. At the start of battle for each other unique Hive creature, this creature gains attack. Yep. Generates focus points on death. Jumps onto chosen corpse within 6 hexers. Devours it. Gains attack and defense and speed and blah 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 blah. Yep. Okay. More like an overgrown locust versus a ravager locust. Good question. I would not know how to answer that, actually. For each other unique Hive creature in the army, my assumption, and I'm not basing this on anything, but my assumption is that there are 7 unique creatures. That is my assumption. But, you know, I don't know that. But that is what I'm assuming. Yeah, as you say, experimentation for the future. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. That is for us to find out another day. But yeah, I really like the look of this thing. It's very cool. So defensive for the first one, offensive for the second one are my favorites so far. Okay. Yeah. So what about this guy, the Hornet? Hive spawn, yeah. Does count for necromancy. Disgusting. So melee attack, and he flies. Okay. That's his presentation is like, "Hi, I'm just a little guy." Like, okay, good for you. What do? I fly. Sure, but why though? Like, do you offer anything else? No. Ooh, never mind. I take it back. He gets cool as shit. Okay, never mind. I was unfamiliar with his game. Nest Protectors, this is the defensive one. Whispers of Doubt. Attacks cause the target to always deal minimal damage. Very nice. I like this one quite a bit. First one's just a little worker. He doesn't exist. Yeah. He's just here, you know, to hang out. But then there's the angry older brother. Yeah. Chanter. Seal of approval. Like it quite a bit. Okay, we go back to Slimmer. With more... with a more vermilion? With a, like, almost burgundy-esque color. Normal Hornet to Murder Hornets. Yep. Murder Horner. Oof. That's rough. Vanguard, so this is the offensive one, goes for attack bonuses. Piercing Sting. Each attack also kills +1 enemy unit in addition to regular damage. Works on creatures up to tier 6. So this is just a depowered Death Knight, or whatever they're called in Necropolis. That's one hell of a passive to put on a tier 3. Impressive. Impressive. Gets the wasp spray. We'll need it. But the chanter, like, goddamn, look at that thing. That's awesome looking. So defensive, offensive, defensive are my favorites so far. I can't wait to see the color scheme of the Scorpion, because it stands out so much in its base color scheme compared to everything else here. It's so gray and brown. I don't know why my voice is breaking so much tonight. Oh my god. And it happens right as I say that. I haven't been doing voices or anything tonight. Like, what's my voice breaking for? I've only spoken normally, like I usually do. It's because I'm doing all the heavy lifting tonight. Chat, you're sleeping. You're asleep at the wheel. Non-carbonated sippies. I don't have non-carbonated stuff up here. I only have carbonated water. Also, it helps that I usually stream things with a lot of voice acting. And this is probably why I do my Final Fantasy streams, like, slightly shorter. Because I have to voice act everything. You've been speaking for 6 hours? True, I have. And before that, I worked an entire shift all afternoon and evening. And, you know, my coworkers are chatty. And I kind of just join in. So I've been doing nothing but talking today, basically. Someone's not gonna have a voice tomorrow. Well, you know, all the more reason to sit in and just play this all day. Because I don't have work tomorrow. So that's gonna be nice. Yeah, let's look at the Scorpion. Get over here. Melee attack. Hive spawn is what they're called. Adaptation. That's new, I think. I don't think they have stuff called adaptation. Do they? Just a harvest ability. Adaptation. Attack. Deals plus 20% damage until the end of the round. Damn. Does not end the turn. So just straight up damage buff. This thing, this goddamn Scorpion King over here, doesn't just get, like, a cool attack. He's like, no, I'm just gonna buff myself and move on. Next. Okay. Adaptation defense takes minus 20% damage until the end of the round. And then we have adaptation speed. Gain 2 speed until the end of the round. Okay. Not bad. Choice. We like that. You have such a good English accent, I always have a hard time imagining you speaking Swedish when you're not streaming. I mean, jag skulle kunna prata svenska hela tiden om du hade velat det. Men jag tänker inte göra det mot dig, för det hade varit jävligt orättvist. Basically that means I could speak Swedish to you all the time, but I'm not going to do that to you because it's really goddamn unfair. This is what I basically said there. So yeah, I do know another language. I have a very, very poor knowledge of Spanish as well. By that I mean really poor. Like, I can read Spanish words and kind of get the pronunciation, but I don't really understand it. So that's what 4 years of Spanish in school did for me. Yeah. I mean, I feel like I'm probably, you know, I speak bad English, that is all. I mean, for some people that's enough, you know? I don't judge people for the amount of languages they speak. I just get really impressed when someone's like, yeah, this is my 7th language. And I'm like, what? What did you sacrifice to gain this knowledge? What, how do you have 2 eyes still? Like, don't you have to give one away for wisdom? Like, how does that work? How do you know 7 languages? Like, I legitimately know people like this that are like, yeah, when I moved to Sweden, I had to learn a new language all over again. Like a guy I work with, he's like, when I met him, he was 19 when he started working at our place. And it was like, yeah, like, this is my Like, I've been here for about a year. Like, he says this in very, very clear Swedish. Like, yeah, I've been here for about a year now, and that's my 7th language I'm learning. And I'm like, you're 19. You could do anything you want. Why the hell are you stuck in books learning languages? See the world. What are you doing? Like, sure, the languages might help. Might not be a bad idea, but like, I hope he's doing more than just learning languages. I hope he's actually using them for something. Because it's so impressive that some people have the capacity for that. Like, as a Swedish person, like, we get taught English in like 1st grade. Like, we start early. And a lot of the media that we consume doesn't get translated to Swedish. When I was a kid, a lot of it was translated. Nowadays, I don't think that much actual like quality movies and TV shows are translated. We just get subtitles now, so we are pretty decent at reading, at least. But yeah, when I watch stuff now, like, I'm so used to having subtitles on when I watch stuff, because that's how I watched basically everything. But I don't want them in Swedish. I want the subtitles to be in English, so that when I miss a word, I can see what the word was, you know? The more languages you learn, the easier it is to learn new languages in theory. True, but I mean, there are so many different bases for languages. It's so impressive that you can take like something based. You can have something based in like the Cyrillic alphabet, and then like learn a Germanic language, and like another thing from some, you know, like really different languages that have, well, of course, some similarities in some ways, but like that have different bases, you know, and you start learning multiple from so many different regions. It's like, it's so impressive, you know. It is one of the most impressive things I think a person can do to me. I don't know, as a, you know, as a free time type of thing, you know. Sure, it could be cool if someone is an incredible drummer. Like me, I'm a let me show you. I'm a mediocre bass player, but like, who cares? You know? I don't, so you probably shouldn't either. But like, if someone's like, yeah, I learned I like in the past 6 years I've been learning 3 different languages. It's like, what? That's awesome. How did, huh? Your Swedish speaking speed was much faster than any Swedish TV I have ever watched. Proof that you're a native speaker. I mean, yeah. Yeah. I'm definitely native. That is correct. Yeah. Born and raised on all the potatoes and meatballs you can imagine. I even have some IKEA furniture. Not much, but I have some. I don't know. Like, I don't know how else to prove it. Potatoes. Boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew. You know? I had a Japanese course in college and French in high school. Asked me if I remember anything beyond my name is. Do you? The one sentence I made sure to memorize from Spanish is "Me no habla español," so that I can tell someone I don't speak Spanish. Don't do that to me. Like, that's like the one phrase I like made sure stuck. Do I? No, that's a heavy no beyond what I pick up from anime. Ah. I was about to throw out some random phrase, but I'm not going to. Oh, God. Right, I need to... Right, speaking of anime, I need to watch Evangelion now. God damn, I forgot they announced that for Final Fantasy XIV. Shit. Well, why am I worried? I have until January. Doesn't matter. It's fine. And probably even until like March or April next year, because it's not going to be with it on release. It's in the first patch. Not important. Watch or rewatch? I've never seen it. Yeah, I've never seen it. There might be judgment in this question. Fair. Here's the thing, though. I haven't seen many anime, but the ones I have seen, I've dove in so deep. I've, like, really just dove in so deep into the lore of the shows that I have watched that it takes a while for me to move on to a new show. As you can see right here, this is Guts from Berserk. Next to him is Zod the Immortal, which you don't really see right now. Let me see if I can... how bad is this? Okay, yeah. You can kind of see him. So, there's Zod the Immortal. Down here is Attack on Titan. That's one of them. There's the Armored Titan behind the microphone. You have Monkey, Lady, Colossus. So, like, when I get into one of these things, I'm like, okay, this is going to be my personality for the next year and a half, and my friends are going to hate it. And, as you might imagine, that is exactly what happens. I get really excited about something I enjoy watching. I want to talk about it. And, they don't. So, that's kind of why I'm doing this. Because I can play a thing I like, and I can talk about it with people that like it. You know? I love my friends. They're great. But they don't enjoy the same stuff as me, really. So, that's why I've enjoyed this little side quest of my life, you know? It's been really fun. I've been doing, like, I've tried streaming in the past. Like, I streamed the entirety, or the second half of this story of Final Fantasy XIV on stream, like, 2 years ago? 2.5 years ago? Streamed the entirety of that. And, you know, I enjoyed it, but when I got caught up on the story, I kind of just, you know, stopped streaming. Because, you know, didn't really have a reason to keep streaming. I mean, it was nice talking to the people that did stop by, and shout out to Inquisitor Amadi, because he stuck with me throughout the entirety of that thing. And even though he only pops in, like, once every, I don't know, 4 to 5 weeks to say hi, just really appreciate that dude. I had a lot of fun doing that. But then when I was done, like, I was like, yeah, I guess that's it. See you when the next patch comes out in 2 months, you know, and kind of just didn't. But now I've been streaming actively, like, multiple, like, 4 to 5 days a week since the start of September. Like, that's wild to me. I can't believe I've actually kept up with that. While working full-time, by the way. Yes, applaud me. Applaud the madman. Thank you. I don't know. It's just... And Dax, you're a huge part of why this works. Honestly, because you're here basically every time. You know? And when you're not here, you make sure to tell me that you won't be because X or Y reason, which you don't have to. But, you know, I appreciate it. It's nice to be forewarned about that, but you don't have to tell me when you're not going to show up. But, you know, I appreciate it. But just the whole thing is like, I don't know, it's fun. Streaming is work and mentally taxing. I mean, I'm glad I don't feel like it's work, you know? I'm here quite often. Yeah, you've shown up once or twice, yeah. You know? You've seen a few games that I've played at this point. You know what you're dealing with. It can be fun work, but it's work. I mean, fair, yeah. Yeah. I'm just glad I enjoy it. That's like my main takeaway. I'm like, I'm just glad I'm having fun. If I didn't have fun doing this, I don't know that I would be doing any of this. Like, yeah. I'm just glad it's enjoyable. And that we can see some like really dumb stuff and talk about it a little bit, because I like, as you might imagine, after a 6-hour stream of doing 2 tutorial levels and looking at 4.5 factions, I like talking. Sometimes to my own detriment, but you know, maybe a couple, yeah, or a couple more than that. But okay, I'll give you 4. You've been here for 4 games, plus some. But yeah, no, I'm having a lot of fun, and this back and forth is what is fun about this. So I get to yap about what I have on my mind, and you guys get to tell me I'm wrong all the time. So, you know, that's a win-win. I mean, yeah, it is true that I've been a president of the stream since October quite regularly. I would say so, yeah. I would definitely say so. And I know I've said it before, but know that I very much appreciate it, man. That is quite a... It is a weird feeling a little bit, but it's kind of cool. You know? And we have fun. At least I hope you have fun. I'm guessing you enjoy something about this, and that's why you keep coming back. So, you know, I appreciate you, man. Really do. Enough of all that mushy stuff. Enough. I can't do that. We're manly men. we can't do this. Okay, hold on. Digimon Storytime Stranger, Final Fantasy 2, Final Fantasy 3, Resident Evil 1, 0, 2, 3, Code Veronica 4, Monster Hunter Stories 3. That's 11 games you've seen me play. That is, first of all, I'm sorry for putting you through this. So, yeah. Wouldn't keep coming back if I didn't enjoy the experience. I'm glad to hear it, man. I'm glad to hear it. That's nice. That's nice to hear. So how do we tank this completely so that I don't have to do this anymore? Say something dumb. Okay, shouldn't be too hard. Yeah, no, I've just been having a lot of fun. Sometimes, a lot of times, I start a stream and I'm like, I'm just gonna go for 2 hours and then we're done. And then 6 hours later, you're like, go to bed. That's happened a few times. Not directly maybe saying go to bed, but like I've felt it in some of the words. So... yeah, you know, I have a semi-difficult time reining it in, and I feel like I need to work on that. He said 6 hours and 15 minutes into a stream where we've done next to nothing. But let's get back into gear, shall we? And talk about the scorpion, the 4th creature of this town. My goodness. Okay, hive spawn, melee. Oh yeah, gets a buff for damage, or damage reduction, or 2 speed. Okay, so finally, what we've all been waiting for the past 20 minutes. What is Scorpion turn into? What's the color scheme? Ooh. Ooh. Oh, I like that. That looks even more like a Zerg unit now. Volcanic Scorpion. It's the defensive one, okay. Guess the buff to damage reduction, or speed. Sorry, not sorry. I'm using it as a distraction so I don't have to go do house chores. Fair, fair. Yeah, I'm not gonna judge you for that. I would totally do the same. Yeah. That's fair. And you know what? I encourage you to hold off on doing house chores. How about that? Not just to keep watching, but like just in general. You know, just take it, do it next week. Who cares? It's all still gonna be there. Just Push it forward. It's future use problem. Who cares? Okay, defensive guy, and then we have... I haven't even looked at the model yet. I'm doing that thing where I focus on one part of the screen, right now the name, and then the rest gets completely blurred. Spalaean Scorpion, what do you look like? Okay, you're blue and spiky. Okay, I like that. I do think I like that one the most. I think I do. And it's the offensive version. Okay. The offensive version. He hates, I don't know, some fantasy creature in here somewhere. Dope. So first line, those are my preferred, like, versions of those creatures. I would say they all look fairly different. Which, you know, solves the issue that this faction had earlier. Before they remade it. That's cool. Reaver! Shout out to, Whoa, okay, my brain. What? Nathan Fillion. What is the name of your show? Hold, Firefly. Why did Firefly left my brain. That's weird. That's so strange. Yeah, okay, Reaver, shout out to Firefly. Let's pretend that minute never happened. I miss Firefly. So do I, man. So do I. Man. What a good show. I'm glad we got the movie at least. Problem is that there should have been like 3 seasons between the season we got and the movie. So, yeah. But still, at least we got the movie. You know, I'll take it. Okay, Reaver. Hive Spawn, melee attack, Apex Predator. Deals 50% damage to higher tier targets. That's cool. He likes punching up. We love that. Rapid Assault performs a melee attack that does not provoke a counterattack. So he punches up and he doesn't get scolded for it? Beautiful. Okay, does he turn into something that looks more like a Digimon than he already does? Yo, he kind of did. Okay. 3 tongues, by the way. This guy is a legend. So, a lot more spiky fire hair. What is happening to my voice? Menacing Reaver. He kind of looks like Mega Kabuterimon a little bit with the color scheme. He doesn't look as round and doesn't really look like a beetle, but the color reminds me of him. I see him everywhere. Okay, what do you do? You're the defensive version. Okay. Unholy Resilience. Once per battle, this creature plainly refuses to die. He's Guts. Instead, the number of units in the stack of this creature remains the same as it was before the fatal attack. 3 tongues, ladies and gents. Who is he? I've been saying who is she for so many very attractive looking characters in video games lately. It's only fair we give one for everyone else, you know? It's only fair. We gotta get one who is he out there, you know? Of course. Terror. Prevents lower tier enemies from attacking this creature until the end of the round. This guy is a threat. This guy's a problem, okay? Holy shit. Oh. Maniacal Reaver? That's a Zerg unit right there. God damn. That's a Zerg crossed over with a Protoss unit. What am I looking at? The offensive version, Murderous Glee. Upon killing an enemy, this creature immediately gains an additional turn. This ability cannot be used 2 times in a row, but morale can affect this additional turn. Wow. So... That's scary. Okay, so he can kill 2 creatures in a row, basically. Okay. Rapid Assault. Does not provoke a counterattack. Beelzebub's Blessing. This creature gains maximum morale and luck until the end of the round. So that's my preferred one. The Mr. Three-Tongue right here, dude. The goat. I was about to say the throat goat, but not really. Like, a tongue is technically, like, in the throat, but not, like... Whatever. Moving on. Worms. Spelt in a very imaginative way. Hive spawn, melee attack, blink, because they probably go underground and pop up somewhere else. So that's effectively a teleport. I like that. Corpse Eater. What a thrill. If Destination Hex contains a fallen corpse, it is devoured, restoring 65 HP, which is slightly more than half what they have. They have 120. This can revive fallen units. Sick. Demonic Stench. Reduces enemy creatures' luck by 1. This effect does not stack until the strongest one is active. Okay. Okay. He has a burning crown. Look at this. It's the Burger King. Not like that. How do we... There we go. Okay. Do. He's the Burger King. Look at him. What a goofy boy. He thinks he's important. Should I do it like this? So you see more of it? Again, Hive spawn, melee, blink, because he travels underground, I'm assuming. Defensive. Why does he have a crown? He's the Burger King. Were you not not listening to what I just said? He's the Burger King. He's the Devourer. It's essential for the Burger King. It's in the lore. I have no idea. I've no clue. Yeah, he eats when he comes out of the ground. Reduces enemy creature's luck by 2. This does not stack, only the strongest one is active. Devour. If an enemy target creature has fewer than 40% of its original units, it is destroyed immediately. Creatures killed this way leave no corpse. Oh my. So, that's why he has the Burger King crown. He eats big. He's terrifying. You don't laugh at the Burger King, okay? He's he's a threat. Okay, what about Pyroboros? Love it. Love the name. Love the design. Okay, actual... Oh no, it is a centipede. I didn't notice the legs underneath. Ew! It is a centipede. It's that guy where you're like, what is that? And he stands up. He's that guy. I hate that. Hive spawn ranged. Oh no. With area strike. Oh no. Receives no penalty in melee range. Oh no. Blink to any. Ignores obstacles and traps. Oh no. And he's the offensive version. Oh no. And he comes out of the ground and eats and revives fallen units. Reduces enemy locked by 2. I hate this guy. No. I'm never gonna play this team. Don't do this. Don't put this guy in the game. I hate this. He's like the Lich from the Necropolis. He does the range attack and it splash damages to everyone else, but this guy can move around quickly and I hate this. No. No. Why? Man. I don't think I want to fight this faction at all. Same. Burn them. Well, that's... Never mind. That's not going to help. Ugh. What do we do? What can man do against such reckless hate? Man. Well, he's definitely the coolest version in there, even though I love the Burger King. Yeah, this is the guy. That's awful. Everything about that description, awful. Way too good. Hate it. Hive Queen. Okay. Surprise us here, Kerrigan. What do you have for us? High spawn, melee attack. Yeah. Soul Assimilator. Let me move my bottle, but first take a sip. By the way, this thing is 1.5 liters. It is currently here. I haven't taken that many sips out of this since I took it out of the fridge. I'm just that thirsty, I guess. God damn it. Another out of context clip. You're welcome. Okay, Soul Assimilator. God damn it. At the beginning of a battle, gains bonuses for each faction represented in the enemy's army. Ooh. So, okay. So this thing is like, you know, if the enemy faction, like Dungeon, that gets a bonus from bringing in other factions to the team, then this thing is gonna counter that by being like, ahaha, I get a bonus for every different faction in your team, dummy. So, yeah. Great. So, Temple in the enemy team gives plus 25% attack. Necropolis, plus 25% defense. Grove, plus 3 luck and morale. You don't see the bottom line there, I'm noticing. Yeah. I was on key for that sound, okay. Grove, plus 3 luck and morale. Dungeon, plus 10% damage. Schism, plus 20% HP. That's the one I would like the least to be facing, okay. And neutral, plus 2 speed. Great. Beelzebub's agenda. So is the leader of the hive mind Beelzebub? Can we say, like, safely assume that at this point? I keep thinking about the Beelzebub from Persona because he would fit very well here. Beelzebub. It might be the... Yeah, it's just the Megami Tensei Beelzebub. He's always looked like this. Except for SM1, SMT, where Soul Hacker's human? Oh, it's the human form that looks weird. Okay. Yeah, no, the fly is disgusting for Beelzebub in Persona. Let me show you this abomination. Just saving an image named Beelzebub.jpg. So yeah, this is Beelzebub in Persona, and I think he fits in rather well with this squad. And that's kind of all I keep thinking about when they talk about Beelzebub in this. I'm like, yeah, no, he fits. It makes sense. It makes sense. I could totally see this guy leading them. For sure. So, you know, disgusting. Can I... can I offer you a kobold in this trying time? Can this heal us a little bit? The good boy, can he heal what this team has done to us? I feel like we need some good vibes. Can we bring the kobold back? Can he not be stuck in that game? Can we have this guy back, please? I'm down. You know, give us some good news. Or we bring in the Viking cats they showed off for Final Fantasy XIV. Bring those in. They're adorable. Like little cats standing on their hind legs with like braided beards into their fur. So cool. Give me those. Beelzebub's agenda. The hero deals plus 25% magic damage. This effect does not stack. Squash the weak. The lower the target's tier, the more damage this creature deals to it. Oh, so they punch down. Dwarf cat's new meaning. Let me show you. Oh, you've seen them. Okay. Or this is just a clever way to make me stop talking about the game. Which, you know, could also be insanely valid. I want to snuggle the ever-loving fluff out of them. Fair. This is a cropped version of the image, but, you know. They're so cute. I can't wait to hear them talk. I hope they have the deepest voices ever. Like, you meet them, they're like, yeah, he went off that way. Yeah. Thank you. I would love that. Give them bassy voices. I've been busy in WoW and D4, but I still have my sub to 14. Hell yeah. Hell yes. Love to hear it. The patches to 14. So good. So good. The raids. So good. The Alliance raid, all okay. but the normal raids, like, and I don't care about like progressing like difficult fights. That's not why I play these games. I just mean the characters, the vibes, and the music. Like, so goddamn good. Loving every second of it. It's so good. And I was very positively surprised by the story of the Diablo expansion. I'm not going to talk anything about it, but I enjoyed it a lot. I need to do the new Alliance raid for the Shantoto Cackle. Same. I'm probably going to be streaming that either tomorrow or Saturday, I think. I haven't decided yet, but it will happen during this weekend. For sure. And then I'm also wrapping Final Fantasy 3 on like Sunday or Monday. So yeah, a lot of Final Fantasy happening right now. I'm playing through the entire franchise because I've only ever played 14 and some of 6 as a kid. So playing through all of it in release order. Pretty hefty endeavor, gotta say. Okay, what does she do more? Squash the weak. Right, she punches down. Plus 3% damage per tier of difference. Yeah, so she, like, destroys tier 1 units. Goddamn, holy hell. Doubles this creature's soul assimilator effects until the end of the next round. Okay. Doubles soul assimilator effects. So doubles the bonuses from the other enemies. Okay. Sure. Oh, you can't see that. God damn it. I forgot I was that zoomed in. Let me fix this for you. Yeah. Doubles this creature's soul assimilator effects until the end of the next round. Meaning this. It doubles these stats. Crazy. A very hefty endeavor. A bunch of those games have hours to them. Yep. But now I've basically, like, I'm one stream away from finishing 3. And those are like the ones that, you know, they lay the foundation, but they don't really have crazy involved storylines. So it's been taking a little bit for me to get through them because, well, first of all, they have no voice acting, so I have to do all the voices. Which means that I don't want to stream for too long because it's going to wreck my voice if I do. But then it's also easier for me to remember what is happening if I do shorter streams because I have more time to like keep like actually, you know, remember like what is going on, what is happening, because since the story isn't that crazy, there's not like insane moments where I'm like, whoa, you know, that stick with me for a long time. So doing smaller portions makes it easier to like just put it into, you know, decent portion sizes, you know. But now when with 4 on the horizon, I'm like, yes please, yes, give me all of that. Like, the funny thing is that so many things are familiar because they're in 14, but like the amount of things is actually shocking to me. So that's fun, like experience all this in reverse. but that's yeah, that's I think the crazy stories start around 6. Okay, I mean, 6 has a very wild story. I'll definitely agree with that. Yeah. So I do know the story of 6. Like, I played it as a kid. We didn't beat the game, but I have seen Jesse Cox and a bunch of his friends years and years ago when they played the stream for an anniversary. I think I've watched that entire stream twice, or 2 or 3 times total over the years. So I do know the story of 6. I don't remember all of it, but a lot of it. But that's like the only one. I know some 7 stuff through osmosis, like you can't avoid that, but yeah, outside of that, I'm like, yeah, bring me all the wild games. Like, give me all these weird stories. Like, I want to know about Cecil and Kane and all this messed up stuff. I want to fight Golbez and all these guys. Like, I'm ready. Oh, god damn. 5:30, guys. Okay. Let's actually finish reading this. We have one more faction. Okay. Contaminating Blast deals 50% of basic attack as magic damage to the target and all creatures within 2 hexes of it. Okay, good. Nice. AoE damage. Whoa! Burning Hive Mother. Cool. By the way, I'm gonna blast through Schism when we get there because so much of that is uninteresting to me. Should I stop being a distraction and go do my house chores? You're good. You do whatever you want. You can keep talking. It's fine. I am the problem for distracting from reading this. I'm the problem. You do you. Don't worry about it. You're good. This is the defensive one. Soul Assimilator, all the buffs. Yeah. Squash the weak, scales for lower damage, lower tier enemies. Doubles creature Soul Assimilator. All friendly creatures gain the same ability. You give this damage bonus to all friendly creatures. Who designed this? This is evil. Contaminating Blast deals 100% basic damage as magic damage to target all creatures within 2 axes. That's the same. Oh, that's the upgrade of the Blasphemous Adoration. Okay. So the base one doesn't give it to all the other creatures, but this one does. Okay. Disgusting. And then the new one is Promise of Love. When cast on an enemy, reduces its speed and initiative by 4. When cast on a friendly creature, increases its speed and initiative by 4. Okay. This is absolutely disgusting. I can't believe they did this. I am taking it personally. They have no idea who I am, but I am taking it personally. I want you to know this, devs. It hurts reading this, okay? How could you do this to me specifically? Yeah, nope, I do not want to fight this faction. I agree, yeah. How very dare they? Unacceptable. And then finally, boom. Oh my god. Who is she? No, I'm kidding. Holy shit. Hive Huntress. Love the color combination. Looks great. It looks terrifying. Melee attack. Enemies do not counterattack. My god. The offensive version. I feel offended. Gotta say, squash the weak. Of course, it's an image of her stepping on them. God damn it. Swift strike, enemies do not counterattack, and then quadruples this creature's soul assimilator effects until the end of the next round. It quadruples this. Dev, who hurt you? Why do you do this to people? Who hurts you in your life to put you and us in this situation? Why? Why is this a thing? How are you okay? Not the possibility of 100% attack or defense or both. Yeah, it's straight up just quadruples until the end of next round. And then it can gain all of these if you're really going for a diverse team on the enemy side there. So, yeah. Not great. Not great at all. Actually horrifying. I hate that I had to read that, to be perfectly honest. Yeah, this is probably the lineup I would be running if I was playing this team. These are the versions of upgrades I would be running. I never want to see them or talk about them again. Perfect. But their horse is cool. Oh, you probably want me to fit this to the screen. There you go. Yeah, at least their horse is cool. Silver lining, I guess. Bedlam. Yeah, no kidding. Final team. Okay. Do they have music for their environment, or is it just... Oh. By the way, this lady... I hope she doesn't have squid legs, please. Okay. Welcome to Schism. They are Frost Elves Cthulhu Beasts. This is gonna go fairly quickly because, yeah. They are unpleasant to look at. This is the team. They do things, and they are kind of disgusting. The last creature is kind of dope, though. He reminds me a bit of Magtheridon with a squid head. And for the people that don't play Warcraft, Magtheridon is a giant, I don't know, four-legged demon type thing. He's not nice. This is the other half of StarCraft inspiration? Basically, yeah. They're like, what if we fused the Zerg with the Protoss? I would have said no, but, you know, they went for it, for sure. So, first off, they have my Beholders from Dungeon. They've taken my Squid Boys. Though, the Beholders are like ice, like hovering ice with like a few tentacle legs, like really thin legs hanging. So it's not the same, but they kind of effectively work like Beholders, except they're melee, I guess. So never mind. You can keep them. He's ranged. Never mind. They stole them. Unforgivable. Melee attack, flying, summoning right. Okay, this is their thing, I think. Once per battle, summons a stack of Rashoth in place of a friendly corpse. The summon has 50% HP of the corpse's original stack and no more than current amount of summoners units. These creatures are permanent and remain after the battle. Okay. So this thing can basically multiply. You can make a copy with 50% of the HP of the corpse's original stack. Okay. And no more than current amount of summoners units. So say this guy, there's 100 of this guy. The thing he's summoning from the corpse on the ground cannot go past 100 of this guy. So, yeah, he can effectively double himself by doing that. Weird. Slightly disturbing, but yeah, okay, cool. I hope that's not... Okay, I was really... Okay, yeah, no, it seems like it's just him. Okay, good, good, good. I really need to take a break, by the way. I need to go to the bathroom real quick, so... Give me 2 minutes, and I will be back, okay? I have 2 minutes to air out the room. So, yeah. I'll be back in a few minutes. course I come back here and the door is slid shut. Of course. It only had a few minutes to air out, and it closed. That ain't just typical. My god, it's warm in here. Holy shit. Okay, we need to do this before I melt. Okay. Upgraded Stinging Rush Off. Range attacks, flying, summoning, Stinging Rush Off. Same type of thing where you summon and it's oh. I forgot the local recorder. Ah. Yeah, the Stinging Rush Off. Magic creature, range attack, flying. Same summoning stuff, but just you get a Stinging Rush Off instead of a regular one. Okay. You could get a few different higher stats there with the like initiative and attack and defense. Nothing crazy different, but he's ranged instead, so that's fun. Then you get a Ferocious Rush Off, who is once again a melee, but Sweeping Strike deals damage to the target and 2 adjacent hexes to its sides. Again, flying and summoning thing again. And yeah, instead of that, you get a ferocious one, you know? Neat. Pretty cool. It has to be, oh, in place of a friendly corpse. Oh. Okay, I mean, that's, okay, that's interesting. Moving on. Cultist. Probably the creature on this team that I'm like, yeah, that one's cool. I'm not that into the creature design on this team, but I think the cultist is kind of cool. Simple, straightforward, gets the point across, you know. Living, long reach, okay. Glance of the Abyss. Curses target enemy creature. Cursed creatures take pure damage at the start of their turn. This effect is stackable. Ooh. Not bad. Oh, hell yeah. The binder? You kidding me? That looks awesome. Sneak peek there. God damn. Doesn't the... Am I crazy for thinking the binder looks like something out of Legacy of Kain? A franchise I've never played, but only seen images of. Glance of the Abyss. Cursed creatures take pure damage. Yep. Abyssal Tendril deals 50% of basic attack as pure damage to target enemy creatures and removes one of their counterattack charges. Oh. Well, as you do. Okay. And Votary? I don't know. Long reach, living, Gaze of the Abyss, sluggishness, deals 50% of basic attack, pure damage to the target, all adjacent enemies. All targets initiative reduced by 1 until the end of the next round. Could be, yeah, okay, I'll take that. Me reading something semi-correctly for inspiration? Okay, I'll take it, yeah. Hell yeah. I was prepared to get shut down. And you should definitely experience Soul Reaver 1 and 2, as well as Legacy of Kain Defiance. They're good games. I mean, I don't see why not. Like, yeah. Problem is, I have so many games that I want to get through. But like, yeah. You know, you are right. I should definitely play them at some point. So I will write them down in my trusty little list of games here. Soul... Is that the order, by the way? Soul Reaver 1, Soul Reaver 2, Legacy of Kain, Defiance. Written down in that order. Okay. Votary. The pure damage to the target and adjacent enemy. Stark's initiative reduced by 1 until the end of the next round. Gaze of the Abyss. Slow. This was sluggishness. Okay. So slow. Deals 50% of basic attack as pure damage to the target and all the adjacent enemies. All target speed reduces by 1 until the end of the next turn. Okay. Okay. Noted. Okay. That little info there added to the side of those. Okay, good. Nice. Which one do I like? Probably this guy, honestly. I think I like the binder the most. Though, like, he seems to be the defensive option. I don't know that I love that. Yeah. Okay. Agashoth Rider. So Shoth seems to be a recurring thing. Rashoth, Agashoth, Grand Shoth. Like, is it tied to the worms in any way? Like the long wormy things going on here? I don't know. Okay, Agashoth Rider. What do? Living, melee attack, plow through, reduces terrain penalties by 50% for the hero. Oh, interesting. That's fun. So you don't get as affected by moving through like deserts, mountain areas and stuff like that. That's fun. Piercing Cold. Each attack or counterattack applies a negative effect that makes the target take plus 50% magic damage. Ooh. Icy Breath. Makes an additional attack, dealing 100% of basic damage as pure damage. Does not end the turn. Okay. Agashoth Tamer. Living, melee, plow through, piercing cold, icy breath. Is this just the same? Yeah, it's the same moves. Okay. So just stats better. Better rider, better stats. Okay. Or better stats, better rider. Oh my god, what happened? 3 tongues, ladies, gents. He has 3 tongues. Oh no. Okay, so same all the way through here, and then Agashoth's Hell. Each attack and counterattack deals plus 20 pure damage. That seems like an issue for everyone else. Okay. Makes an additional attack dealing 50% of basic attack as pure damage to target and all adjacent enemies. What do I feel like? Did anyone else have ice? Oh, ice breath. Need ice spikes. Okay. Yeah, no, I feel like we should probably run this guy, probably. Each attack and counterattack deals plus 20 pure damage. Disgusting. Grand Shoth. Magic creature. Melee attack. Are they all No, they're not. The first and fourth are magic creatures. Melee flying. Frost. When this creature attacks, the target doesn't generate focus. Summoning Rite. There it is. Okay. Once per battle, summons a stack of Grand Shoth in place of a friendly corpse. Summon has 50% HP of the corpse original stack and can have more than current amount of summoners units. These creatures are permanent and remain after the battle, so they can also revive a huge stack for, you know, adding to their own after the battle, essentially. So that's wild. Okay. Okay, so he's chained down big time. Okay. Unspeakable Shoth. So he's the same up here, and then double strike. Perform strikes twice when performing attacks. Frost. When this creature attacks, the target doesn't generate focus. And Summoning Rite. Again, summoning from a dead friendly stack to create an Unspeakable Shoth. And then he's wearing scrolls now. Unthinkable Shoth. I like this one. It's very silly. Magic creature, melee, flying, frost. Summoning Rite for Unthinkable Shoth, and then Black Ice Shard. Deals 100% of basic attack as pure damage to the targets. Okay. feel like this is probably the guy for double strikes. But this guy has initiative. Holy goddamn. Yeah, no, probably unspeakable for the double strike there. Okay. We've all seen her on screen. We've all been wondering, Concubus, what's your deal? Explain. Living, ranged attacks, nimbleness, can perform ranged attacks even while adjacent to an enemy. Ah, so doesn't get that debuff for being a ranged character. Surrounded by melee characters. That's pretty nice. Pretty clean. I forgot to look at the loss for Hive. We gotta look at that. Okay. Earn your magic, dear. Enemy hero spell cost +1 mana. This effect... What? Oh, enemy hero. This effect does not stack when the strongest one is active. Handcuffs. Who is this lady? Prevents the target enemy creature from using active abilities. Interesting. What do you turn into? Whoa. Okay. Disco creature. Okay. Living, range, nimbleness, earn your magic. Enemy hero skill costs 2 mana now. Okay. Earn your abilities, dear. Whenever this creature deals damage, it generates +3 focus points. Ay. Handcuffs prevent target enemy from creature from using active abilities. Prevents the enemy hero from using active abilities until the end of the round, okay? And then Bewitcher. So Mistress of Chains and Bewitcher, okay. Living, ranged, duelist, no penalty in melee range, dealing full damage, cool. Nimbleness, earn your magic, dear. Flog Idle Mind. Deal 6/6 pure damage per focus charge to target enemy creature. This ability does not end the turn. Prevents all enemies from gaining focus from any source until the end of the next round. Well, damn. I think the Bewitcher is the way to go. Okay. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Now, Arbitrator, who are you, man? Living, ranged attacks, paradoxical shots. Range penalties are reversed for this creature. Attacks deal plus 10% damage per hex, up to maximum of 50% if the target is more than 3 hexes away. If the target is adjacent, performs a melee attack, dealing plus 50% damage. So, the further away they are, the more damage it does with ranged, and gets a bonus for doing melee damage. That's interesting. That is paradoxical. Okay. It's like, it's not ranged or melee, it's both at the same time. Okay. Power of the Abyss. Increase the hero's maximum mana by 20%, or by 20. Does not stack. Command, reposition. Moves a friendly creature to a free hex within 4 hexes of their initial position. Does not end the turn, okay. Command, Fear. Moves an enemy to a free hex within 4 hexes of their initial position. Okay, does not end the turn. Cool. Rift Arbitrator, that looks cool. Living, ranged attacks, paradoxical shots. Numbers look the same. Power of the Abyss. Increase hero's maximum mana. Reposition. Yeah, Fear. Disgorge. Storm. Deals 25 pure damage to all enemies and gives them -1 speed and initiative. Duration 2 rounds. Deals damage to all enemies, huh? That's wild. That's the defensive one. This is the offensive one. Living, ranged, paradoxical shots. Slimy Touch. Attacks deal +4 times amount of units pure damage and lower the target's speed and initiative by 1 until the end of the round. This effect does not stack. Okay. Command, switch places. Makes any 2 creatures switch places as long as they are within 8 hexes of one another. Ooh. Frozen pages. Collect my pages. Collect them. Prevents the enemy hero from using the spell book until the end of the round. This effect does not stack. How would it stack? Okay. Yeah, no, I kinda like the bloated arbitrator. That's a fun creature. Very fun. And oh, let me see here. The order of the games came out is Blood Omen, Legacy of Kain, Soul Reaver 2, Blood Omen 2, Legacy of Kain Defiance. I never played the first Blood Omen, don't really recommend Blood Omen 2, especially since it's a weird alternate universe. Okay. Okay. Noted. Yeah, I'll keep the 3 I have written down then. And when the day eventually comes and that happens, it will be those 3. Okay. Next up, the Abyssal Envoy. Magtheridon himself. Magic creature, melee attack, absolute resistance, immune to all magic damage. Not even my dragon has that wording, sir. Not even my dragon has that wording. How dare you? Who do you think you are? Think you're better than my dragons? Summoning Rite Envoy? Oh no. Once per battle, summons a stack of Abyssal Envoys in place of a friendly corpse. So he can do the summon dance as a tier 7? That's crazy. Enables this creature to take 1 more turn immediately after its first turn. Does not end the turn. And what do you turn into? Interesting. Interesting. I like that more, but now it looks like kind of a mammoth demon type thing. That's interesting. There's a lot of arms going on there. The tusks really sell it though for some reason. I don't know. Oh my god, melee attack and area strike. Deals damage to the target and all hexes around it. Additional targets take minus 50% damage. God damn it. Immune to all magic damage. Summoning Rite Overseer. Yeah, thank you. Will of the Abyss enables this creature to take 1 more turn immediately after its first turn. Moment of Insanity. Compels an enemy to attack a random target. I'm guessing that also means allies. So that's potentially really devastating. And the final creature. Oh. He doesn't look as crazy as I expected. Okay. Abyssal Executor. So same stuff up top here. Summoning Rite Executor. Will of the Abyss enables the creature to take 1 more turn immediately after its first turn. And Control Mind. Target enemy creature loses all its possible turns and passes. Nice. Nice. So these are probably the variations of these that I would be playing. Okay. Well, we have the laws for some of these towns to look at before we're done. We did Necropolis. I had a question about dungeon. It's just growth in cities for these. It's nothing else tied to it. Interesting. Because they focus heavily on, like, unit growth. While the other towns have a lot more different stuff in here. But they just, like, more creatures. Give us more. That's interesting. They have a very heavy lean on focus generation. And then Hive. We never looked at Hive here. So, let's do that, shall we? Requirements for unlocking higher level laws are reduced by 2. Interesting. Mana Devourer, okay. Hive heroes see exact information about neutral squads within squares. Okay. Summoned fire larvae. Deal 100% damage on death. Gold crystals. Start each battle with +1 focus charge. Oh yeah, that's what I was that I wanted to look at. The growth increases, but they also gain HP and speed, initiative. They gain stats like that. That's what I wanted to look at. Okay. They deal more damage when using their fighting style, so they kind of remove the damage reduction from the fighting style, and then they get a different stats. Okay, that's cool. They gain speed and initiative and deal +2 damage. Dude, the Minotaurs are fucking busted. I'm so glad. Primal spells. We're back to Hive now. Primal spells if your hero gains levels. Stats for the creatures. Upgrading your Hive creatures costs -10% gold. Recruiting upgraded creatures is discounted by the same amount. External dwellings in that area that you control produce upgraded creatures. Yo, that's good. External dwellings in an area that you control produce upgraded creatures. That's awesome. Good for Hive. Your Hive heroes see exact information about enemy heroes and cities within, X amount of squares. When battling in the area you do not control, friendly creatures gain attack and defense. So they thrive on foreign ground. Okay. External dwellings increase respective creature growth in the cities by 50%, and that will increase to 100 on level 2. Your hero deals increased magic damage. Friendly creatures deal +1 damage. The chance of morale or luck triggering for friendly creatures increases by 1% for each point of their morale or luck, respectively. Hydrate. Summoned fire larvae provoke adjacent enemies to attack them over other units. Damn. Summoned fire larva attack twice. Summoned fire larva deal damage on death. Okay. I don't know how fire larva works, but sure. Okay. Faction loss for Schism. Here we go. When destroying artifacts, you gain +10% alchemical dust. Unfair. Your Schism heroes restore 10% mana each morning. Okay. Tier 1 friendly creatures gain 10% of their heroes' attack and spell power as attack. 10% of their knowledge and defense is defense. Friendly creatures gain 1 attack and defense when they battle on their native terrain. Produce 1 Mercury daily. Hero gains +10% XP. Hero gains +1 spell power. Tier 2 friendly creatures gain 10% of their hero's attack, spell, and speed power. Okay, so yeah, they just give the tier 3 get the stat 10% of the stats. Arcane spells. Your Schism heroes' spells and friendly creatures' abilities summon +10% units. Huh. Tier 4 units gain the 10% buff. All effects applied by your heroes and friendly creatures last 1 additional round. You can use involuntary summons in your Schism cities twice a week. Involuntary summons? Once per week allows the owner to recruit creatures from any one external dwelling under their control, even if there are no available units on the global map itself. Okay, so that's what that is, but what did this say? You can use involuntary summons in your Schism cities twice per week. Okay, so you can summon twice from external dwellings even if they're empty. Okay. Tier 5 units get the 10% buff. Tier 6 get the buff. Each round of battle, the enemy loses 1 focus charge. How dare! If I was playing Grove, I would hate fighting these guys. Just for that alone. Your Schism hero started the day with maximum communion level. I don't know what communion is, but I guess it's something for their group. Enemy loses all focus charges at the beginning of each round. What the actual hell? My goodness. Friendly creatures treat all terrains as native. Okay. Tier 7 gets a 10% buff, and all enemy creatures lose 1 speed and initiative. Goddamn. Well, holy shit. Those are all the creatures and laws and stuff for this game right now. I might make videos on each faction, showcasing them a little bit. Talking about this in a more concise and thought out way, you know? More well produced. But for now, this is the best I can do. My god, my chair is almost tipping over. Holy shit. It's now 6 a.m. And this room is essentially an oven at this point. I am fearing for my computer's health. So, I'm gonna stop here for tonight. Friday, tomorrow, today, or Saturday will be the new Alliance raid for Final Fantasy XIV, which is an Alliance raid that basically features the story of Final Fantasy XI in a bit of a condensed way. We're basically running through Final Fantasy XI in 14 right now. If that sounds interesting, there are previous VODs where I play through the first 2 parts of that. I don't think you need to have seen them to understand what's going on. I think it's fine. But that VOD is there for people who are curious to look at that. And yeah, that's the plan for Friday or Saturday. I haven't decided yet. And because I want to do it before the weekly reset on Tuesday. So we're definitely doing it before then. And then on Sunday, I am doing the last part of Final Fantasy III. So that's going to wrap up then. And yeah, after that, we might do a mix of this. Final Fantasy IV. I'm going to do the MSQ for the new patch of 14 in next week. Maybe like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, somewhere there. Decide on that when we get closer. Gotta give it at least a week so that, you know, people can do it themselves. So, you know. And don't have to worry about getting spoiled. So, yeah. That's the plan right now, at least. I might not do anything Friday and just play this with my friends. And do the Alliance raid on Saturday. Or, honestly, I might take both Friday and Saturday and come back Sunday, do the Alliance raid, and wrap Final Fantasy III early next week. I think that's what I'll do. I'll skip Friday and Saturday. I think that's for the best. These past few days, I've been going over 7 hours for every stream. Like, the Diablo stream I did yesterday was 8 hours and 54 minutes. I planned on stopping that stream at 3 hours 45. But then I was like, nah, you know what? I can finish the game in this sitting. It's all good. And then 5 hours passed until I was done. But let me just repeat myself, though, about that expansion. That is the first story for Diablo that I've really, really loved since Diablo 2. So, that, like, I'm gonna, like, I need to take time to just edit everything I have on my hard drives, because I have so many, like, I have terabytes on terabytes of recordings of streams that I need to edit down to, like, 50-minute long videos. Like, I beat Final Fantasy, and then have a 30 to 50-minute video of basically me doing an opening for why I'm doing it while the game is running in the background, and then just highlights from doing the game. Then I can remove all the recordings for Final Fantasy 1, and I need to do that for so many games. I just, as soon as I sit down here and, like, I'm gonna do some channel related stuff, then I just start streaming instead of just sitting down to edit. So I basically don't set aside time to actually edit the videos. I don't know how I've been able to put out any videos at all lately, but somehow I did. I don't know how it's happening. Meanwhile, you know, working, you know. So it's rough out here. He said, in a situation fully just of his own making. Yeah, the last 3 days have been heavy lifting for as far as streaming goes. So 5.5 hours for the first Diablo stream, 8:54 for the second, and then tonight has been 7:21. And my voice is shot. So I will be back Sunday. And it will most likely be the Alliance raid for 14. And, you know, it's not going to spoil anything from 14. That's for damn sure. That thing hasn't touched the regular storyline at all, really. So, yeah. That's like a whole self-contained thing. And it's been pretty fun. But that's, yeah, that's Sunday. And then we'll wrap 3 on, like, Monday or Tuesday. That's the plan. Whew. Thank you all so much for watching. I'm gonna go to bed. It is now 6:13 a.m. So thanks so much for watching. Take care of yourselves, everybody. Appreciate you for hanging out. And I'll see you next time. Good night and goodbye. Yeah, we kind of do the same thing for May 1st, yeah. But yeah, I'm definitely taking the day. Thanks for hanging out, Dax. And thank you, Jaina Bay, for following on Twitch. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you for hanging out, speaking with us tonight. Take care, everybody. Bye.